However, many looked forward to such an ending to the battle. After the 5 from Qianye's city got eliminated, Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City and Zhuo Su of the Black Flame Clan would have fought for the right to rise, and there would have been a great battle. However, many looked forward to such an ending to the battle. After the 5 from Qianye's city got eliminated, Yen Tong of Flaming Prison City and Zhuo Su of the Black Flame Clan would have fought for the right to rise, and there would have been a great battle. The winner would have been able to rise from the Rising Dragon platform. About 1/3 of the spectators lost their money after Pang Shao was eliminated, but there were still over half of them who had bet on Yen Tong and Zhuo Su. A great many would have been able to get rich regardless of whichever side ended up winning. As such, both sides looked forward to the upcoming battle very much. At present, they needed first to eliminate the 5 from Qianye City. "Do it," Yen Tong said and stepped out right away. His huge flaming body was filled with overbearing might. Terrifying flames shot from his eyes. The place where Yu Xing and the other 4 were in became shrouded by intense wool of the great path of flames. It felt as if that place had just turned into a purgatory. At the same time, those by Yen Tong's side charged at Yu Xing's group from the flanks at blitzing speed, bursting with terrifying pressure. The incoming assailants saw that Yu Xing was not bothering to evade and stepped out right away, charging at the ones coming at them. Yen Tong grabbed at the space before him, and the purgatorial fires in that space turned into that spouting from lava, which were then gradually solidified, trapping Yu Xing. Conventional pinnacle sages would have easily been burned to a crisp with such a move. Close. Someone above extended their hand, and golden diagrams appeared one after another, closing in on Yu Xing, trying to trap him inside the purgatory. Yet another person, who was versed in the will of the great path of space, froze the space Yu Xing was in. In that instant, the step that Yu Xing had taken seemed to have stopped altogether, with him being completely trapped. The others around lashed out at the same time. One of them held a golden spear and thrust into the air, aiming straight for Yu Xing's body. Another threw a punch of the great path, tearing through space as it headed straight for Yu Xing. The crowd heard nothing but continuous rumbles as if that space was frozen altogether. Everyone threw whatever they had at Yu Xing, intending to crush him with their attacks. Zhuo Su chose to continue to attack Yu Wuchen. Boundless eerie black flames gushed around him, emanating terrifying, burning might. It was as if auras of death had blocked out the sky and shrouded the area as he headed straight for Yu Wuchen. Yu Wuchen stepped out, and dazzling light was seen emanating from his brow. Boundless sword will surrounded him, and thousands of sword aura manifested above, with every sliver containing the power of the path of shredding. His will of great path was infused within every single sword will, and rules flowed as if they had grown eyes of their own and attacked the black flames blocking out the sky, tearing them apart gradually. However, the black flames were extraordinarily overbearing and were capable of burning off the sword will, which ended in continuous mutual destruction. Several moved in from the flanks. Qin Zhuang invoked his sword with a small sword diagram appearing behind him. The sword will from Su Ke flowed into him in a frenzy. He lent his sword to Qin Zhuang, as he had not been training in the way of the sword as long as Qin Zhuang did. Qin Zhuang had been able to touch the great path as well, and he was well on his way to becoming a saint. Qin Zhuang waved his hand when an assailant attacked. The small sword diagram zipped out and streaked through space. At the same time, Huang Jioga's Renhuang Bao life spirit appeared, bursting with extremely brilliant light. It contained some powers of the imperial path. While he was still lacking in his development, and had yet to be able to develop will of the great path, the burst of might through his lineage of Renhuang was not that much weaker, compared to Qin Zhuang, who had developed such powers of great path. 9 arrows were shot one after another, tearing through space like rainbows, holding off the assailants. The few of them were more on the defensive. At that moment, terrifying destructive aura burst, and Zhuo Su was seen standing with a black shadow behind his back, which was tall and mighty, as well as shrouded in black flames. Zhuo Su was a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor. If he were to reach Renhuang plane level, he would have been able to pass on the powers of the great path to his descendants, infused within their life spirits. As such, those who were born from genius parents had it easier in developing comprehension of the great path. Futian, for instance, had it far easier in his processes of developing such comprehensions. Furthermore, he was able to develop a myriad of wills of the great path and interconnecting them. Zhuosu extended his hand forward and grabbed at Wuchen. His pitch-black hand blocked out the sky like some devastating black hole, which was forged from boundless black flame auras. When Wuchen's sword wills touched the black hand, they were burnt down right there and then. Wuchen wore a solemn expression as a sword shot from his brow, ringing as it emerged containing the will of the great path. Sword wills and their surroundings flowed in a frenzy right there and then. Thousands of sharp swords condensed, with tens of thousands compressed into thousands, then hundreds, and the number continued to shrink. Wuchen's body was shrouded with the light of the sword. The path of the swords merged into a single entity, and fused with the sword before him. However, that devastating sword will was still found everywhere. "Go!" Wuchen uttered. The sword shot forth and came to his enemy within an instant. The sword and the black hand clashed, which ended up with the black hole-like hand exploding and crumbling right away. However, the terrifying might infused within the sword was weakened as well, returning before Wuchen. The act of the sword master of Lihin lending his sword to Wuchen told the younger swordsman that the way of the sword was more than just expansion, it was one of contraction as well. One sword could have multiplied into 2, then 3, then up to 10,000. That was the way of the sword. Having 10,000 swords compressed into one was, too, a way of the sword. In yet another battlefield, many mighty ones were bombarding Yushing at the same time, intending to destroy his body, which was trapped inside their attacks. However, none of them were able to see that the dark golden shimmer glowing on that body was turning increasingly bright. That terrifying lava fire of hell remained incapable of melting down his body. The intense offensive powers from all those around him were, too, unable to break his body. A physical body of such strength! Countless spectators on the castles who watched the battle shuddered. The attacks from Yentong and the others were absolutely near that of Saint Levels, after all. They were all baffled to find that they were unable to destroy his body. Just what kind of a physical body is this? They wondered. Futian's expression was a calm one. When the medicine saint went to the Holy Ji Palace at the lower worlds back then, many had taken medicine baths, and Yuxing went through with the whole course. Furthermore, Yuxing was a warrior whose innate forte was his very own body, which was even stronger than Futian's. Yuxing, whose body had been innately infused with the power of the Great Path, had grown to be infinitely near that of a saint at the moment. Boom! The solidified lava fires, dazzling golden diagrams, and other powers keeping him trapped, all crumbled. Yuxing burst with dark golden light, and slivers of terrifying light of the demon swept through the entire place. Terrifying demonic storms blown on the ones surrounded him, enabling them to have a taste of unparalleled might. Yuxing's body hovered in the air. Dark demonic might coursed in a frenzy around him, shrouding the entire area and spreading out to the rising dragon platform. Many looked at their sides and found dark demonic might brushing through them, making them feel chills all over their bodies. Yuxing's pitch-black eyes shimmered with demonic light. They were extremely overbearing. It was as if anyone who so much as looking at them would have been cast into boundless darkness, compelled to bow before him. The terrifying demonic aura gushed at his body in a frenzy, making that body of his look increasingly huge. It was as if he was constructing his battle form right there and then. A devil battle form appeared before long, standing tall in the air. Kill! One of the assailants waved their hand, and a golden spear was launched at him, banging hard on the body of the demonic battle form and crumbling right away. Yuxing extended his hand, coalescing flowing dark aura at the center of his palm, and a pitch-black devil axe materialized. Boom! He stepped into the air and shook the entire place. Everyone was able to sense that overbearing might of the great path emanating from him, coming down with his steps. Yuxing stepped forward and appeared right before one of them, swinging his axe down as if to cleave the heavens apart. That person was terrified, throwing their hands with great force, bringing boundless golden diagrams to place the space before them in lockdown. However, at the very moment when the axe came down, cracking noises were heard as the golden diagrams were cleaved apart right there and then. The one who had made a move against Yuxing before everyone else was cut down right away, their blood splattered all over the place. The roaring, noisy castles quieted down once again as if that axe had cleaved onto their hearts. What kind of power is this? They asked themselves. Powerful will of the great path of space came down on Yuxing at that moment. He turned around and looked at someone. He then seemed to have crushed that will of the great path with only a single step. There was a magnitude difference to powers of the great path, after all. Boom! He took yet another step and his opponent's body seemed to have been locked right away, practically pinned down. Yuxing lifted his arm and brought the axe down again. His opponent roared and shook off that overbearing power and retreated. A flash of the axe was seen brought down. Cracking, high-pitched noises were heard. A gash was seen on that person's body as blood was spilled. They then yelled, "I give up!" Technically speaking, there was no giving up in the battle of the sleeping dragon. If Yuxing wished to continue, he would have been able to cut his opponent down easily. However, Yuxing shot his opponent a dull look before turning to the others. All of those sages at the pinnacle of their training from the significant cities felt a faint hint of fear, while Yuxing did little than shoot a look at them. Those pitch-black eyes of his were tremendously deep. It was as if they were able to see a devil like none other, looking down at everything in the world. They were all top-notch figures and were very confident with their own powers. They would not have participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon otherwise. However, for some reason, they seemed to have lost all of their confidence right there and then. It was as if there were indeed people that they would have stood no chance against right from the start. That person right before their eyes was one such being. Boom! Yuxing stepped out again, shaking their minds. "I give up! I yield!" One fighter after another was seen leaving the battlefield. They gave up on their battles and retreated. None of them wanted to face that axe of his. While the battle of the sleeping dragon was perilous, to begin with, and the chance of losing one's life was very high, but no one truly wanted to die. They were all there to fight for an opportunity. However, right at that moment, it became clear that they stood no chance against that monster, and struggling would have been pointless. As for what they have promised the flaming prison city, none of that would have worth throwing their lives away for. Let Yen Tong fight this monster alone, they thought. The spectators within the castles were thoroughly shaken. One man with a two-sided axe was able to force that many top-notch figures just to give up and run. Are Yen Tong and Zhuo Su going to win this? Will one of them be able to rise from the platform? They wondered. There had always been people who went on to break expectations of others in the battle of the sleeping dragon. There had been a lot of precedences. It was yet another day for something like that to happen again, and it happened in such a frightening manner. Yen Tong was the only one left in that area of the battlefield. Yen Tong was the only one left in that area of the battlefield. Yen Tong's fiery god of war form stared at the devil battle form that was equally as huge. Yen Tong's form, which was basking in fiery light, seemed to be in stark contrast with the demonic colors of Yuxing's form. It was as if they were destined to become archenemies. Boundless lava fire coursed and coalesced around him, which later solidified. A huge fiery hammer of the fiery god of war gradually coalesced before Yen Tong. It was crimson all over and was a startlingly high temperature. He then swung his arm and stepped out, heading straight for Yuxing. Boom! Yuxing stepped and walked towards Yen Tong as well. Both men were cultivators wielding extremely overwhelming powers, and it seemed as if they planned to clash head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them stepped onto the air continuously, causing their surroundings to shake. Yuxing moved according to the moves shown in the footwork of Xian Yuan, incorporating suppressing will of the great path into his steps, bringing extremely high pressure to bear. Heatwaves swept across the air and hit Yuxing's body. The fires of lava seemed to be out to burn the heavens away, but Yuxing, who was literally covered in fire, continued to press forward, breaking everything in his path. He swung the devilish axe down, and there seemed to be dark demonic glimmer appearing in their surroundings, containing unparalleled power. Yen Tong shouted and swung the fiery hammer in his hand out, clashing with the axe. The sense of power emanating from it caused all to keep their eyes fixed at the battlefield without blinking. Boom! Heaven-splitting clashes were heard, and everyone saw Yen Tong's body being brought down, dropping to the ground at high speeds. That devil-like body continued to head straight for the ground, and yet another strike from the axe was lashed out. It was as if it was to bring down the gods. Yen Tong's blood was boiling, and his arms shaking, yet he continued to swing his hammer with all his might, clashing against the axe coming down at him. With another intense rumble, the fiery hammer was surprisingly split open. The axe continued to come down. It landed onto the fiery god of war's body. Yen Tong's battle form crumbled with a loud boom, and his body accelerated as it dropped. He spat blood and crashed hard onto the ground below. Boom! Another rumble was heard. Yen Tong was unable to react in time before the heavenly godlike body of his opponent stepped onto him. He even closed his eyes when he saw the axe coming down, waiting, in despair, for the moment of death. However, he opened his eyes moments later and saw Yu Xing shoot a cold glance at him. Yu Xing then lifted the axe and charged elsewhere, not cutting him down. It was perhaps due to Yu Xing not wanting to cause too much trouble on the battlefield. They were at Crimson Dragon Realm, after all. Yen Tong, who had been able to survive, did not feel fortunate. He was simply rendered dazed. He was confident that his powers were already at the top of his plane. His powers were strong, and he was halfway into the Saint plane. Even attacks from his life spirit had been extremely overbearing. Yet on that day, he met someone else who was even more overpowering than he was, who went on to pummel him to the ground using the most direct and raging means. He had been well prepared for the battle of the sleeping dragon, yet he lost all the same. Furthermore, he knew how much his clan had done to foster him, and how massive their bets were on him. There was no way he could have lost. Yet, at that moment, everything was over for him. It was not just him. All those who had bet on him turned pale at that moment. The three most highly anticipated figures consisted of over 90% of the bets placed. At that moment, however, there was only one of the three left on the rising dragon platform, Zhuosu. How long would he be able to last before Yu Xing? Yu Xing's extremely raging silhouette, like that of Devil, left a lasting impression on those who saw him. It was as if there was no way to take him down at all. Yu Xing did not stop after taking down Yen Tong. He headed to another area of the battlefield right away. Yu Wuchen continued to fight Zhuosu. While he was by no means at an advantage, he was, nonetheless, able to hold his own. As such, Yu Xing did not help him out. He headed somewhere else instead. Huang Zhouge, Qin Zhuang, and Su Ke were at a disadvantage and stayed on the defensive, as they were being surrounded and attacked by several others. However, when Yu Xing finally came, the hearts of those few sank, and they looked glum. All of them saw what happened in the battle in the other corner. There was no way they would have been able to fight someone who had been able to overpower someone as mighty as Yen Tong. There had been another top-notch figure from the city who had been cleaved right away. Huge number of other fighters lost without even putting up a fight. "I yield," one of them said, and was getting ready to leave the battlefield. The others made their stance clear right away as well. Yu Xing took a look at Qin Zhuang, Huang Zhouge, and Su Quebec. His pitch-black eyes were icy. He switched the axe up, having the blunt side facing all of them before stepping out. Those who had yielded were frightened, wondering what was Yu Xing up to. And they quickly found what he was up to. Sounds of bones cracking continued to be heard. Their internal organs seemed as if they had been ruptured, and all of them soon dropped to the ground, looking like having one foot in their coffins. Yu Xing did not kill them, but their current state meant that it would have taken them months before they were able to get up again. "We're done for." Those who had bet on Zhuosu looked despaired, finding themselves completely done for. Almost everyone lost in that battle of the sleeping dragon. A dark horse emerged out of nowhere and stole everyone else's thunder. However, no one would have been insane enough to bet on someone who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Futian had placed her bets, but she hardly felt happy at all. She looked at Yuxing and then at Futian. She then recalled what Futian said to her before. He told her to bet everything she had on Yuxing. And she took him for a lunatic back then. But looking back, she wondered who had been the lunatic, and who had been the idiot. While she had placed her bet and she won, she nonetheless felt that she had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But then again, who dared to do that back then? 2 others placed their bets on Yuxing, Xinjun and Kong Xian. Xinjun seemed to have achieved his objective. Despite not having placed that huge of a bet, he earned considerably from it, which made it worthwhile for him to have laid such schemes in place. However, he was still concerned. Yuxing was too powerful. Furthermore, it was not just Yuxing, he felt something out of the ordinary with Yi Wuchen, and even Huang Jioga as well. Those people did not seem to be people studying under the same teacher. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had a very good idea of who they were. However, unlike Xinjun, she simply watched Yuxing fight. She came to realize that he was yet another person who would be able to threaten her. She lost to Futian back in the Battle of Empty Realm, and she had always seen that defeat to be an insult. However, she never expected Yuxing to be just as formidable. He seemed to be invincible under Saint Plain. At that moment on the battlefield, Zhuosu gave up all of a sudden and took flight. There were only 6 people left standing on the battlefield. According to the rules, they were free to attempt to rise, so long as the Crimson Dragon above approved. However, Yuxing and the rest did not let him. They began making a move as soon as Zhuosu shot to the air, heading out and intercepting him above. Yuxing blocked his way and brought his axe down on Zhuosu. Yi Wuchen's sword arrived as well, penetrating through his body. Zhuosu was bloodstained and dropped to the ground. Seeing Zhuosu dropping to the ground severely injured and losing all capacity for combat, the last hope for many in the castles was snuffed out right there and then. It was a crushing defeat. Almost every single one of the native residents from all over Crimson Dragon Realm lost their bets, earning nothing. "We're rich," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "Man, this feels good," he thought. It was said that participants were not allowed to continuously participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, which he found to be a pity. He would have bankrupted the Crimson Dragon Emperor otherwise. He would have been willing to stay around and bet for a decade or so. What a shame. What a shame, indeed. He came to wonder if the Crimson Dragon Emperor were able to read his thoughts. Would the Emperor clap him to death right there and then? Yuxing and the other 4 remained standing in the air above the rising dragon platform. They lifted their heads to look at the opening where the Crimson Dragon was seen circling above. Yuxing stepped out, and the others followed, heading upwards. They were rising from the platform. The Crimson Dragon's colossal body circled the opening. It looked at Yuxing and Yi Wuchen with its huge head, saying, "You both shall pass." Other than Yuxing, Yi Wuchen had also performed admirably, for he had been able to fight Zhuosu, qualifying him for the rise. While Huang Jioga, Su Ke, and Qin Zhuang showed decent performance, they were, nonetheless, lacking. "All 5 of us are together," Yuxing said. "Please make way, senior." "No." The Holy Dragon looked at them with its huge eyes and said coldly. Yuxing stared at the dragon, and demonic might was seen overflowing. He still held on to his devil ass. Boom! The air shook as Yuxing stepped out, heading straight for the huge Crimson Dragon, shocking the spectators. Yuxing then brought his axe down onto the Crimson Dragon. Everyone watched in shock. What the hell is happening here? Is that guy trying to cut Dragon Demon Saint open? They wondered incredulously. Woo-wah! When everyone realized what was happening, those in the castles who did not place bets and were simply there to watch the battle cheered with booming voices. This is awesome, they thought. Yuxing is just a true devil. He is going to cut anyone down who stands in his way, and demon saints are no exception. Many had only realized that he still had the axe in his hand, and his devil battle form was never dispelled. Had he been getting ready for this? That asterisk shoal knew what was coming and headed straight for the demon saint. This is just ridiculous, they thought. Many even began to curse and jeer, not knowing what words could describe their current thoughts. "You're going too far," the Crimson Dragon berated him, and terrifying flames were seen circling its huge eyes. It lashed out with its claws right at Yu Xing. Yu Wuchen and Qin Zhuang's swords headed for the dragon's eyes. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily, opening its mouth. It breathed holy fire capable of burning everything down. Its claws clashed with the axe. The dragon then pulled its claws back, and Yu Xing was thrown behind as well. The dragon then whipped its tail at Yu Xing. Boom! Yu Xing's devil battle form was hit with a loud boom, but he stuck to the tail and grabbed it, latching on to the Crimson Dragon's tail with both hands. What happened at the very next moment shocked everyone. Yu Xing looked at the sky above and roared, hoisting the dragon up with all his might with both arms, which were still grabbing the dragon's tail. He then flung the demon Saint Dragon away. "Go," Yu Xing said. Yu Wuchen and the others took the chance and charged for the opening, taking only a split second to emerge outside. The dragon roared in rage, turning its head around. It breathed flames capable of burning everything down at Yu Xing. Yu Xing let go of the dragon's body while he stepped outside, charging like a bolt of lightning while still burning with fires of the great path. The holy flames ended up only burning down his armor. All 5 of them emerged outside. Countless in the castles watched the scene unfold, and were silent for a brief moment before cheers erupted all over the place. What happened right there, and then, was immensely shocking to all of them. The screen of light from the matrix crumbled when the rise was made. It was as if something was broken. Blinding light was then seen showering below. The screen of light from the matrix crumbled when the rise was made. It was as if something was broken. Blinding light was then seen showering below. Countless eyes in the castles were all focused at one single spot, the place where the 5 stood above the Crimson Dragon. Yu Xing drew a great majority of the attention. All 5 of them rose from the Rising Dragon platform. The rules of the Rising Dragon platform at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon said anyone capable of breaking out of the opening was considered to have succeeded. A sacred beast-level demon saint was guarding the place, and without its permission, none who were deemed qualified were allowed to make it through the opening. The Crimson Dragon deemed that the other 3 were inadequate, while only Yu Xing and Yu Wuchen made the cut. However, Yu Xing managed to fling a demon saint away using his overwhelming strength, barging outside with all of the other 4. No one dared to do something like that in the past. What Yu Xing did right there was challenging the rules, and yet, he was still playing by the rules. That Crimson Dragon glared at Yu Xing, having the great urge to chomp down on him and swallow him right there and then. It was an insult like none other. The dragon was actually flung away by a challenger of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, whom it was tasked to guard against. The higher-ups were probably going to blame the dragon for slacking off. However, that man's strength was comparable to a saint's, as it would not have been able to fling something with its size away otherwise. Furthermore, his defense capacity was infinitely near that of a saint's as well. The flames of the great path were unable to burn him down, after all. Yu Xing lowered his head and looked at the dragon. There was no fear to be found in those pitch-black eyes of his. The dragon refused to let them pass, so he resorted to doing it the hard way instead. "You really are something," a voice was heard from the Crimson Dragon before it headed below. The image on the ground lit up. It went into the matrix and disappeared. The saint who had been announcing the rules previously appeared once again in the air. He looked at all 5 of them and took out 5 tags, which he then handed to them. "Congratulations. These are the Rising Dragon tags. Hold on to them." Regardless of what methods they used to achieve the objective, they had played by the rules of the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was only the outcome that mattered. Yu Xing and the rest put their tags away, and many below St. Plain looked at them with envious eyes. With Rising Dragon tags in their hands, they were able to join the Crimson Dragon army anytime if they were willing. Everyone who made it through the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was awarded a Rising Dragon tag. That saint who gave them the tags did not explain what the tags were for. Anyone in Crimson Dragon realm would have known anyway. There was no need to elaborate. It was given that they were the ones participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The saint who handed them the rising dragon tag scanned the castles and left soon after. One silhouette after another was seen taking to the air from the platform, heading for the castles. They were all people who survived on the battlefield. As for those perished, people would go to pick up their bodies. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had about a quarter of its participants die. The death count was very harrowing, and it served as a testament to the battle's brutality. Furthermore, those were all top-notch fighters, to begin with. However, there was always someone stronger. For instance, Yu Xing managed to overpower extremely formidable ones, like Yan Tong and Zhuo Su. Yu Xing and the others headed to where the ones from Qianye City were. Yi Futian and the others were able to sense many cold eyes clearly, and they did not seem friendly. In truth, Yu Xing had gone easy on everyone during the later stages of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, instead of being as brutal as he could have been. Yan Tong and the others had been out to kill Yu Xing right from the start, yet Yu Xing pummeled them to the ground instead of killing them. Regardless, both Flaming Prison City and the Black Flame Clan had invested a great deal in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The losses they suffered were harrowing. All of that happened because Yu Xing showed up. Other than that, the group of mighty ones from Tianyin City, who had been out to kill Su Ke earlier, including by Qianluo of the City Lord's office, were all cut down by Yu Xing. All of that made for a score that remained to be settled. Rest assured, Brother Yi, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon has been held for many years, and all participants were participating out of their own will. They knew that there would be casualties, and there were grudges. But then again, most forces were still able to tell that they were inferior, so even if there were grudges, since Yu Xing and the others were participating as representatives of Qianye City, those forces will not go wage wars between cities. Xinjun spoke to Yi Futian with an amicable tone, appearing friendly. Yi Futian looked at him, and was thinking that Xinjun was a snake for having duped Yu Xing into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If he were to lose, there was the risk of dying. If he were to win, he would have definitely offended someone. If they offended someone, they would need protection from Qianye City to ensure their safety, as the cities in Crimson Dragon City had come to some consensus a long time ago. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had been held for too many years, after all. Unless there was a party proving capable of gobbling up other cities, wars would not happen. But then again, there was still another option, joining the Crimson Dragon army. Thank you for your hospitality, young city lord, Yi Futian smiled and said. That would be my duty as host. Yu Xing and the others performed perfectly this time. Qianye City will be able to reap benefits for having you all participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. I should be the one thanking you instead, Brother Yi. I shall throw a feast for all forces in Qianye City when I return and introduce you to them, welcoming you to the city once again, Xinjun said with a smile. A peculiar look was seen deep in Yi Futian's eyes. Xinjun seemed to have been a lot more polite. And he seemed to have been more sincere. He had previously duped them into participating in the event, and yet he made it clear that Qianye City had something to gain from it. If things had gone that far, Yi Futian was ready to keep playing along. Right. I see that Yu Xing, Huang Jioge, and the others are practicing different arts. It seems like my speculation before had proven erroneous. I take it that you all are not of the same force, Brother Yi? Xinjun asked in a probing manner. Due to Yi Futian and Yaya being sword-wielders, and later seeing Yi Wuchen and Su Ke being swordsmen as well, Xinjun thought all of those people came from some top-notch holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. Most of us are, and there are some who are friends coming on the same trip. Yi Futian smiled and said. Most of them came from the Holy Ji Palace. Right. Huang Jioge emanated quite an extraordinary aura. I assume he is from some extraordinary clan then? Xinjun took a look at Huang Jioge and continued to probe. Yi Futian smirked deep down. It seemed that Yu Xing's frightening powers, as well as the abilities shown by Wuchen, Jioge, and the others, had made Xinjun concerned. He then went about beating around the bush, trying to get to know who they really were. He had some mystical encounters. Yi Futian smiled and replied, not bothering to go into detail. Yi Futian just did not bother to deal with putting up an act that looked sincere. Yi Futian. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and the others turned around and saw a group of people at the castle across them, coming their way and then hovering before them. The group was none other than those from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. The one who took the lead was Kong Xian. Her alluring body looked flawless. Her perfect curves, long legs, intricate features sporting a feral grace, were astonishing to any graced by her beauty. Princess Kong Xian of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was someone of the same status as Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's realm. "What brings you here, Princess Kong Xian?" Yi Futian called with a smile. Kong Xian seemed to have gotten a good grip on her emotions, refraining from fighting him right there and then. Back in Empty Realm all those years ago, Kong Xian was practically looking at him with eyes saying that she wanted to flay him alive. That went for the bird as well. They had been inciting Kong Xian one too many times after all. The eyes of the black-winged condor at the side sparkled. It missed the days back in the Empty Realm. It no longer dared to say anything it had said back then, for the power difference between them did not allow it to. Jiao Feng, who was at the side, had eyes filled with murderous intent, but it kept it in check nonetheless. It wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Futian and the animal apart. However, as it came to sense Yi Futian's aura up close, it found that he had indeed become a saint. If they were actually to fight, it would have probably lost. If Jiao Feng were to be the princess, it would have ordered them all to fight right there and then. "Yi Futian, you all serve Emperor Xia's realm, and I wonder what the realm has given you. How about you come to the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm? What Emperor Xia's realm can give you, we at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm will be able to give you more. Furthermore, we shall do away with our past grudges," Kong Xian said, and Yi Futian felt somewhat surprised. He never expected the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to be there to recruit them instead. Kong Xian once lost to Yi Futian, and he had been able to steer the direction of the Battle of the Empty Realm single-handedly. Now that he became a saint, there was little to say about his powers and talents. Yu Xing had crushed everyone else single-handedly and overwhelmed many top-notch figures in the Crimson Dragon realm, going so far as to toss a dragon demon saint aside, just to make way for Yi Wuchen and the others. The unnaturally powerful fighting prowess displayed by the two of them alone made it worthwhile for her to try to take them to her side. Those two would have definitely become top-notch fighters spoken about in legends. Xia Qingyuan frowned and glared at Kong Xian with cold eyes. "Are you here to recruit my people?" she thought, bewildered. A cold aura was faintly sensed emanating from her. There was no way Yi Futian would have agreed to Kong Xian's proposal. There was no doubt about it. Speaking of Kong Xian's invitation, Emperor Li's realm had been very generous to Yi Futian as well. The imperial advisor of Dali had taken Yi Futian in as his student, and taught him the deed of thorough comprehension. Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty had wanted to marry off his daughter to him to make him a son-in-law to the emperor. Conditions, eh? Just what kind of conditions could Kong Xian offer? Is she going to offer herself to me? Yi Futian thought. If you're willing to become his servant girl, we might consider it. Xia Qingyuan replied coldly. Damn. The black-winged condor blinked as it looked at Xia Qingyuan. The bird was thinking that she was indeed quite the devil, stealing a line that it wanted to say but dared not to. Kong Xian's eyes were cold, and there seemed to be divine light shining in them. She locked gazes with Xia Qingyuan, and formless fighting intent seemed to have spread all over the place. Thank you for your invitation, Princess Kong Xian, but I'm doing rather fine in Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian smiled and replied. Kong Xian had only pulled her gaze back and looked at Yi Futian, saying, Fine then, we'll see about that. She then took her people and left soon after. Xia Qingyuan shot a cold look at Yi Futian after she left. Xinjun's eyes shifted around those before him. He was relieved deep down. It seemed that Yi Futian did not lie to him. Yi Futian was indeed from Emperor Xia's realm, and he was not a member of royalty. He was instead a subordinate serving Emperor Xia. But then again, he would have probably among those close to the royal members, which explained why Kong Xian would want him to switch sides. As for Xia Qingyuan, there was no way she would have been Yi Futian's wife. However, there were secrets between the two of them, as she was very naturally hostile against that beautiful princess from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. However, Xinjun did not go so far as to deduce Xia Qingyuan's status as a princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian was the one who called the shots in the group, after all, which made him the leader. Even Xia Qingyuan was standing by his side while he was at the center. If Xia Qingyuan were the princess, this would have really been a mess. Yi Futian went to collect his winnings. Almost everyone who had bet lost. Yi Futian went to collect his winnings. Almost everyone who had bet lost. Yi Futian, Kong Xian, Xinjun, and Situ Yen were the only ones who won. In the past battles of the Sleeping Dragon, there had been several very highly anticipated participants as well. While the battles might have had many variables, most of the time, one of the highly anticipated ones was capable of succeeding. What happened right there in that battle was comparatively rare. It was a total loss for the spectators. Yi Futian was wondering how much the Crimson Dragon Emperor had been able to earn in that one battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It was no wonder why the event was held once a month. If I were the one holding the event, I'd have made it once every 3 days instead, he thought. But then again, while the Crimson Dragon Emperor might not have cared about those training resources himself, the ones serving him would have consumed such resources in massive quantities. You want to return to Qianye City, brother Yi? Xinjun's attitude towards Yi Futian was a lot more polite. While he would not have thought Xia Qingyuan to be a princess, being someone who was valued by royal members of both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, there was no doubt about his extraordinary talents. Yu Xing's performance had been startling as well. As such, Xinjun's attitude towards those people changed. He would have avoided offending those people as best as he could. Even if they might not have been people serving Emperor Xia directly, they might be very trusted subordinates nonetheless. Furthermore, if he were to be able to befriend those people, that connection might prove useful in the future. Sure. How about you, heroine from Situ clan? Yi Futian looked at Situ Yen and said. Situ Yen glared at him, wondering why he was speaking in such a frivolous manner despite being a saint. How about we all return together, eh? I'm thinking of throwing a feast to welcome Brother Yi again. There will be a feast in several days at the City Lord's office. Please do show up. Xinjun smiled and said. Those from Qianye City all nodded. They needed to give that much face, at least. The group took flight and headed towards Qianye City. Yi Futian then headed to the border of the Situ clan and said to Situ Yen, I'll pay a visit to the Situ clan later. I'll check on Little Ran along the way. Sure. Situ Yen nodded and said. It'd be a great honor to the Situ clan to have you with us, Brother Yi. An elder from the Situ clan said with a smile. Yu Xing's performance at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon notwithstanding, the fact that Yi Futian and his party had destroyed the Bliss Palace was impressive enough. Both the Situ clan and the Bliss Palace were both top-notch forces in Qianye City, and both were not all that different in terms of powers. You're too kind, senior. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. You're a man of passion, Brother Yi. Xinjun, who was at the front, turned around, smiled, and quipped. He found it surprising that Yi Futian was still concerned about the little girl. While he found that action to be disagreeable, he admitted that Yi Futian had superior character compared to him. Surviving in a chaotic place like Crimson Dragon Realm meant that cultivators were mostly preoccupied with enhancing their powers, using all means to strengthen themselves to gain control of greater resources. There was no way weaklings would have been able to survive at the Crimson Dragon Realm. What are you going to do at the Situ clan? Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian telepathically. To pay a visit to the clan leader of the Situ clan, Yi Futian replied. Xia Qingyuan nodded and did not ask any further. We'd like you to visit the Mo clan as well if you have the time. An elder of the clan, Mo Qin, extended his invitation as well. The Mo clan was also a top-notch force in Qianye City. Sure, I'd pay a visit. Yi Futian smiled and replied. That settles it then. That mighty one did not expect Yi Futian to agree in such a forthright manner, which he found surprising. That settles it. Yi Futian flashed a beaming, warm smile, which made those around him feel comfortable. You should come by Qianye City often in the future, Brother Yi. It'd do you a lot of good to visit the place more often. I'm prepared to introduce you to the forces throughout the city, by the way. Xinjun smiled and said. Thank you for your hospitality, Yi Futian replied. That's nothing. You're one of us from here on out. If you run into any trouble in Qianye City, you're welcome to look for me always. Xinjun answered in a very polite manner. Right, I do have a favor to ask from you, Brother Xin. I'm afraid I have to bother you at the city lord's office at a later date. Yi Futian nodded and said seriously. No problem. Xinjun smiled and said. He was wondering if Yi Futian would have just let the grudge the newcomer had with him slide. It was apparent that Yi Futian resented him for one thing or another. It would have been nice if Yi Futian needed a favor, and he would have done all in his power to help. After returning to Qianye City from Crimson Dragon City, everyone returned to their home. Xinjun returned to the city lord's office while Yi Futian returned to the inn. The news with the battle of the sleeping dragons spread all over the place and shocked many. No one would have expected the group that had destroyed the Bliss Palace would have had someone so terrifying among their sages, who practically mopped the floor with the top-notch figures who participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon that time. Yi Futian and Yixing become two very, very renowned names in Qianye City. Yi Futian took several people to pay a visit to the Situ clan the next day. Many in the Situ clan came to receive him. Situ Yan appeared with little Ran as well. Uncle Yan, the little girl called obediently and smiled. Yi Futian hugged little Ran for a bit, and then turned to the people of the Situ clan. Thank you for all you've done. We have an honored guest here, and the feast is ready. Please help yourself, Sir Yi, someone among them said. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. He walked to Situ Yan's side and said, I'd like to pay a visit to the leader of the Situ clan. Sure, I'll tell grandfather. Situ Yan nodded and said. Everyone took their seats at the feast at the Situ clan shortly after. A very old-looking elder stepped out, emanating an esteemed, imposing aura. Yi Futian rose and bowed. I'm Yi Futian, pleased to meet you, senior. Situ Zhong then nodded with a smile, saying, Your name has reached my ears in the clan, Brother Yi. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Thank you, senior. Yi Futian then said, Ms. Situ here is valiant and forthcoming. Now that I meet her grandfather, I hardly find it surprising at all. You're too kind. Being able to destroy the Bliss Palace for just one little girl is one hell of a feat. We old folks are just older than you guys are. The place will belong to your generation sooner or later. Situ Zhong's voice was brimming and unbridled, making him sound like a grand bell and filled with spirit. It was done on a whim. Yi Futian then smiled and said, I just found what Bai Zhe did to be too disagreeable. Trampling on the lives of others without care is indeed despicable. But then again, that has always been the case with the world of cultivators. Even if you intend to change things, I wonder how many you could kill. Cultivators who have reached an age like Situ Zhong had long seen what the world was like. There were many types of cultivators in the world. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. But since I happened to see something happening right in front of me, I just did what I could. It is for this matter that I come to visit you. How so? Situ Zhong looked at Yi Futian. The Crimson Dragon realm is strong, and people from all realms gather here, so there are many extraordinarily talented people around. They might lack opportunities. I'm thinking of setting up a place for cultivation here in Qianye City. What do you think, senior? Yi Futian said. Situ Zhong's expression was peculiar upon hearing what Yi Futian said. It was apparent that he was surprised. Cultivators came and went throughout the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm because so many from all realms gathered there. Even someone who held control over a city might have just left the place any time to train elsewhere. What Yi Futian put forth was hardly seen in Crimson Dragon realm. It was especially so with how things were in the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm, which were very unstable. There were few who would have bothered wasting resources to establish such places of training. Brother Yi, things at Crimson Dragon realm are complicated, and the people traveling between cities are in a very unstable state. It will take a very long time before results are seen. In Qianye City, by the way, Those who stay here for long are only clans that have taken root here, Situjong said. It is precisely for that reason that I come to you, senior. Propagating the path and cultivation would do immense good for the development of Qianye City. If a force like the Situ clan were willing to join, when Qianye City becomes strong, the Situ clan would prosper along with the city. What prompted you to go that far? Situjong asked. None of that seemed to be doing much for Yi Futian himself. I'd like to see the powers of Qianye City consolidated, and to make Qianye City the topmost city in all of Crimson Dragon Realm in the future, Yi Futian answered. But then again, I might not be the one doing all that. Those are my thoughts. This might require cooperation from the city lord. I'm afraid the Situ clan still falls short of pulling off something like that, Situjong said. He was able to vaguely sense that Yi Futian might have wanted to do something else to get this off the ground. Furthermore, there was still a lack of a true reason from Yi Futian. Why would he want to consolidate powers and develop Qianye City? I'd like to introduce you to someone, senior. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan by his side and said, This is the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. Situjong was dumbfounded and took a look at Xia Qingyuan. He was vaguely able to understand why Yi Futian wanted to do what he said he wanted to do. If that proved to be the case, then the reasons were indeed more than enough. There were many imperial realms from the Crimson Dragon region coming to set up shop and expand their forces at Crimson Dragon Realm. For instance, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm that Kong Xian belonged to, reigned over Peacock City. If Emperor Xia's realm were to be a part of a city, it would have been a sufficient reason for developing the powers of a city. Situ Yan looked at Xia Qingyuan, feeling shocked. Many others from the clan shared the sentiment. Xia Qingyuan, the woman who had been following Yi Futian around, is a princess of Emperor Xia's realm? She thought. None of them saw that coming. They wondered what kind of status Yi Futian had back at Emperor Xia's realm. Even the princess is at his side, they thought. Situ Yen realized all of a sudden that if that had never occurred to her, then it would have never occurred to Xinjun as well. From the looks of things, the conversation between Yi Futian and Xinjun the day before had a lot going on between the lines. Is Emperor Xia's realm planning to expand in Qianye City? Situjong looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked. I'd like your kind assistance, senior, Xia Qingyuan answered. Situjong was silent for a bit. His position naturally compelled him to consider his clan's interests, to see if the proposal would have done the clan good or harm. Yi Futian's character suggested that he was a man of his word, that he was a comparatively upright man, and would not scheme against them. If Emperor Xia's realm indeed intended to expand its influence in Qianye City, then it would be more influential and powerful than the current city lord's office. I'm glad to be of service, princess. Situjong raised his cup and said. Thank you, senior. Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian both raised their cups at the answer. The deal was considered sealed by then. They naturally needed support from top-notch forces in Qianye City if they wanted to set up shop there instead of just beating everyone down. Diplomacy served better at times. Yi Futian paid a visit to the Mo clan after he was done paying a visit to the Situ clan. Since it was the Mo clan that had extended the invitation, he did not see the need to hold back. Yi Futian paid a visit to the Mo clan after he was done paying a visit to the Situ clan. Since it was the Mo clan that had extended the invitation, he did not see the need to hold back. It did not matter what the Mo clan thought of the proposal. It would have been great if they were able to agree to it. Even if they were to not agree to the proposal, there was no way the Mo clan would have leaked the news anyway. Before the Bliss Palace was destroyed, the top-notch forces in Qianye City would have only dared to stay neutral. While it was said that the mighty dragon was no match for the native serpent, that still depended on the dragon. If the other imperial realms were to take a city by force, they could have done so quickly. However, some imperial realms were reluctant to do so, as not only was the trip difficult to make, but taking down a city meant that they would have had to leave a powerful force behind to manage the taken city. With conflict being a common sight in the Crimson Dragon realm, they might have run into all sorts of problems. As such, not all Renhuangs would have been willing to carve out a piece of the land for themselves in the Crimson Dragon realm. This time, however, they could have taken the opportunity to do so. The city lord's office organized a banquet several days later, inviting all major forces throughout the city to participate. It was said to be thrown to celebrate Yu Xing and the others, as well as to welcome Yi Futian and his party officially. Everyone in Qianye City, however, was able to tell that the young city lord wanted to get close to Yi Futian's party. But then again, their talents were so extraordinary that it was indeed worth the effort. Guests gathered at the city lord's office that day. Somewhat inferior forces showed up early and waited at the place where the banquet was held. A group of people was received into the city lord's office, and many went up to cup their hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Situ. You're all being too kind." Situ Zhong cupped his hands and returned the gesture. Many were surprised that even the clan leader of the Situ clan, Situ Zhong, showed up personally. It seemed that he held the banquet in very high regard. However, one who was able to destroy the Bliss Palace was indeed worth being taken seriously by the top-notch forces in Qianye City. If Yi Futian and his people were to stay in Qianye City for prolonged periods, they would have become legends in the city. "Senior Situ." Xinjun brought his people and walked up to him, bowing politely to him. He said, "I did not expect that you would show, Senior. I would have greeted you outside if I knew you were coming. No need for formalities, young city lord. It's quite an event in Qianye City, and so I just thought to come and sit around for a bit." Situ Zhong smiled and replied. The people in the Situ clan all smiled, and there was nothing out of place with them. "Situ Yen, why didn't you notify me that the elder was coming?" Xinjun smiled and asked Situ Yen. Situ Yen smiled and said nothing. Xinjun then said, "Please, Senior. Have a seat." "Great." Situ Zhong nodded and took a seat at one of the privileged seats. Many who showed up and greeted everyone, making the scene very lively. The mighty ones from the Mo clan showed up shortly after. What was even more surprising was that the clan leader of the Mo clan was there as well. Many noted that all the big shots in Qianye City seemed to have all made it to the banquet. "Sir Yi is here." A voice was heard at that moment, and many turned to look in that direction. It was none other than Yi Futian and his group. They all walked forward, and people from many forces in Qianye City rose. Some smiled and said, "Your name has been all over the place, Sir Yi, and you look more extraordinary than you're said to be." Yi Futian nodded faintly with a plain expression. Many forces had brought their women with them to the banquet, and they were all very beautiful, exceptional members of the younger generations. Their eyes sparkled when they saw Yi Futian, thinking how handsome that legend known all over the city was. That full head of silver hair of his looked very charismatic, and they all thought he must have had quite a colorful past. However, Yi Futian walked straight ahead without taking one look at them. After seeing what Xia Qingyuan and the glass saint looked like, all of them thought that they were ridiculous for having thought anything in the first place. Yi Futian naturally did not know what was going on in their heads. He walked forward, and Xinjun rose as well. He said with a smile, "You're all that is left now. Please take a seat, Brother Yi." However, Xinjun did not see any smile on Yi Futian's face. Instead, he looked different from before. His silver hair billowed, and his white robe looked flawless. His chiseled face looked cold, and those deep eyes of his seemed to be able to see through people. "Xinjun." Yi Futian went up and halted his steps. The others stood behind him, and they all looked solemn. The atmosphere changed within an instant. The smiles on the faces of everyone present rescinded. It was apparent that they all sensed something different was going on. Yi Futian called Xinjun by his name. Furthermore, his eyes were aloof and cold, seeming condescending even. At that moment, Yi Futian emanated the might of a saint and looked somewhat supreme. Situ Yan's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's bearing seemed to have changed within that instant. He appeared utterly different. "What is the meaning of this, Brother Yi?" Xinjun had noticed Yi Futian's changes as well. He seemed to sense a looming danger ahead. He came to hold Yi Futian in high regard at the moment. He had been treating him with respect in hopes of reconciling the conflict between him and Yi Futian. While both parties had been amicable and did not turn on each other, he knew what he did to Yi Futian before, and Yi Futian harbored resentment over it. As such, he did his best to reconcile and mend the relations between the two of them. He no longer had any thoughts of using him. However, it seemed to be too late. He had invited various forces in Qianye City and thrown a banquet to welcome Yi Futian, but Yi Futian did not seem to be of an attitude befitting that of a guest. He felt that Yi Futian was there to interrogate him instead. "We knew each other somewhere out there, and you invited us to Qianye City. You then set up a meeting between Bai Zhe and us, then followed up with testing Yu Xing and the others, baiting us into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If Yu Xing was of inferior powers, he might have ended up killed by Yan Tong and the others. Was that what you meant by the battle being harmless?" Yi Futian looked at Xinjun and said. Xinjun frowned after hearing that Yi Futian questioned him in front of everyone. Yi Futian was indeed there to hold him responsible. Participation in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was entirely voluntary. "I don't remember forcing any of you to participate." Xinjun then said coldly, "I have gone all the way to welcome you, Brother Yi. So what do you mean by this? If we lost in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it would have been our people who would have died. If we won, you'd be the one to get awarded, no?" Yi Futian asked. "Since when have we become your subordinates, Xinjun? How about we let the past be the past, Brother Yi? We'll drink and let it all slide. You're free to name whatever compensation you want. If you'd like the rewards from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, you're free to have them. We'll end things at that, how about it?" Xinjun said with a glum face, apparently trying to make compromises. The lord of a city was lower than that of a Renhuang force, meaning that he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not know how much power Yi Futian was capable of mobilizing. "I want Qianye City. Are you going to give the city to me?" Yi Futian asked. Xinjun's expression turned completely cold. He glared at Yi Futian and said, "Don't go too far, Brother Yi. You might be highly valued by the Renhuang of Emperor Xiao's realm, but this is still the Crimson Dragon realm." Both men glared at each other for a while. A stifling atmosphere washed all over the place in an instant before the banquet had even started. Two saintly auras clashed, and all who were present at the banquet shuddered. Some knew what was going on, and those who did not know dared not get in the middle haphazardly. The situation was tense enough for people to know it was to better wait and see, instead of doing anything immediately. Yi Futian took one step out, and it was all that was needed to bring a stormy aura of the saint sweeping all over the place. A formless gale swept the entire banquet. Xinjun's expression was gloomy and dark, finding it baffling that Yi Futian dared to make a move against him in the city lord's office. What is his backing for doing all this? He thought. There were few others behind Xinjun who stepped forward, with one of them emanating a very powerful aura. Yaya stepped from behind Yi Futian as well. A formless gust of sword aura washed all over the space. The cups in the banquet shattered within an instant. The tables and chairs were then destroyed bit by bit. Mighty ones from all forces unleashed powerful saintly might for protection. They all retreated. That terrifying storm swept all over the place, and every miscellaneous item crumbled instantly. Powerful auras burst within the city lord's office and swept all over the place. They looked up at the sky and felt many powerful auras descending from above all of a sudden. They all flashed, intending to leave the banquet. The figures that appeared high in the air descended, sealing the place, and landed on the buildings at the city lord's office. All of them were surprisingly saints. Xinjun's expression turned especially gloomy. Yi Futian had brought people of Emperor Xiao's realm here? The figures that appeared turned their eyes and looked at the place where the banquet was held. They all bowed in the direction where Xia Qingyuan was and said, "Greetings, Princess." "Princess?" The eyes of many froze, and Xinjun felt a shudder running all over him. His face seemed rather ashen. How could this possibly be? He thought. There is a princess from Emperor Xiao's realm in Yi Futian's group? He turned around and saw the figures behind Yi Futian. He eventually turned to Xia Qingyuan. He recalled the conversation between Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian at that very instant. There was only one line to be had, and he did not think too much about it as a result. Xia Qingyuan had just tagged along with Yi Futian, after all. He had only discovered that he made a grave mistake at that moment. Women who were in love would not have cared about their status. They would have been willing to stand by the sides of their beloved as secondary characters, even if the woman in question was a high and mighty daughter of a Renhuang. If he were to know that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm was in their midst, he might have apologized right away instead of trying to mend their relations through drinking at a banquet. It was apparent that Yi Futian never intended to give him any chance. He made a move right after showing up. Xia Qiyuan turned her eyes to the air and nodded lightly, which seemed to have confirmed the speculations of Xinjun and the others. She is indeed a princess of Emperor Xia's realm, they thought. What does it mean for a daughter of Renhuang willingly standing behind a young cultivator in Emperor Xia's realm anyway? If they were to be told that Xia Qingyuan had no thoughts about Yi Futian, none of them would have believed that. Xinjun is done for this time. A thought crossed in the minds of many present. It was no surprise why that group of people was so extraordinary and dared to wipe out the palace lord of the Bliss Palace without considering the consequences. They had backing from someone even more powerful. Yi Futian dared to attack Bliss Palace not only because of Yaya. Yi Futian dared to attack Bliss Palace not only because of Yaya. After all, for him to destroy the Bliss Palace, other things needed to be considered. It seemed the city lord office requested an explanation. Xia Qingyuan came to the Crimson Dragon realm from Emperor Xia's realm to conduct trials. It was impossible that she would not have strong cultivators accompany her. What was more, this time, the request from Yi Futian for Xia Qingyuan's help had a purpose in itself. Everyone, help me take them down! The expression on Xinjun's face changed again and again. His eyes turned to the cultivators at the banquet. Many cultivators had descended upon the city lord's office, and Yi Futian was going to make a move against their city lord's office at Qianye City. As Yi Futian said before, what if I wanted to take Qianye City? Well, this matter could not have a satisfying ending, but if Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were both taken, then there was still a chance to turn the tides. No one paid any attention to Xinjun. Several top principalities had already been talked to by Yi Futian, so they were all aware and remained calm and collected because they had previously anticipated the situation at the moment. In the cities of Crimson Dragon Realm, changeovers of ownership were commonplace. Plundering and infightings with one another continuously, and eruptions of occasional battles of various sizes were not unheard of. Under such circumstances, for the forces in the city to be loyal to the city lord's office was, obviously, an impossibility. Right now, the opponent of the city lord's office of Qianye City was the people from Renhuang's realm. In the Crimson Dragon realm, many from the Renhuang realm came here to expand their power, and those were relatively strong individuals. Even on other matters, where Renhuang was not allowed to interfere with the goings-on in the Crimson Dragon realm, the underlings of Renhuang were more than capable of taking over a city. Under this circumstance, the most they could do was to remain neutral, so how could they help the city lord's office? With the destruction of Bliss Palace fresh in their memory, who would want a repeat of it? Young city lord, today's matter was caused by many injustices, Situjong said with a clear voice. The people of Situ clan stood up and suddenly seemed to surround Xinjun and others with a blooming pressure. The people of Qianye City looked at him. This old guy had picked a side. Xinjun looked pale. In this space, his people now were at an absolute disadvantage. The Situ clan had committed treason by supporting Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked toward Xinjun, and he said in a cold voice, Xinjun, since you invited me to Qianye City, I won't hold back. Bang! Xinjun stepped out. His body soared into the sky, and the might of the Saint Plane was fully released. In an instant, flames filled the sky and shrouded the firmament. Yi Futian looked up slightly. He took a similar step, turning into lightning that shuttled through the void, and headed straight to Xinjun. Xinjun stood above the void. His hands were forming a seal as he bathed in a dazzling luster of flame. Many immense flaming dragons roared angrily and rushed out with incredible speed toward Yi Futian. With the divine brilliance upon his body, Yi Futian seemed to be covered with a layer of sacred starry armor, and the flames swallowed him up but did not burn him. The immense body of the fire dragon impacted him, and a powerful roaring sound came out. That brilliant golden body penetrated that of the dragon, like a golden streamer, sacred but bright, aiming directly toward Shinjun. Roar! Another angry roar trembled between heaven and the earth, and an extremely fierce 9-headed crimson flame dragon appeared behind Shinjun. The sacred light of fire surrounded it. The 9-headed dragon moved at the same time, wanting to swallow Futian in one gulp. Futian did not stop at all. His spinning body turned into real lightning, and the golden lightning sliced through the void and rushed into the mouth of the dragon. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted above the dragon's body, and the shrill sound of gurgling was heard. The immense body of the dragon exploded and shattered, and a figure emerged from the endless sword might. Its body shot straight toward Shinjun. Shinjun's face was pale. He had been extremely confident in his offense, but it was directly crushed and broken. The magnificent streamer magnified in the pupil. He saw Futian raise his arms. Haunting fist will burst forth, breaking through the void. It penetrated Shinjun's last defense until it blasted upon his chest. Clack! The sound of the bones exploding was so clear that everyone below could hear it, and the people from the city lord's office wanted to come to his aid. However, Yaya, Situzhong, and the others were standing there, so who could intervene? Shinjun spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his body flew backward. Futian took a step forward, and his arm, flowing with pure brilliance, struck out again. For a moment, the aurora of the fist pierced through the void and kept blasting on Shinjun's body. It was like rays of golden light pierced through his chest to his back. Shinjun's body, like rootless duckweed, was blasted weakly, flying mindlessly in the air. Futian slapped a large palm print down until he was blasted on a building. The building collapsed and shattered, and Shinjun's body fell right into the ruins. There was no strength, and his hands lay weakly there. Futian's figure drifted down to the ground. He stood in front of Shinjun and looked down at the figure that lay on the ground. Shinjun coughed up blood, but even the cough sounded weak, and his eyes were still open, watching the figure that was standing in front of him and looking down at him. Those eyes, at that moment, were so proud yet scornful of his existence. Shinjun realized that he had been using Futian and treated him like a clown. But in fact, he was the clown in the eyes of the others. From the start, Futian had never really cared about his existence. Everything that he had done was more like a joke. His long silver hair blowing in the wind, and Futian didn't say a word to him but looked straight ahead. An extremely forceful breath was blooming. At the moment when the breath was released, the entire city lord's office became extremely oppressed. It was unclear when Yaya had come in front of Futian. It seemed the pressure of the might was giving her considerable tension, and her pair of sharp eyes stared steadily ahead. There was a sensation of extreme heat. A middle-aged man clad in a robe decorated with flames stood there quietly. His pupils seemed to be burning with fire. When he looked up into the void, the vast sky suddenly turned fiery red, and the sky was burning. Within the circumference of several hundred miles from the city lord's office, everyone felt hot and uncomfortable. When they looked up at the sky that was burning red, they were all shocked. What was happening at the city lord's office? This seemed to be the breath of the city lord. However, the city lord of Qianye City was said to be cultivating alone. The affairs of Qianye City were left to the young city lord, and he had not been seen for a long time. And today seemed to be the day that the young city lord hosted a dinner banquet in honor of Futian. But for some reason, it seemed like a terrifying battle had blown up. Crimson Dragon City, the main city of Crimson Dragon Realm, was under the direct command of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. The surrounding cities were filled with top personalities who not only had to compete with top cultivators from other major interfaces, but sometimes, their opponents were from all walks of life directly under the command of the emperors of other realms. Under such circumstances, the people in charge of the main cities around Crimson Dragon City today were truly from the existence of top Saint Plain. They were either born of the cultivators of the Crimson Dragon Realm, or originated from travelers from all parts of the Crimson Dragon Realm, who eventually settled here or in other principalities of emperors. The city lords of every city in this central area belonged to Nirvana Plain. If these lords were placed within each Huang's realm of the Crimson Dragon realm, they were all giants who, alone, could deter a major force. Anyone who was not the best of the best had already been eliminated in the fiercely competitive environment of Crimson Dragon realm, and had no qualification to control a city at all. Xintianzhan, city lord of Qianye City, likewise, was also such a fearsome presence. He immersed himself in cultivation and possessed tremendous strength. If he intervened, it must have been that he had encountered a powerful opponent. It was highly likely that someone would come to seize the city. At this moment in the city lord's office, Xintianzhan looked up at the sky. He stood there casually, like a god, with his body as the center, and a burst of hot glow erupted. However, as strong as Xintianzhan was, his look toward the sky seemed extremely grave. He said, "If my son offended anyone, I am responsible for the lack of discipline, and I apologize on his behalf." In the distance, Futian's body floated in the air, looking at that proud figure. The existence of Nirvana Plain was astounding. He looked up into the void and saw a figure drift down from above. The man was dressed in a white cloak. He appeared very mysterious. He held a scepter in his hand, and his aura wasn't too great. But by merely standing there, he seemed to pose a great threat to the city lord of Qianye City. The figure in white in the void looked at Xia Qingyuan and Futian. He asked, "Princess, what shall we do?" Xia Qingyuan came to Futian's side in a flash. She whispered, "You decide." Futian looked at the front. He knew who came this time. In the land of 9 states, the first person in the legendary saint ranking list, the great shaman. In his hand was the #1 divine implement, Scepter of Control. Many years ago, the great shaman followed Emperor Xia in cultivation and remained at the side of Emperor Xia. He became Emperor Xia's confidant. This trip, he was tasked to guard the safety of Xia Qingyuan. The strength of the great shaman was unquestionable. The land of 9 states had finally produced a figure of great acclaim. Futian looked to Xintianzhan and said, "Xinjun invited us to Qianye City and used us without regard for our lives. That being the case, now Qianye City is changing hands. If you want to leave, we will not detain you, but Xinjun stays. If you stay, you can help us manage Qianye City. In the future, when the time is right, we will grant you another city in return. Either choice, no matter which, Xinjun would not be released. Otherwise, the departure of Qianye City Lord Xintianzhan would be a hidden concern." Xintianzhan looked toward Futian, and his eyes seemed to be burning with terrible flames. At first glance, Futian felt his eyes tingle. It was as if the sensation of flames had rushed directly into his pupils. But in the next moment, Xintianzhan looked away and turned his attention to the great shaman once more, saying, "Xintianzhan of Qianye City, please enlighten me." The great shaman bowed his head. His eyes landed on Xintianzhan, and he introduced himself. "The great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm." The great shaman bowed his head. His eyes landed on Xintianzhan, and he introduced himself. "The great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm." At the moment when the voices of the two men faded, a fiery hot sensation shrouded the infinite space, and both the sky and the earth turned red. Futian lowered his head and glanced down. The earth seemed to be roasting, and there was a vague and surreal feel to it. Just how strong was the saint of Nirvana Plain? Perhaps a single thought was enough to destroy a city. Boom! Flames were ignited in the sky and the earth, and all the cultivators released their power to shield their bodies against that invisible force. Xintianzhan's body was bathed in a radiant sacred fire. In an instant, his body skyrocketed. Above the sky, an immense and boundless flaming dragon opened its enormous mouth. It emerged from the burning red sky and moved toward the great shaman. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky, their hearts trembling violently. They felt tiny in front of the dragon. It was as if a breath from the dragon could burn them to nothing. The great shaman stood there quietly, and his body did not sway. Above his cloaked body, countless bright, golden lights lit up, like countless golden threads, moving toward his body at high speed. In an instant, those endless golden threads, like a divine net of space, winding upwards, covered the sky and the sun, winding on the body of the dragon. The sacred flaming dragon continued to dive down, but the divine net of space expanded, and the golden threads entangled it within. Great Shaman raised the scepter, and the endless lines of space cut through the void and the dragon's body, cutting it into countless pieces. For a moment, the immense sacred dragon turned into endless fire and rained down. Boom! The ground exploded and shattered madly, and infinite flames shot from above the sky, condensing together, and fierce roaring sounds were heard. Xintianzhan stood proudly above the sky. Both of his hands were forming a seal, and many flaming gods of war that stood a few thousand meters tall appeared in the sky, surrounding the great shaman. The palms of Xintianzhan, with the formed seal, blasted out. Suddenly, all the flaming gods of war accompanied his movement and blasted shocking flaming palm prints, covering the sky and destroying the void. The great shaman stood in the center of these flaming gods of war, appearing extremely insignificant, like a gnat. At this moment, above the great shaman, a more brilliant light bloomed forth. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, and the lotus petals released an endless glow. The golden lotus rotated and expanded continuously. The lotus petals opened and closed, and instantly wrapped his body in it, turning it into a lotus light screen, shrouded him within. Bang, bang, bang! The godlike flaming palm prints blasted attacks, and the lotus petals sunk inward as if to melt in destruction. But the glow was shining, and the giant golden lotus continued rotating. The petals perished and were reborn with even more brilliant light. They bloomed toward heaven and the earth. Giant lotus appeared one after another, continually expanding, and an unparalleled golden glow was emitted at the same time. The space was drowning in dazzling light, and the bodies of the flame gods of war were penetrated, torn, and shattered. The void in which the great shaman was located had been completely transformed into a world of fire, and those flames seemed to be slightly surreal, burning up the sky. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky. If they had stood there, they would probably be turned into nothingness. The sun's rays sprinkled down and reflected on that flame space as if interspersed with each other. The sun's rays also turned into part of fire, so that the way merged with the heaven, and the fire of the great path now one with the sun. Boom! The world of flames suddenly erupted, and the space in which the great shaman was started burning. It turned into a true solar furnace, smelting all existence. However, the great shaman still stood there, wearing a cape, and his eyes were as calm as they were before. He raised his foot and walked forward calmly. Every step was taken very slowly but extremely steadily. Lotus petals surrounded him. Each petal opened and closed to give rise to other lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were much like in a space of their own. In the moments of opening and closing, it had devoured the fire of the great path. The great shaman walked toward Xintianzhan, step by step. He looked up slightly, and his eyes were extremely demonic. It was as if they could captivate and capture those who looked into them. Xintianzhan looked at those eyes and frowned. A horrific spiritual power invaded him, and instantly, a space divine matrix seemed to have appeared in his mind. Behind the great shaman, a radiant matrix appeared, and radiant brilliance bloomed upon the matrix with countless golden threads penetrating the void, covering Xintianzhan's body. Xintianzhan retreated, but the golden threads increased, and the matrix elevated toward the sky. Above the firmament, it turned into a matrix of space that sheltered the sky. With the endless space radiance now falling downward, Xintianzhan had nowhere to go, as the world was blocked. The crowd below looked up at the sky in horror. At the level of nirvana, it all depended on whose attack was the stronger, and Xintianzhan did not have the strength to destroy the great shaman. At this moment, could Xintianzhan bear the counterattack of the great shaman? The great shaman's body floated in the air, rising higher and higher until he was integrated into the divine matrix that was above the sky. He raised the scepter and looked down at Xintianzhan, saying, "This is the art of judgment. Do you still want to continue the fight?" Xintianzhan looked up at the great shaman. His body still emitted the majesty of might, but he knew in his heart that he had already lost the battle, and he was not sure that he could bear the attack of the great shaman. For a moment, the fire of the sky dissipated, and the sensation of extreme heat disappeared immediately. The heated sky and earth restored as they were before. Seeing this scene, the great shaman lowered his hand and retracted the scepter. The divine light of space also disappeared, and his eyes were no longer terrible. The crowd below exhaled a sigh of relief. The battle that just occurred was like a dream. Qianye's city lord Shengtianzhan was defeated, everyone said secretly in their hearts. Qianye's city would be officially changing hands. This great shaman should be the top figure in Emperor Xia's realm. The top existence cultivated by the emperors was indeed awesome. Among the many cities in Crimson Dragon Realm, only a few city lords who were at the peak of their power could fight such figures. There were several peak existence cultivators in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Even though they claimed to be standing on the top of Nirvana Plain, there were rumors that some Nirvana saints had offended Renhuang, which accounted for their flight to the Crimson Dragon Realm to become the master of a city. Other Renhuang of the realm could come to the Crimson Dragon Realm, but they could not wreak havoc on its territory. Of course, the dispatch of the saints was not something the Crimson Dragon Emperor cared much about. Shengtianzhan descended and landed on the ruins of the city lord's office in front of Yi Futian. He glanced down at Xinjun, who was gravely injured, and saw despair in his eyes. His father, who was also defeated, was implicated because of him, and now the entire city lord's office was lost. All this was because he had wanted to use Yi Futian and his people. Now, it was not so easy to send away the deity that he had invited in. Yi Futian wanted Qianye city. Shengtianzhan picked up Xinjun's body. Yi Futian stood aside and did not stop him. The great shaman drifted down and descended next to Xia Qingyuan. They just wanted Qianye city and were not worried that Shengtianzhan would go to the extreme. There was no need for it when he had already cultivated to this level. Turning around, Shengtianzhan stopped and said, "I will stay." Then, he took Xinjun going deeper into the city lord's office, which, by now, was half in ruins. "Great shaman, take over the city lord's office," Xia Qingyuan said to him, and the great shaman nodded. The next step would be to firmly control the city lord's office. Since Shengtianzhan chose to stay, he did not need to help, but he must not be given a chance to add to the chaos. "Who will be the city lord?" Xia Qingyuan said, looking at Yi Futian. "Naturally you, princess." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. "I'm not interested," Xia Qingyuan said lightly. "You'll take over." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan but saw that her eyes were focused far away. No one knew what she was thinking. "Princess, in the future, Qianye city could be the foundation of Xia Emperor Xia's realm in Crimson Dragon Realm. I am not suited for this duty," Yi Futian said. "Aren't you always complaining that you have no place in Emperor Xia's realm? Now you will be named as the city lord of Qianye city. I will ask my father the emperor to make it official, and father will not object," said Xia Qingyuan, looking at Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian was just a bodyguard for the princess. Yi Futian was speechless. Since when did he complain? Women did not make any sense. But it was much better sounding than being the bodyguard of the princess. "Boss, this she-devil must have been traumatized by Kong Xian." The voice of Black Wind Condor resounded in Yi Futian's mind. Not long ago, Kong Xian came to poach him. However, this clown had learned his lesson and dared not say it out loud, but only said it secretly to Yi Futian. "Want to get beat up again?" Yi Futian smiled at the little condor, and immediately he behaved. "Very well, I will take over temporarily, but if I leave, I will give up the position," Yi Futian said, but Xia Qingyuan ignored him. Next was to straighten out Qianye city. What happened at Qianye city soon came to pass, and all the cities knew that Yixing came from Emperor Xia's realm, and now, Emperor Xia's realm had also seized a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, although it was known at this time, it had not caused much disturbance. After all, these kinds of occurrences happened often in the Crimson Dragon Realm, and the top figures had seen it all. At this time, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, there was a group of people in a palace. One of them was well known to Yi Futian, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, Li Yao. After hearing the news brought to him by the messenger in front of him, Li Yao flashed a coldness in his eyes. Was it the great shaman of Emperor Xiao's realm, who personally accompanied to guard? Now, they had even taken a city in Crimson Dragon realm. His Royal Highness, the strength of this great shaman is unfathomable. He has been following Emperor Xiao all these years and is definitely one of the peaks power of Emperor Xiao's realm, said a nobleman clad in a golden python robe behind him. Li Yao nodded, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that there will be a need for our imperial advisor of Dali. Qianye city began the reorganization process with the full support of the Situ clan. Xintianzhan was still staying in the city lord's office to cultivate. The old alliances of the city lord's office had all yielded in submission. Qianye city began the reorganization process with the full support of the Situ clan. Xintianzhan was still staying in the city lord's office to cultivate. The old alliances of the city lord's office had all yielded in submission. Gradually, cultivators of the Saint Plains who came with the great shaman took control of the city lord's office and even planned to mobilize more help from Emperor Xiao's realm. Since they had now taken a city in Crimson Dragon realm, naturally, it would need to be managed with care. Afterward, the city lord's office built an academy of cultivation in the center of Qianye city, and it caused a lot of talk in the surrounding cities. An academy of cultivation was not suitable for other cities in the Crimson Dragon realm save for the Crimson Dragon city. These cities were continually warring with one another and changed hands often, so the construction of an academy was a waste of time, energy, and resources. The cultivators that came out of the academy would likely end up being used by another. Only the Crimson Dragon city under the direct control of the Crimson Dragon Emperor was a suitable location. Because it was Qianye city, everyone just laughed it off. At the same time, in Emperor Li's realm within the Crimson Dragon region, Dali dynasty, Emperor Li's Wei, Imperial Advisor's residence. At this time, the Imperial Advisor was standing with his hands folded behind his back, staring at the sky. Fei Xue stood quietly next to the Imperial Advisor without disturbing him. At this time, there were footsteps. It was a few disciples of the Imperial Advisor. Yan Yuan, Mr. Nan Zhai, Mu Chunyang, and the others had arrived. Master. Yan Yuan and the others bowed. You all knew, right? The master lowered his head and spoke to them. Yan Yuan nodded. Li Yao and the Prince Regent both reported to the Emperor at the same time to ask the Imperial Advisor of Dali to go to the Crimson Dragon realm and create a territory there. At the same time, it was requested to assassinate someone in the Crimson Dragon realm, the Seventh Swordsman, who was undercover in the Dali dynasty, the same as Yi Futian of Emperor Xiao's realm. This action of Li Yao and the Prince Regent were suspicious. Back then, they both suggested punishing the Imperial Advisor, but Emperor Li suppressed the matter, and the Imperial Advisor made concessions by resigning as the head of the Dali Academy. Moreover, when the Imperial Advisor and Yan Yuan released Yi Futian and sent him away, they had betrayed the Dali dynasty. And he had also said that he was the seventh swordsman in Dali dynasty, and only when he returned to Emperor Xiao's dynasty would he be Yi Futian once again. He was the seventh swordsman at the time, so the Imperial Advisor's residents considered the relationship between master and apprentice. But now, for that matter, although Emperor Li did not blame the Imperial Advisor, the situation in the Dali dynasty had changed subtly, and there must have been a seed of doubt planted in Emperor Li's heart. Now, this was an opportunity for the Imperial Advisor of Dali to prove himself. If he killed Yi Futian, then the Imperial Advisor was still the same as he was before, below one man, and above all the rest. Master, His Majesty wanted to test you, Yan Yuan said, and everyone else was silent. Of course, they were all too clear on this point. The Imperial Advisor of Dali's heart was also as clear as a mirror. Since that time, he had been cultivating at Imperial Advisor's residence, and had rarely asked about any matters of Dali. Emperor Li wanted to find a pretext to get him to come out again and take control of Dali. Surely, there would no longer be any resistance then, and no one would dare to object. Naturally, This was because he valued the imperial advisor, but at the same time, it was also a test for him to see whether or not he was loyal to Dali dynasty. In a certain sense, he served as the imperial advisor with great power, and Emperor Li treated him well. Yi Futian was only a disciple. As a person of the opposing realm, there should be no hesitation, and there was no question about Emperor Li's action. However, that disciple for such a short time was the one he admired the most besides Yan Yuan. Although their positions were different, ultimately, it was difficult to make a move against him. "What do you think?" asked the imperial advisor. "Master, go," Yan Yuan said. His Majesty had already commanded them. If they did not obey, what would the emperor think? The 7 swordsmen gave up the opportunity and chose to return to Emperor Xia's realm. With his state of comprehension, 7 swordsmen will understand and respect the master's choice. Mr. Nanzhai also advised. The others did not speak, and Lu Chuan sighed. This time, it was all manipulated by Li Yao. Whatever happened before had a great impact on Li Yao. So, his report to Emperor Li this time was full of vitriol and bad intentions. Whatever choice they made would be the wrong one. The imperial advisor of Dali had been reluctant to get involved because if he killed Yi Futian, judging from the value that Emperor Xia placed on Yi Futian, it would leave the imperial advisor's residence with little choice. If he didn't go, it would suggest that he had a difference in opinion. Now, from Emperor Li to everyone in Dali dynasty, they were all of one mind, and he wanted the imperial advisor to go. Even the supporters of the imperial advisor had hoped that the imperial advisor could wash his name by killing Yi Futian and regain the power he once had in Dali. Under these circumstances, there was almost no other choice. Li Yao had counted on this too. "Dad," Fei Xue called out. Her voice was a little low as she bowed her head slightly, and those eyes that were not seen were filled with tears. She knew the difficulties her father was facing about whether to go or not. However, did she wanted her father to face off with the 7 swordsmen? The imperial advisor of Dali turned around. He smiled at Yan Yuan and the others. He then stroked Fei Xue's long hair, whispering, "I am the imperial advisor of Dali, and as His Majesty had commanded me, I shall fight. Will you kill him?" Fei Xue looked up slightly, facing the imperial advisor. Those from Emperor Xia's realm were escorted and protected by the great shaman. "How do you know that Dali would win the battle between Emperor Li's and Emperor Xia's realm in the Crimson Dragon realm?" the imperial advisor said with a smile. "Maybe the 7 swordsmen will give us a surprise." In this battle, everyone had their stance, and he would do his best. This was his duty as the imperial advisor of Dali. "Back when we sent him to Emperor Xia's realm, I said that in the future, if we ever met again on the battlefield, I would not be merciful," Yan Yuan said. Now, they would meet on the battlefield. "How did he answer?" Imperial advisor asked Yan Yuan because he had never mentioned this before. "He said he would," Yan Yuan replied. The imperial advisor of Dali was stunned for a moment. He walked forward with a great laugh, saying, "Nanzhai, you stay here to take care of Fei Xue. The others will follow me to the palace." "Yes." The disciples nodded. "Dad, I'll go with you," Fei Xue cried out. The imperial advisor glanced back at her and said softly, "Nanzhai will take good care of you." As he finished, he continued to walk. Yan Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Mr. Nanzhai and Fei Xue stayed, watching them as they left. Mr. Nanzhai secretly sighed. This trip, whether it was a good omen or an evil one, perhaps the master already knew. As for Fei Xue, how could the master possibly take her along? If the master did that, Emperor Li would question his motive of taking his family away. "Second brother, will Dad and the 7 swordsmen both be okay?" Fei Xue whispered in the direction of the departure of the imperial advisor. Her heart was extremely conflicted. This time meeting on the battlefield, she did not wish for either side to be hurt. But was this possible? Mr. Nanzhai looked down at Fei Xue and said softly, "Fei Xue, don't worry too much." Fei Xue said nothing and could only pray in her heart. This trip, it was best there was no fighting. If they fought, the hope was for everything to end peacefully. The imperial advisor had gone to Dali Palace for permission to depart, and the news caused great shock. Everyone knew the significance of this trip was far more than just killing Yi Futian. There was much significance behind it. What had happened with the seven swordsmen at the time had a significant impact on the imperial advisor of Dali and even affected the structure of Dali dynasty. The Prince Regent had once again regained power and led the nobles of Dali to the epitome of their power and Dali dynasty. The trip of the imperial advisor of Dali could change the situation, so naturally, many were observing closely. To the imperial advisor of Dali, one step forward in the right direction meant that everything would open up. But a false step may destroy the myth of Dali henceforth. After the imperial advisor decided to depart, the third prince personally requested to lead some cultivators along to assist the imperial advisor, and the emperor agreed. In time, a large group of powerful cultivators set off toward Crimson Dragon Realm through a teleportation grand matrix. Yi Futian, who was far away in Qianyes city of the Crimson Dragon Realm, knew nothing of what had happened in Emperor Li's realm. He was still cultivating in Qianyes city. Li Yao should have made some movement. In a blink of an eye, some time passed. On this day, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, Li Yao looked up into the void and saw a large group coming. Their appearance gladdened Li Yao's heart, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He put his hands together and greeted those descending from the sky. Greetings to the third royal brother and the imperial advisor. His Royal Highness. The imperial advisor nodded in return. The Li Yao of today was vastly different from before. After entering the Saint Plane, he became even more unfathomable. In the past, the imperial advisor released the seventh swordsman, saying that as long as he was the seventh swordsman, none shall pursue him. But now, the seventh swordsman is Yi Futian, who went undercover inside Dali dynasty and stole many of our methods of cultivation, including the deed of thorough comprehension of the imperial advisor, as well as the sword of Kasyapa, and other books from Dali Academy. Li Yao continued. Now Yi Futian has entered the Saint Plane and is highly valued by Emperor Xia. Even Xia Qingyuan accompanies him frequently. This man must be eliminated. Since the imperial advisor has arrived, let's head straight away to Qianyes city and get rid of him. His Highness has been through the Battle of the Empty Realm, so you know that before the war, all three parties had to sacrifice to the flag, and then the three Renhuangs may begin the war. Yi Futian and Princess Xia Qingyuan were there, as well as the great shaman, which was sufficient to represent Emperor Xia's realm. If we desire war, we must first declare war, replied the imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, this is an emergency, and the person spied on our Dali dynasty. How can we declare war by formal means and run the risk of them fleeing? Li Yao frowned. He instead believed that the imperial advisor wanted to allow Yi Futian to escape. The message previously relayed by His Highness was that Emperor Xia's realm captured a city within the Crimson Dragon realm, which is to be the foundation of Emperor Xia's realm here. If so, we will also occupy a city and use it as a base to declare war against Qianyes city and Yi Futian's crime against Dali, and take him down with reason. If the people of Emperor Xia's realm flee without a fight, it would not be too late for us to chase after them and eliminate them. The imperial advisor continued. If I take someone to ambush Yi Futian, whose plane is way below mine, our Dali princes, who are outside, might also be ambushed by top figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Li Yao looked at the imperial advisor. Although he was the prince of Dali dynasty, he had no right to command the imperial advisor. Otherwise, the situation today would not have existed. If this was really what the imperial advisor intended to do, there was nothing he could do. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Futian, he did not have such a strong power within his grasp that would allow him to move the great shaman, so he had to use some leverage. Let's do as the imperial advisor says, the third prince said. Very well. Li Yao nodded. His voice was somewhat grim. In the Crimson Dragon realm, from the cities in the area surrounding Crimson Dragon City came the news that another city had changed hands. In the Crimson Dragon realm, from the cities in the area surrounding Crimson Dragon City came the news that another city had changed hands. The men who seized the city were cultivators from Emperor Li's realm, and planned to rename the city as Li City. In a short amount of time, there were 2 consecutive seizures of cities, and both were done by Renhuang realms, which caused a lot of discussions. Moreover, many top figures had maps of the Crimson Dragon realm, and they knew that the Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xiao's realm were 2 major adjacent Renhuang realms. Then this sudden seizure of the city by Emperor Li's realm without warning. Did it have anything to do with the cultivators of Emperor Xiao's realm over at Qianye City? Soon, they knew the answer. After Emperor Li's realm captured the city, a messenger was sent to Qianye City. They went to the city lord's office and handed over a declaration of war. In Qianye City, when Futian received the declaration of war, there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He put down the declaration of war and stood on the steps of the stairs. He looked into the distance, sighing silently. This seemed to be different from what he had expected. Why did the person who came have to be the imperial advisor of Dali? Behind him, a figure stepped forward and stood beside him, also looking into the distance. Man plans, God laughs, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Futian's goal when he first came to Crimson Dragon Realm was to gain a foothold in Crimson Dragon Realm. He asked the Crimson Dragon Emperor to borrow the teleportation Grand Matrix to cross the border to Supreme Path Realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm was the main realm of the region, and its teleportation Grand Matrix was connected to various Renhuang's realms in the region. However, to cross the region to reach the higher realm was not something easily done. One must go through the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Therefore, coming to the Crimson Dragon Realm was also a trial. Before leaving, however, Futian was reminded of the incident of being exposed while at Emperor Li's realm. If someone inside Emperor Xiao's palace did it, then there was a chance that this trip may be exposed as well. Therefore, he asked Xia Qingyuan for help and had prepared for it. He wanted to wait for Li Yao in this Crimson Dragon Realm. As long as Li Yao took the initiative to kill him, there was a chance to get rid of him. But Futian had not expected that the person sent from Emperor Li's realm would be the imperial advisor of Dali. What happened at the time caused great havoc in Dali. It ended with the imperial advisor resigning from his post at the Dali Academy. Common sense would dictate that anyone but the imperial advisor to be used to deal with him. Weren't they concerned that the imperial advisor would let him go again? But apparently, Dali did not follow this thought pattern. They planned to use the imperial advisor to deal with him. This must have been a dirty trick thought up by Li Yao. Naturally, he knew how nasty the situation was. Now, he was caught in a dilemma. This situation was not what he had hoped for. The 2 of them stood there silently, not speaking. Futian picked up the declaration of war again and turned to the opposite side. On that side, there was a line of writing on it, clear conscience, never fear. Xia Qingyuan turned around and glanced at it. She was now a little curious about this imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor of Dali must have known that you would feel torn about this, so he wrote these 4 words. No matter how you choose, I have no preferences, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Fight or retreat, she was fine with either. Thank you very much, Futian said softly. The master came in person to fulfill his obligation. We have already established a foothold in the Crimson Dragon Realm and have taken Qianye City. How can we walk away from it now? And if we walk away, can we come back again? He smiled and then sliced a corner off of his robe. With the sound of tearing, an edge of the robe came off. Xia Qingyuan focused her eyes on Futian's action. Her heart was slightly disturbed. Was this a gesture to break away? Why? Futian engraved a line of words on that piece of clothing, no mercy on the battlefield. When he was done, he walked forward, ready to dispatch it with a messenger to Li City and hand it to the imperial advisor. The imperial advisor would understand what he meant. Emperor Li ordered the imperial advisor to come. He must fight with all his strength and kill him. He must not show mercy. Otherwise, it would be disloyal to Emperor Li. Emperor Li must have had his own take on what had happened. If it happened again, it would be difficult to predict what would happen next. Therefore, he cut off the corner of his robe to send a message. The declaration on the robe was delivered to the imperial advisor, and this exchange caused much attention within the Crimson Dragon realm. These two Renhuang's realms seemed to be on the verge of starting a great war in the Crimson Dragon realm. In this battle, who would win? However, either side proceeded to start the war. As time passed, the battle of the Sleeping Dragon was drawing closer. The people of all major cities had all submitted a list of those who would be participating in the battle, but this time, Qianyes City did not plan to participate. On this day, Futian came to the city lord's office and found Futian. Futian had also heard about the news of the declaration of war by Emperor Li's realm, but she did not ask. This was not under her purview. "City Lord Yi," Futian called out. Now that Futian was named the city lord of Qianyes City, the title of City Lord Yi seemed fitting. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Futian asked with a smile. "After this battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it will be the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Do you know that after every 10th of the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, there will be a grand event for all those who have received the Rising Dragon?" Futian asked Futian. "I do know." Futian nodded. He had known this very early on. Therefore, he had insisted on Yuxing taking part in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. "It's good for you to know that this time, it will be a huge opportunity." Futian nodded. The winners of the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragons who got the Rising Dragon order were all top figures. It could be said that they were all one step away from the saint plane, right underneath being saints. Immediately following, there would be a super showdown between the strongest. So, when Yuxing entered the battle, and when Futian saw Kong Xian, she thought, if Yuxing wins the battle, what will he do when he faces Kong Xian? In the end, Yuxing was given the Rising Dragon, but Futian didn't think about what would happen later. Yuxing was strong enough. Even if he faced other characters who had received the Rising Dragon, such as Kong Xian, his strength would be equal to them, and he would not be inferior. Furthermore, this face-off forbade killing. After all, they were geniuses who had obtained the Rising Dragon and were eligible to join the Crimson Dragon army. Well, Futian nodded, and among the 10 strong men who won the Rising Dragon, one would be chosen, which was equivalent to picking the strongest among the countless top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. That person would receive the Crimson Dragon Emperor's reward. They would also enter the most powerful palace of cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm, the Regional Palace, to cultivate. The Regional Palace was known as the place to train the regional kings of the realm. Many of the people who came out of it had become upper-level figures in the Crimson Dragon army, not just ordinary members. There were very few cultivators in the Regional Palace, which could be described as rare. It was similar to Dali Academy, but it was far stronger than Dali Academy. This was the gathering place of the kings of the realms created by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. From there, Renhuang were born. Renhuang of all realms were also willing to send future descendants to cultivate there. Therefore, many of those who participated in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon were aiming at the Regional Palace and wanted to seize an opportunity that could change their lives. Such a place was where Futian hoped that Yuxing, Wuchen, and even the third brother could all enter to cultivate. However, among the winners of the 10th Rising Dragon, only one would be selected. Therefore, Futian intended Yuxing to be the one who entered the Regional Palace. And only Yuxing could fight. Otherwise, the third brother and Wuchen, strong as they were, could they be certain to beat the 10 who had obtained the Rising Dragon? Everyone besides Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were people he had fought before. Who else could guarantee the win other than Yuxing? Even for someone as strong as Xiaqing Yuan, there would be pressure. If there was an accident on the battlefield, such as being ganged up on, a strike was highly likely. "You asked me to find out what's going on in Li City. They will send someone to participate in the next battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and just in time for the 10th. Whoever gets the Rising Dragon will meet Yuxing and the others," Futian continued. A flash crossed Futian's eyes as he looked at Futian. Might the battle between the two Renhuang realms begin here? Was this the will of the imperial advisor, or was it the will of Li Yao? If someone from the Dali dynasty were to join in the battle, and if either of them was in the same plane, then it would be one or both of them. At the time, The two strongest cultivators below the Saint Plain in Dali dynasty were Di Hao of Daily Mountain and Dong Chen of Dali Academy. Later, Di Hao defeated Dong Chen, and he defeated Di Hao. It was just that, had they been brought over to the Crimson Dragon realm? He heard that the third prince had arrived with the Imperial Advisor, and now it was the third prince who was in charge of Dali Academy. I know, thank you, Futian said to Futian. I'll go back now, Futian said, then turned to leave. The Battle of Sleeping Dragon was here once again, and the Rising Dragon platform at Crimson Dragon City once again became the gathering place of countless cultivators. As usual, the castle was crowded with people of the peak principalities everywhere. Many of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty were there, such as the third prince and Li Yao. This time, the people of Dali would participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The Imperial Advisor of Dali, Yan Yuan, and the others had also arrived today. At the top of the castle, all eyes were fixed on the huge cylinder covered by the light screen. Such a cruel battle, and the style of martial arts could indeed produce a group of top characters, fanning the interests in martial arts and its success. However, such a cruel way of competition was not greatly favored by the Imperial Advisor of Dali, so he was little lacking in interest. Great teacher, about a month ago, the people of Emperor Xia's realm swept through the powerful men at the Rising Dragon platform, especially Yi Futian's good friend Yu Xing, whose strength suppresses cultivators of all sides. He made a name for himself, Li Yao said to Yan Yuan, who was next to him. He continued, What does the great teacher think about Di Hao and Dong Chen of Dali's chances? I don't know, Yan Yuan responded lightly. You will know after the exchange, Li Yao said. He didn't care about Yan Yuan's cold and arrogant attitude. He was already used to it. Just opposite them, a group came quietly. Yan Yuan and others looked at them instantly and saw Yi Futian arrive with many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm dynasty. He was accompanied by the great shaman, who was clad in the cloak. Yi Futian walked to the edge of the castle. His attention focused on the Imperial Advisor of Dali and Yan Yuan opposite of him. There was a smile in his eyes. When they parted in the past, they never expected to see each other this way. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Imperial Advisor of Dali and Yan Yuan, likewise, looked toward Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian appeared as the Seven Swordsman, and the only time Yan Yuan saw his true identity was the time when he escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. The Imperial Advisor of Dali and Yan Yuan, likewise, looked toward Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian appeared as the Seven Swordsman, and the only time Yan Yuan saw his true identity was the time when he escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. This was the first time that the Imperial Advisor of Dali had seen Yi Futian's true visage, but he still recognized him at first glance. Although his temperament had changed completely, but it was still outstanding. Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm greets the Imperial Advisor and the Great Teacher. Yi Futian bowed slightly toward the Imperial Advisor and Yan Yuan in the opposite direction. He referred himself as Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was a clear marking of the boundary, as he did not address them as master or brother any longer. Respect and boundary were not mutually exclusive. If they got too close, it might cause them trouble instead. He had sent the message using the fragment of his robe, and the master should understood his intention. Next to him, Xia Qingyuan also looked in the opposite direction and said, Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm greets the Imperial Advisor of Dali. The Imperial Advisor looked at the two and nodded with a smile. Yi Futian, I once said that the moment you return to Emperor Xia's realm, and we meet on the battlefield, I will not be merciful. You should be careful in the future, Yan Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, and replied, And my response is still the same. On the side, Li Yao listened to the conversation and looking a little gloomy. Was this a complete disregard of his presence? From the moment Yi Futian arrived, he had never acknowledged him. As if he didn't exist at all. How insulting this was. Xia Qingyuan, you have received the declaration of war? Li Yao looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked. Xia Qingyuan looked coldly at Li Yao, and heard him continuing. What Yi Futian did and Dali were sins beyond forgiveness. If you are willing to surrender him to us, then we will treat this whole affair as if nothing ever happened, otherwise the consequences are yours to bear entirely. After the defeat of the Battle of the Empty Realm, someone was sent to ambush, and had infiltrated deep inside without being detected. Li Yao, where did you get the courage to even open your mouth? Xia Qingyuan continued. I heard that you have now entered into the Saint Plane, just at the same time that Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was also entering the divine path. Since you can't let this go, you might as well fight a battle to the death, what say you? When Li Yao heard Xia Qingyuan's words, his face darkened. To fight to death against Yi Futian? Although Li Yao himself was also quite excellent, but to have him face off against Yi Futian in the same realm, he had no confidence of winning at all. During the battle in the Empty Realm, the battle between Yi Futian and Di Hao was a peerless match. It was rumored that before he became saint, Yi Futian had forcefully gone to the Shao clan and killed Shao Xing, who had already entered the Saint Plane. As a peak sage, he had defeated the existence of a saint, and used that battle to enter the divine path. Such was Yi Futian, and how could he fight against that? Li Yao, thank you for the care you've taken while I was at Dali. Yi Futian glanced at Li Yao, and suddenly Li Yao's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Futian's words inadvertently poked at his wound. Just wait and see. Li Yao looked down at the rising dragon platform. Yi Futian took out a storage ring, which contained the treasures and sacred spirit stones that he had earned in the last battle of the sleeping dragon. He turned around and looked behind him, and smiled at Futian, saying, How about doing me a favor? Go ahead, Futian said. Put it all on Di Hao. Yi Futian smiled. You can also make some adjustments, but don't go to the extremes. I don't have absolute confidence this time either and can only say that the chances are good, about 50%. All right. Futian nodded. They had missed an opportunity last time. This time, she believed in Yi Futian. Di Hao's strength was acknowledged by Yi Futian. At the time at Dali Dynasty, besides him, Di Hao was truly invincible. He was the adopted son of King Tian Dao, a peerless figure cultivated by Daily Mountain. After the defeat of Di Hao in that battle, and after he had cultivated for such a long period of time, presumably, his realm had advanced, and he must definitely be one of the top figures below the Saint Plane. Of course, the people participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were not weaklings themselves, and there must be stronger opponents, so he did not have absolutely assurance. But Yu Xing had a major victory last month at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and so Dali had dispatched the likes of Di Hao and the others to combat, must be because they wanted a definitive result, and would be employing their full capacity. Those who answered the call would not just be Di Hao, but also several other top figures like Dongqin. Therefore, Yi Futian was willing to bet on this opponent. If he lost, it was only the winnings from last time. He did not put any of his own capital in and did not ask for Xia Qingyuan for a loan again. So it was just for the fun of it. Soon, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon would erupt, and it would be another raging battle. Di Hao, Dongqin and the others fought for themselves, and their strength has increased compared to before. Di Hao's god-burying bell, tripod of dragon and elephant, and the sword of Cassiopeia were all top-notch offensive techniques. When the three major life spirits sang in unison, their power of might was amazing beyond belief, and would defeat the opponents consecutively. Dongqin summoned the Dharma body of the Vajra, many arms blasted out at the same time, and it was equally overpowering. Even on a stage such as the Battle of Sleeping Dragon, he still belonged with the top characters. After all, the two of them and Dali were also the ones who could overcome Li Yao. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that both of them were defeated once, they might have already entered the divine path. Of course, entering the Saint Plane required opportunity and timing, and now that their realm was on par, they were only waiting for the right time. In addition to the two, there was a very strong cultivator that Yi Futian had seen only once before, and they had made exchanges before. It was the swordsman at Daily Mountain who had first used the sword of Cassiopeia, 7 sins. At that time, many thought that he would be the opponent of the premier swordsman of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu, but Yi Futian had seized the weakness of Jian Wu and defeated him with a single move. Now, 7 sins had become even stronger. At the end of the battle, showdowns were between the strongest, Di Hao, Dongchen, 7 sins, and others joined forces to overpower the rising dragon platform and defeated many opponents. Finally, the 3 were successfully ascended to heaven. Witnessing this, Li Yao expressed a look of satisfaction. This way, Di Hao and the others could face off with Yu Xing of Emperor Xiao's realm. Was Yi Futian trying to send Yu Xing into regional palace? Not so fast. They were all from the Renhuang's realm, and their goal was not necessarily to join the Crimson Dragon army like the people of the Crimson Dragon realm, but if they could enter the regional palace, it was not a possibility to be refused. Kong Xian also arrived today to observe the battle. Like last month, the winner of this game would become her opponent. After 7 days, whoever is in possession of the Rising Dragon may take part in the battle of the regional palace. The Saint and the Void announced, and this couldn't be more familiar to the people in Crimson Dragon realm. The light screen disappeared. Li Yao glanced at Yi Futian and the others, then turned to move in another direction, walking toward Kong Zhan and Kong Xian. It's been a long time since I saw the 2 of you after the Battle of the Empty Realm, Li Yao said. Yi Futian looked over there, understood Li Yao's intention. Did Li Yao intend to continue the Battle of the Empty Realm? At the time, in the Battle of the Empty Realm, Emperor Li's realm teamed up with the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm, but it was obstructed by him. Now, would Li Yao make another attempt? Kong Xian, Kong Zhan, Jiao Feng, coupled with Di Hao, Dongchen, and 7 sins from Emperor Li's realm, such combination could indeed be considered as extremely powerful and a nearly invincible team. Of course, this strong showdown was not only for them, but also for the top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. Perhaps, their strength was not necessarily weaker than Di Hao and Dongchen. Even Yu Xing would feel a touch of pressure in such a battlefield. Had I known, I would have participated in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time, Xia Qingyuan said when she saw Li Yao went to Kong Xian. If she and Gu Donglu had participated in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time around, they would have been able to suppress Di Hao and Dongchen, and the battle of the regional palace after that would have not much to do with Li Yao and the others. It is better for the princess to not get involved in these killings and fightings, Yi Futian said with a smile, while Xia Qingyuan gave him a dirty look. Could one avoid fighting in the world of cultivation? Her reputation in Emperor Xiao's realm was not based on her breeding. Let's go! Yi Futian glanced at the direction of the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan, and slightly nodded at them, then turned to leave. His main purpose for coming was to see the imperial advisor and his party. As for the battle between the 2 sides, naturally it would not take place here. The Crimson Dragon City was the only city directly ruled by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. No one dared to start a war here, so a battle would start somewhere outside the city. After Yi Futian returned, the 2 sides remained in peace, because after 7 days there would be a battle. This face-off would be held in the regional palace. Anyone who has received the Rising Dragon in the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may participate in the war, but of course, they could also abstain. In this battle, no killing was allowed, therefore no death would occur, so no one would abstain. Many top characters participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon as trials, to join the Crimson Dragon army, and to exchange with other top opponents. In the end, they also wanted a chance to enter the regional palace. Of course, this was too difficult. There could only be one winner of the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, the invincible one who could overpower everyone else, may enter the regional palace to cultivate. There was a Crimson River in Crimson Dragon City. This river was a boiling river, like fire of magma. The fire of the Great Path flowed within the river. The regional palace was situated on the Crimson River. The sky around the majestic regional palace was of a reddish color, and the sky was full of red glow all day long. The entire regional palace was shrouded by the will of the Great Path. The will of the Way was omnipresent, and could be felt distinctively at any time. Some people said that underneath the regional palace, there was a great treasure of Renhuang, which was the cause of such a wondrous sight. Some people said that the entire regional palace was a rare treasure in itself, which was casted by the power of Renhuang, and gathered the will of the great path of heaven and earth. At this time, in the Crimson River, there was a figure standing on the regional palace, and his gaze directed toward the opposite side of the Crimson River. These people had extraordinary temperament, and were full of peerless beauty. Some were surrounded by the great path while others were hidden by the glory of Renhuang. When cultivating at the regional palace, one must always release power to defend against the burning will of the great path at all times. Therefore the breath of these people could be felt distinctly. Those who cultivated in the regional palace came from all the Renhuang realms of the Crimson Dragon realm, some were from other royal family, and some were the descendants of the top figures from all walks of life who were sent here to cultivate. Regional Palace was known as the strongest place for cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Many people had gathered at the other end of the Crimson River. Cultivators from all over the Crimson Dragon realm had come and were prepared to witness this battle between top fighters. The best cultivators from the Crimson Dragon realm always came to each battle of the Sleeping Dragon, but only a few of them could receive the title of Rising Dragon. However, today, 10 cultivators who had received this title were there, and had chosen to send forth the strongest among them. It was evident that this was going to be a special match. Even though there was no betting on this match, and no one would die, it still drew much more attention than the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone was looking straight ahead. The regional palace was there. It was the place that countless cultivators yearned for. The regional palace seemed to be covered by the red clouds that filled the sky like blood. To go there was everyone's dream. From where they were, they could faintly make out figures atop the regional palace. It seemed that they were interested in the battle as well. After this battle, another person would enter the regional palace and cultivate with them. At that moment, a group of figures walked up. There was suddenly a hubbub, and everyone's gaze turned to there. They saw the powerful figures walking towards the Crimson River. The cultivators from Xiang City have arrived, everyone thought. Xiang City was absolutely among the best of the cities around Crimson Dragon City. Just like Qianye's City and Demon Peacock City, Xiang City had also been founded by one of Renhuang's realms in the Crimson Dragon realm. But its history was much longer. Emperor Xiang's realm had made an arrangement with the Crimson Dragon's realm many years ago. Now they sent out their forces from within the Crimson Dragon's realm. They were extremely powerful. Emperor Xiang always sent his descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm to train. The person who had come from Xiang City to take part in this battle at the regional palace was one of Emperor Xiang's sons, Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was extraordinarily talented and had great combat ability. In the battle of the Sleeping Dragon that he had taken part in, he had used his incredible strength to sweep away all other cultivators. He had dominated the battlefield. The Sleeping Dragon had risen into the sky, and Xiang Nan had been entitled as a rising dragon. Everyone sized him up. Although he looked refined and cultivated, and there was a well-educated look to his face, those who had witnessed the battle of the Sleeping Dragon knew that under his harmless appearance, there was a wild fighting spirit. If Xiang Nan's face deceived you, you would die a miserable death. Xiang Nan was, without a doubt, one of the favorites to win this battle of selection. Before Yu Xing appeared, he would have been in the top 3. But now, many people did not dare to rank him so highly. It was not that Xiang Nan wasn't powerful. It was just that many others were not inferior to him in any way. Xiang Nan stepped forward, and everyone subconsciously made a path for him, letting him walk to the bank of the Crimson River and look out over the water. "It seems that we got here pretty early," said Xiang Nan with a warm smile. He was looking at the regional palace before him. His eyes were sharp and domineering. Today, most of the conversations in Crimson Dragon City and the surrounding cities were about the conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm, and the conflict between Li City and Qianye City. It seemed that these conflicts had been brought to this battle at the regional palace. It looked like this would be their battlefield. How ridiculous! He had gone to see the battle several days ago. Di Hao and Dong Qin were incredibly strong and graceful, but could they beat him? If someone dared to say this, he would call them a fool. At this battle before the regional palace, there was only one opponent for him, the one from the ancient imperial city. There was another hubbub, as other cultivators started to arrive. The cultivators from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm arrived, led by Kong Xian and Kong Zhan, and they came to the bank of the Crimson River. At this battle, even those as strong as Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were not assured of victory. All they could say was that they would try their hardest to win. The people of the Dali dynasty arrived as well, led by the three princes. Di Hao, Dongchen, and Seven Sins were all there. Li Yao searched all around with his eyes. It seemed like he was looking for someone. After a while, Li Yao looked up into the sky. There, he saw a group of figures descending. Suddenly, everyone all around made a place for them and watched them as they approached. Yu Xing had arrived. This was someone who had previously been unknown, but after the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, his name shook the four corners of the earth. Yu Xing of Emperor Xia's realm was incredibly powerful. He had swept away all the other cultivators at the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. With his terrible power, he had even thrown the demon Saint Crimson Dragon. It had been a truly frightening display of power. A monster like that would certainly show up at this battle. Yi Futian appeared as well and glanced over at Li Yao. Was he going to try and have Di Hao and Dongchen try to stop Yu Xing? Was that even possible? Di Hao and Dongchen may have been strong, but they probably could not stand up to Yu Xing in his current power. The cultivators from the ancient imperial city have arrived. At that moment, a clamor rose from the crowd. Everyone looked off into the distance. Whoever was coming was even more worthy of their attention than Prince Xiangnan had been. When he heard this, Yi Futian also looked off into the distance, where he saw the ones who were coming. The youth in the front appeared to be even younger than he was. His golden robes were shining brightly, and they were very flashy and beautiful. This was Xingqiu of the ancient imperial city. The reason that Yi Futian paid attention to the ancient imperial city was that it was very legendary, having the word imperial in its name. The ruler of the city was not an emperor, and had not been founded by another Renwang. But it still had the word imperial in its name. That was an incredibly arrogant thing to do. The reason the ancient imperial city was legendary was that it only had one great power in it. This force ruled the city, and no one dared to object. The ruler of the ancient imperial city was a legendary figure himself. He called himself Ninth Servant, which seemed like the name of an inferior person. But in reality, Ninth Servant was looked at by many people as the foremost city lord in the Crimson Dragon realm, and the strongest of all the lords. Some said that he had already made it through the Saint Plane, and was one step away from the Renhuang level. Ninth Servant was but a step away from the Renhuang Plane. With such a glorious reputation, there was no doubt that he was an extremely powerful figure. It was rumored that Ninth Servant had been a vassal of Emperor Zhan of Emperor Zhan's realm. After Emperor Zhan fell, his realm was occupied, and so Ninth Servant escaped with Emperor Zhan's descendants, and brought them to the Crimson Dragon realm. The city that they occupied was named the Ancient Imperial City. And Xingqiu of the Ancient Imperial City was one of the powerful figures taking part in the battle before the regional palace. Even after Yu Xing had revealed his incredible combat ability, Xingqiu was still ranked above him. This showed how legendary the ancient imperial city was and how powerful Xingqiu was. Yu Xing had thrown a demon dragon at the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone had seen it. The cultivators of the Crimson Dragon's realm were not stupid. But even so, they still thought that Xingqiu would be the one to enter the regional palace. So, this Xingqiu must be even stronger than Yi Futian had thought. He could even shake Saint-level figures. Kong Xian and Kong Zhan looked at Xingqiu as well. They knew that he was their most powerful opponent besides Yu Xing. No one at this battle of the regional palace could say that they were assured of victory. There were so many powerful opponents, and no weak ones. Who would make this battle their stage? At that moment, a group of powerful cultivators descended from the sky. They wore red robes embroidered with dragon patterns, making them look like imperial robes. This was the symbol of the Crimson Dragon army. They alighted on the bank of the Crimson River. Something seemed to be initiated as they arrived, as there was a burst of power that descended from the sky. The power was nearly divine and suppressed everyone's spirits and will. A heavenly mirror appeared up in the red sky, shining with brilliant morning light upon the Crimson River. The light of the great path fell upon them all, and upon the river, illuminating the battlefield. The light was shining directly upon everyone's battlefield. "Is this battle going to take place under the might of the great path?" whispered Futian as he felt the power of the mirror. He looked at Suke and Qin Zhuang behind him and said, "If you're not going to fight, you should forfeit now." With a battle at this level, even though they wouldn't die, there was no point in participating if they weren't strong enough. "I won't fight," said Suke with a nod. He had not yet been enlightened, so there was indeed no point in him fighting. Anyone on the battlefield would have been able to crush him. "I want to feel what it's like," said Huang Jioge. He knew that since he had not been enlightened either, he was not strong enough, but he still wanted to try. He was only a step away. This battle would be another chance for him. "I want to try too," said Qin Zhuang. Yu Wuchen looked out over the Crimson River with a solemn expression. He would naturally fight. An opportunity like this was rare, indeed. "Those who won the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may come," said the cultivator in the air above the Crimson River. A group of cultivators stepped forward, advancing onto the battlefield. The victors of the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon arrived one by one. Everyone felt their blood boiling in anticipation as they watched those figures before the fight. What kind of contest would this be? There were top figures like Xingqiu of the ancient imperial city, Xiangnan, the prince of Xiang City, Yu Xing, who had thrown a giant demon dragon, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan of the demon peacock emperor's realm, who possessed the 9-colored divine light, Di Hao and Dong Chen of Emperor Li's realm, and others. How could a contest like this not excite people? Far off in the direction of the regional palace, several figures rose into the air. They crossed the Crimson River and stopped just outside the battlefield. It seemed that they had come to watch the battle. Everyone gave a sharp cry when they saw who one of them was. Xing Kai! Xing Kai of the ancient imperial city was a hero of the Crimson Dragon realm. When he had fought at the Battle of the Regional Palace, he had swept away all his opponents. He had been unopposed. After becoming a saint, he had remained undefeated. It was said that even after entering the Regional Palace he had swept away all opponents there who were on the same plane as him. There was so much glory about him. He was truly a legend of his generation. And he was Xing Chao's elder brother. He had personally come from the Regional Palace to witness the battle at the Crimson River. He was waiting for his brother Xingqiu to sweep away all his opponents, just like he had, using his once-in-a-generation strength to cross the Crimson River and enter the Regional Palace to cultivate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Crimson River flowed like a stream of magma, dyeing the world red. The Crimson River flowed like a stream of magma, dyeing the world red. Light shone from the heavenly mirror in the sky, illuminating the space for the battle of the Great Path. There were more than 30 people on the battlefield at that moment. In total, there were over 30 people who had achieved the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, an average of about 3 people for each battle. But many of them were merely secondary characters. In most people's eyes, only a few people were participating in this battle at the Crimson River. Is Xingqiu like his brother? Can he use his unmatched strength to sweep away all others on the battlefield and enter the regional palace to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother Xing Kai? Everyone watched in solemn silence. They had high hopes for Xingqiu of the ancient imperial city. Could Xiangnan, the prince of Emperor Xiang's realm, Kong Xian and Kong Chan, the descendants of the demon peacock emperor, and the incomparably overbearing Yu Xing threaten Xingqiu? But before this, Yu Xing and the others from Qianyes City would probably have to come into conflict with those from Emperor Li's realm. And they were also compelling figures. "Begin!" said the head of the Crimson Dragon army, up in the sky. He had not stated the rules for this battle. Nothing was forbidden in this battle, save for killing your opponents and relying on outside help. The last person left on the battlefield would be the winner. There were no other rules. You could fight as you pleased. They only cared about the ending. The strongest one among them would be rewarded by the Crimson Dragon Emperor and would enter the regional palace to cultivate. Powerful auras swept out all over the battlefield. Everyone stood there solemnly and did not move. Just the burning air coming off the Crimson River and the majesty of the great path descending from the sky were suffocating enough to make them release their power to resist them. With a long cry, Jialo Feng rose into the air. Everyone looked up at him and saw a brilliant golden light shining from him. A divine golden rock appeared around his body. Jialo Feng of the Jialo royal family's true body was that of a golden rock. The brilliant light of the great path flowed across the rock's divine wings. He narrowed his eyes proudly and swept them over Yuxing and the others. At the Battle of Empty Realm, he had not only been defeated by Yi Futian, he had dominated him. He had been utterly humiliated. But he was of the Jialo royal family. Zap! A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the air with great speed. In a flash, the rock's feathers shot out, sharper than any sword, cutting through the air as they sped towards Yuxing. Boom! There was the sound of a mighty footstep as dark golden light flowed and blazed. The wind whistled as Yuxing raised his fist, slamming it into the sky, making even Jialo Feng's mighty form tremble a bit. The wild fist tore through the air and collided violently with the onrushing feathers. There was an ear-piercing grating noise that filled heaven and earth as Yuxing's fist was scratched by the feathers, but they could not cut through it, and some of them were even slammed to the ground. Jialo Feng was sent flying backward. Such power! Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Yuxing of Qianyes City seemed to have the strength of a god. He was not inferior in the least to those who had the blood of Renhuang, and was possibly even superior to them. Could it be that he was the descendant of some powerful figure of Emperor Xiao's realm? You are no opponent for him, Jialo, came a voice. Kong Xian stepped forward with her peacock feathers spread out, covering the sky. Divine light shone from her. When she spread her feathers, they seemed to contain the power of the great path and the ability to suppress heaven and earth. She could naturally see how strong and talented Yuxing was. He was a natural-born warrior. At the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, he had thrown a demon saint, and from this, his power was undeniable. He was indeed a man when it came to battle. Even though Jialo Feng's attack power was peerless, he was still at a disadvantage when faced with such resistance. This showed how strong Yuxing was. Kong Xian stepped forward and descended to the ground where Yuxing was. Her divine light flashed brilliantly as it fell from the sky. At that moment, 9-colored light covered Yuxing, and her beautiful figure became even more so until it was almost suffocating. Unfortunately, Yuxing did not know how to appreciate it, and he looked indifferent. Everyone who was watching looked on in wonder. This princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had truly inherited the beauty of a peacock. But under this beautiful exterior was a terribly threatening aura. The 9-color light fell from the sky, and each beam of light carried with it the majesty of the great path. The light struck out towards Yuxing, seeking to destroy that entire space completely. Everyone trembled. The first fight would be between such strong opponents. Kong Xian of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm and Yuxing were both some of the most highly ranked fighters at today's Battle of the Crimson River. At the very least, they were both in the top 10 and possibly even the top 5. And these two people had clashed as soon as the battle started. This would be a mighty contest indeed. Yuxing felt the pressure of the great path upon him. The 9-color light was shooting towards him faster than lightning and carried with it the power to suppress, destroy, kill, and rend him apart. The power of the demonic path was integrated within it, giving it the ability to destroy anything. He stepped up into the air, dark golden light flowing all over him. He glittered with golden light as he was covered in a layer of sacred armor. Yuxing clenched his fists and descended upon Kong Xian. As he stepped out, the divine light slammed into him, causing a horrible booming sound that shook him. It burst upon his body, forcing him to take a step backward. But his powerful body seemed able to withstand the power of the great path. His every step brought him a little closer forward. The ground shook, and the great path thundered as a terrible pressure appeared around him. It seemed like it was trying to crush everything around him on the earth and in the sky. Boom! 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 The brilliant divine light seemed to be endless as it slammed against him wildly. Each strike made everyone watching tremble. It was too wild. This kind of attack still could not break his flesh. Other than Yuxing, there was probably no one on the battlefield who would dare to bear the attacks of Kong Xian's 9-colored light on their bare flesh. How had he tempered his body to be so strong? Did he have this dark power, this demonic aura, because he had studied the demonic arts and tempered his body with them? Kong Xian trembled inwardly as well. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her long hair flowing in the wind. She was confident that her attacks were at the limit of what was possible at this level, but they were not able to break Yuxing's flesh. Boom! He took another step. Yuxing was continuing forward, coming closer and closer to her. His cadence harmonized with the great path, making her feel a suffocating pressure as she stood up in the sky. Her body felt heavy. Finally, Yuxing took a mighty stride and crossed through the air. He would be right in front of her in a moment. Kong Xian moved as well. The 9-colored light flowed over her slender arms, and she clenched her fists. Her hands were suddenly wrapped in the 9-colored light, the flowing bright glow of the great path. Her figure flashed like a lightning bolt, crossing through the sky and descending right in front of Yuxing. She struck him with her fists at the same time as the 9-colored light lashed continuously at him. She was also incredibly skilled at close combat. In a flash, countless fist shadows struck out in harmony with the 9-colored light. It was like every beam of the 9-colored light had transformed into a fist. Yuxing gave a great cry and thrust his fists into the air, slamming them into the great path. In a flash, there was a loud rumbling sound that pierced the sky. The air trembled as he faced Kong Xian head-on. At that moment, Yuxing pulled back his arms, and many illusory arms appeared. Finally, a fist cut through the air and collided with Kong Xian's fists. In a flash, many fist wills overlapped, and the 9-colored light shattered violently. Kong Xian was sent flying backward. Kong Xian has been beaten back. Everyone's hearts were racing. 2 months ago, the divine and powerful demon princess had swept away everyone else on the rising dragon platform, so brilliant that she seemed peerless. But here at the Battle of the Crimson River, she had been beaten back. The Battle of the Crimson River was truly worthy of being called a battle of top figures. Yuxing did not stop his attacks. He did not believe in going easy on women, and so he stepped forward again. The great path resonated with his steps as the air around him was pressed down. He struck out with a fist as he continued forward, and fist will overlapped over more fist wills, extending his reach evermore. His power was without match, especially his haunting fist will, which had his natural power and the power of the demonic arts integrated into it. Watch out! Kong Zhan stepped forward towards Kong Xian. Giallo foam flashed over at the same time, and both of them attacked Yuxing, the power of their blows falling on him at the same time. Yuxing stepped up into the air and struck out with a fist. Everything in its path was destroyed as it pierced through the sky. Kong Xian blocked it with her fists of 9-colored light, but her defenses were pierced, and she was sent flying backward yet again. There were traces of blood around her mouth. But she just wiped the blood off. She floated in the air. Her peacock feathers opened up again, looking even more beautiful than before. A bit of sovereign light flowed over them, making them incomparably bright. The great path was within her. Higher up, Kong Zhan released his powerful aura. He and Kong Xian stared at Yuxing. This Yuxing of Qianyes City's combat ability was greater than they had imagined. The light from the golden rock was dazzling. Giallo Feng was getting ready to rejoin the battle. The 3 top cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were about to join together to fight Yuxing. At the same time, battles were breaking out in other directions. In one place, the 3 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm, Di Hao, Dongqin, and 7 sins were walking towards 3 people from Emperor Xiao's realm: Yu Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, and Qin Zhuang. Dong! A bell sounded, shaking everyone's spiritual will. The 3 spirits, bell, cauldron, and sword, appeared behind him. A tall and mighty Vajra body appeared behind Dongchen, with many arms. It was covered in divine light like a spell of invincibility. Sword were wrapped around 7 sins' body, resonating sharply with each other. Many swords of Kasaipa were formed. Yu Wuchen faced Di Hao, Huang Jiuge faced Dongchen, Qin Zhuang faced 7 sins. Swords of Kasaipa were forming around him as well. This made 7 sins look very angry. And Li Yao, who was watching from the banks of the Crimson River, looked even more gloomy. He had personally given the sword of Kasaipa to Yi Futian. Now he had taken it back to Emperor Xiao's realm and had apparently already taught the knowledge to many people. Qin Zhuang had learned how to form swords of Kasaipa. Yi Futian was not thinking about how Li Yao felt. He was watching the battlefield. It seemed that this truly was a continuation of the Battle of Empty Realm. In yet another battle between the realms of the 3 emperors, Emperor Xiao's realm was once again facing an attack from 2 realms. This battle was an important test for Wuchen, Jiuge, and Qin Zhuang. The pressure on them was great. But they could not be killed in the Battle of the Crimson River, so he was not worried. Winning or losing would test their states of mind, but he believed that Wuchen and the others, who had come up from the lower world step by step, could all withstand such a test. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Di Hao stepped towards Yu Wuchen, his god-burying bell shaking everyone to their core. Yu Wuchen felt his mind come under serious attack. His swordsman's will trembled. Di Hao stepped towards Yu Wuchen, his god-burying bell shaking everyone to their core. Yu Wuchen felt his mind come under serious attack. His swordsman's will trembled. A sword clashed and shrieked in his mind, looking bright and resplendent. But the sword shook under the toll of the bell. The god-burying bell wanted to destroy the sword and tear it completely apart. A beam of brilliant light was melded into the sword, protecting it. The terrible sword was shot out of his eyes, piercing into the eyes of Di Hao, who was still walking towards him. Yu Wuchen's sword spirit was a spirit elemental. The sword had tempered his willpower. It was firm and unshakable. And his swordsman's will was extremely stable. The swordsman's state of mind was unblemished. His will could not be destroyed. But even so, the god-burying bell was still difficult to bear. But he still took a step forward, single-minded, his sword will moving with him. The world between him and Di Hao turned into a world of illusory swords. There were swords everywhere. Di Hao swept his gaze over the illusory swords, looking indifferent. The bell still rang, and he knew what was an illusion and what was real. At the same time as that, the precious cauldrons flew over. They were engraved with a pattern like a mighty dragon that had been to be extraordinary. Endless precious cauldrons descended, slamming towards Yu Wuchen, trying to break everything around him. 7 swordsmen was not there, and so Di Hao was the foremost person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. His power was clear for all to see, and his knowledge of the great path seemed infinitesimally close to that of a saint. He traversed a great distance with a single step. Yu Wuchen felt like he was under thousands of pounds of pressure. But he still held his back up straight, like the edge of a sword. He formed a sword mudra in front of him, and instantly, thousands of swords were floating in the air and whirling around his body, pointing up into the air. The endless swords formed a sword matrix, and they howled as they surrounded Yu Wuchen. One after another, the swords slashed through the air up into the sky, thundering towards the falling precious cauldrons. There was the sound of a shocking collision above Yu Wuchen. The precious cauldrons rotated as they fell, seeking to crush everything below them. But Yu Wuchen's swordsmanship swallowed them up, trying to destroy the power of the great path within them. An even more powerful sword will wrapped around Yu Wuchen. He was covered in swords. The thing was, when practicing swordsmanship, more swords did not necessarily make you more powerful. It was all in how powerful the swords were. I will use my sword for the path. Yi Wuchen looked very solemn. He closed his eyes and traced a seal in front of him. Divine light bloomed from him, and threads of will went flying towards his swords and melded into them. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's body became indistinct. It was as if he was not real. Threads of sword will flowed from him. He seemed to become a part of all the swords. Each sword appeared in his mind. They were like his hands and feet. They were now a part of his body. When a sword bore the will of heaven and earth, it could cut through the air. Block! A sword cut through the air, slamming into a falling precious cauldron. The dragon-patterned cauldron resonated wildly but kept falling. Block! After that, another sword came. The sound of collisions rang out incessantly as sword after sword collided with the falling dragon-patterned cauldrons. Each time a cauldron fell into the sword-filled air below, cracks appeared in it. There was a loud noise. It was as if the air itself were splitting apart. All the precious cauldrons were shattered. They had been destroyed in an instant. Di Hao stared at Yi Wuchen. At that moment, the indistinct Yi Wuchen was like a statue, standing there without moving. He seemed to have become a sword of the Great Path himself. He knew that, at this moment, Yi Wuchen had almost no defensive power. If he could break through his swords, it would go badly for him. Di Hao stepped forward through the air, towards the space above Yi Wuchen's head. His precious cauldron life spirit howled as it descended upon Yi Wuchen's head. It constantly grew bigger as it fell until it became a divine cauldron that blocked out the sun. The power of the Great Path was within it. The radiance of the Great Path descended from above the cauldron, powerful enough to destroy anything. Countless illusory precious cauldrons fell behind it. The whole area became a death trap. The swords rattled. It seemed that they were being crushed and could not move. But the clattering swords continued to rotate, breaking up and counterbalancing the will of the precious cauldrons, and tearing through the air. They rose and shattered the illusions of precious cauldrons, and shot towards Di Hao's precious cauldron life spirit. But just as they reached it, the precious cauldron just shook and sped up to suppress it. Yi Wuchen drew another seal in the air, and thousands of sword wills rose, slamming wildly into the dragon-patterned cauldron, slowing its descent. The two forces clashed wildly. Up in the sky, Di Hao's sword spirit clattered and shrieked. The matter around him coalesced into swords of Kasaipa. The swords of Kasaipa that had just formed shot towards Yi Wuchen, aiming for the finger he was using to draw seals. The swords shot through the air, seeming to ignore the vast distance between them. Yi Wuchen seemed to sense this, and his swords suddenly lined up in front of him, protecting his flesh. They shot out in all directions, colliding with the swords of Kasaipa that were flying towards him. The swords cracked and shattered each other. Di Hao stepped forward, and the ringing of his bell shook the sky. Swords of Kasaipa continued to form and shoot, being created as quickly as they were destroyed. How many swords do you have? Di Hao's voice melded with the ringing of the bell of the Great Path, thundering downward. Under the assault of three different powers, Yi Wuchen was subject to an immense amount of pressure. A line of scarlet blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he made no sound. He still stood there with his eyes closed. Not many people at the edge of the Crimson River were watching Yi Wuchen's battle. Most of them were watching others, such as Yu Xing fighting off the three great cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm by himself. Their collisions shook the air. Every attack contained unimaginable power. It was truly astonishing. But Yi Futian was paying more attention to Yi Wuchen's battle. This was not the battle of the sleeping dragon. Yu Xing. There would be no use in Yu Xing helping Yi Wuchen and the others. They had insisted on taking part in this battle. They had wanted to experience this kind of fighting. If Yu Xing came and helped them, what good would it do them? Di Hao's three life spirits had all appeared. He was so close to the Great Path, and was using his full power to attack. Wuchen would improve a lot from this, even though he was under so much pressure. And it was not only Yi Wuchen. At that moment, Huang Jioge was being crushed by Dong Chen. Dong Chen's Vajra body was tall and mighty, like a divine Vajra. Its many arms were striking out with many palm prints, crushing everything in their path. Huang Jioge's life spirit bloomed. His Renhuang body was tall and imperial, but unfortunately, it only had the form of a Renhuang, not the power. But even so, it held a sword pointed at the sky, cutting through the oncoming palm prince. This lasted until the powerful pressure from the palm prince reached him, and it crushed him to the ground, making it difficult to move. His arms trembled slightly. Dongchen did not give him a chance to fight back. After he had crushed him, thousands of illusions shrieked forward and descended upon Huang Jioge. Many shadows overlapped into one. He struck down with one finger towards Huang Jioge's face. Dongchen's most powerful attack was God Destroyer. This descending finger contained the attack power of the Great Path and could destroy men, gods, and ghosts. Huang Jioge stared up at Dongchen and gave a great cry. Renhuang light flowed from him, and an incomparably overbearing power swept out, slamming into Dongchen. But it did not stop his finger. The finger descended, and a terrible strangling force rushed towards Huang Jioge. It raged in his mind, destroying everything. At that moment, blood was running down Huang Jioge's brow. His eyes were closed, and his Renhuang will was protecting his spiritual will. But Dongchen's finger continued to assault his spiritual willpower. "You still won't admit defeat?" called Dongchen. The voice shook Huang Jioge's mind. In Huang Jioge's mind, his spiritual will was constantly bursting and evaporating. Lines of brilliant divine light were flowing, taking him back many years. At the Battle of the Imperial Mausoleum, his father had died protecting the tomb. He had traded his life to allow Huang Jioge to enter the tomb and inherit the power of his ancestors. He had inherited the power of the Great Path, and his ancestors had used Renhuang will to cleanse his spiritual willpower and grant the power to him. So why had he still not reached enlightenment? He had dishonored his father's death and his ancestors. Blood kept running down his brow, but the light still shone brilliantly. Huang Jioge had not given up. Futian was uneasy as he beheld the scene. He had nothing to say. After the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum, Huang Jioge's personality had changed. He was no longer as bold and generous as before, but had become more restrained and silent. In that battle, Huang Shi had traded his life so that his son could inherit the will of their ancestors. Huang Jioge was presumably carrying a heavy burden. In this way, Wuchen was much more free than Jioge. His sword was simple and unblemished. He hoped that Huang Jioge could break through one day. Images flashed in Huang Jioge's mind. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him inheriting his ancestors' power. His ancestors had had the power of Renhuang. Their chariots had thundered across the world, and everyone bowed to them. Wherever they pointed their sword, the heavens paled. With long sword and longbow, they had raged against destiny and the power of the gods. How magnificent it had been! But now, even though he had inherited his ancestors' power, he was being crushed. And he had still not reached enlightenment. The world was in turmoil, and the Renhuang will within him was vast. It spread throughout heaven and earth, and a suffocating force filled the area. It seemed that Renhuang had truly arrived. Huang Jioge squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. He seemed to have forgotten that he was under attack. All that he could see was that magnificent scene. He forgot about rule power. He forgot about the Great Path. He just used all his might to try and feel the images before him. Before his father had died, he had used the power of his ancestor Renhuang to step upon the Great Path. Had he seen the magnificent things Huang Jioge was now seeing? Dongchen frowned. He suddenly felt immense pressure. It was everywhere, like the power of Renhuang was there. It seemed that this area could not contain any other paths. Huang Jioge's Renhuang body seemed to become larger and mightier. A burst of power came from within him, making Dongchen's Vajra body come under enormous pressure. At that moment, Huang Jioge opened his eyes. They seemed to have changed, becoming more imperious. As he looked at him, Dongchen felt only that he should bow and submit. Whoosh! A wild aura swept out. Terrifying illusions appeared, a battle matrix that crushed heaven and earth, surging forth and slamming violently into Dongchen. He felt his will was being dominated. This was the path of Renhuang. Dongqun could naturally see the blood of Renhuang flowing upon the body of the one he was fighting, even though he had never attained enlightenment. But now, he could feel the power of the path of Renhuang. It was said that when a cultivator reached the Renhuang plane, they became pure Tao. Tao had given birth to the sky, the earth, and all things. It was as grand as heaven and earth, as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as magical as all creation. It was said that when a cultivator reached the Renhuang plane, they became pure Tao. Tao had given birth to the sky, the earth, and all things. It was as grand as heaven and earth, as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as magical as all creation. After Renhuang had become pure Tao, he had integrated it into his blood, into his life spirit, and into the magical power of creation. He preached about the Tao, and his descendants continued to become stronger through enlightenment. How much they could ultimately bear depended on their qualifications, experience, power of understanding, and tenacity. Some people were born with this talent, and some acquired it after birth. One's family background determined one's initial conditions, but when cultivating on the Great Path, you had to rely on yourself. As for which was more important, everyone had their own opinion. At that moment, Huang Jioge finally knew why he had never been able to achieve enlightenment. It was because the Tao that he had perceived was different than that which had been passed down by his ancestors. He thought he would learn the ways of suppression and power because these were the rule powers that he had cultivated. But today, he realized that the Tao that his ancestor Renhuang had passed down was different. It could shake the world and suppress both gods and demons. The Tao that his ancestors had passed down was the Tao of an overlord. It could suppress the entire world and threaten even immortals and demons. Without the inheritance of his ancestors, he would not have been able to comprehend this kind of will. It was now possible for him to understand the path of suppression and the path of power. Tao needed to be in harmony with heaven. He had inherited the hegemonic will of his ancestors but had always been focused on the power of repression and strength. Thus he had never been able to step onto the path. That was until now, when he had forgotten about rule power and forgotten his own Tao. His mind was filled with nothing else but the Renhuang will of his ancestors, and it finally merged with his own will. Boom! There was another footstep, and a violent airflow swept out, throwing Dongqun back. At the same time, Huang Jioge's Renhuang sword slashed out. There was a loud noise as the Vajra body was thrown back as well. Huang Jioge's temperament suddenly changed as well. His eyes became domineering, and will flowed around him, turning into martial phantoms. The illusions were so clear that they seemed real. Chariots surged around him, crushing everything beneath them. His Renhuang body grew taller and mightier, and hegemonic will swept out from the Renhuang sword as he stepped forward, pressing down on Dongqun. It seemed that everything in the area would submit to him. His hegemonic will was like suppression, like power, and like destruction, but most of all, it was like strength. It contained the characteristics of the Great Path, and could even suppress the Tao within others. Thus Dongqun felt his will being dominated. This was hegemonic will. As his will was activated, Huang Jioge felt his life spirit changing. This was still not him truly becoming a saint. When he did truly become a saint, his talents would probably change once again to absorb more of the power that he had inherited from his ancestors. The blood surged through his veins. As he stepped forward, Dongqun could feel the pressure growing stronger. He struck out, and suddenly, the Vajra body's many arms struck out as well. The air trembled as they swept through it. Huang Jioge gave a great roar as he continued forward, and an incomparably violent airflow swept out from him. All the air around him turned into a true battlefield as chariots surged and thundered forward towards where Huang Jioge pointed with the Renhuang sword. A scene of absolute destruction appeared as thousands of chariots and soldiers charged towards Dongqun. At that moment, many people were watching Huang Jioge. The changes that had happened to him had naturally attracted a lot of attention. Watching this scene, Futian was naturally happy for Huang Jioge. Had he finally achieved enlightenment? They were different now than when they had been in the 9 states. The people of the 9 states had limited talent. After cultivating for many years, Many of the top figures had the right states of mind, but they could not comprehend the Tao, and thus could not become saints. They had to borrow power to break through their limits by participating in the battle of proving holiness, and using the opportunity provided by Emperor Xia. But cultivators like them needed to continue in a more steady fashion, advancing towards the understanding of their own Tao step by step. Only when the great path was stable could they advance farther along it. This was a big change for Huang Zhouge. He was now much closer to becoming a saint. Many other battles were breaking out across the battlefield besides those of Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen. Previously, Xing Qiu and Xiang Nan had not even started fighting yet, just letting their assistants join the battle, and only getting involved when they were defeated. Now Xiang Nan clenched his fists, and suddenly, a godlike figure blasted down from the sky, smashing into one of his opponents. He turned and looked towards Huang Zhouge. He was someone who was a pure-blooded descendant of Renhuang. As a son of Emperor Xiang, he naturally knew the strength of the bloodline of Renhuang. Those at the Renhuang level were so powerful that when they cast a spell, even their descendants would be affected by it. This battle of the Crimson River was getting more and more interesting. Compared to Huang Zhouge, who was transforming on the battlefield, Yu Wuchen seemed to be in great danger at this moment. Di Hao, the foremost figure below the saint level in the Dali dynasty, was attacking him wildly. Drums and bells rang as he attacked with his endless swords of Kasaipa. Yu Wuchen was currently fighting at the limits of his power. He had integrated every bit of sword will into his own willpower, and was wielding them to their fullest extent. But he was still in danger. It was just like Di Hao had asked. How many swords did he have? His sword chi might be limitless, but how much spiritual energy had Yu Wuchen put into his swords, and would he have enough time? The swords of Kasaipa wrapped around Yu Wuchen, striking at him again and again, cutting holes in the swords that surrounded Yu Wuchen. At the same time, the dragon-patterned cauldron was pressing down bit by bit, seeking to shatter the sword curtain that covered Yu Wuchen and crush the swords below it. Blood ran down from the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. But he still persisted. Swords materialized constantly and were integrated into his will. They struck out towards the dragon-patterned cauldron and towards the swords of Kasaipa. One sword after another. Though they became slower, he still kept creating them. His head seemed like it was about to burst. Even with the blessing of the Renhuang sword will, he still seemed like he was past his limits. But wasn't cultivation all about breaking through your limits? He knew that he was one of the weakest people here at the Battle of the Crimson River. Most of the people here were stronger than him, and many of them were a lot stronger than him. But he had still come. He wanted this to be a turning point for him. His goal was very clear. He wanted to get a step closer to the divine path. Since he did not have enough talent, his only option was to seize any chance he could get. That was why he had seized the Renhuang sword will, and why he had come here today. His talent may be limited, but his will was not. Moreover, he was not as untalented as he had been in the past. He had received a swordmaster's sword and had fought with it. He had felt the true divine path, and knew what it was like. Now, he wanted to once again seize the chance to feel it. Wuchen. Yi Futian looked towards where Yu Wuchen was fighting. His heart was in turmoil. He and Yu Wuchen had walked this path together. They had come from the land of the 100 Kingdoms to here. He knew him very well. He knew why Yu Wuchen was doing this. Yu Wuchen's state of mind was probably even tougher than his own. Di Hao frowned. Was it really taking this long to defeat Yu Wuchen? Also, was Yu Wuchen crazy? If he pushed himself so hard it might have negative effects on him. And the Battle of the Crimson River did not permit killing, so why was Yu Wuchen being like this? He waved his hands, and suddenly, more sword will gathered together. Brilliant swords of Kasaipa cut through the air and fell towards Yu Wuchen. Swords appeared around Yu Wuchen, but they had great difficulty blocking the attack of the swords of Kasaipa. The dragon-patterned cauldron continued to press downward. Di Hao said coldly, "If you keep this up, you will be destroyed once your defenses collapse, and you will have no one to blame but yourself. At that time, no one will be able to say that I killed you on purpose." Yu Wuchen was resisting so doggedly that he had to keep increasing the power of his attacks. Once Yu Wuchen collapsed, all his defenses would collapse as well. In that instant, the destructive power would be too great for him to escape. But at that point, Dihao wouldn't be able to control it. Yu Wuchen heard what Dihao had said, but he still squeezed his eyes shut. His swords were still there, even as blood oozed from his brow. It was truly a shocking sight. But he had already come this far. A true warrior of the sword did not retreat. He remembered his master's words. A swordsman is neither proud nor impatient. A swordsman is fearless and dauntless. A swordsman's original nature does not change. It stretches as far as the eye can see. He did not have the potential that Yi Futian did. He had only his one teacher. At the Futian sword clan, a teacher had preached the way of swordsmanship to him, and taught him how to become a swordsman. After he died, his last thread of sword will had gone into him and given him a message. He thought of his master's death and the destruction of the Lu kingdom. There were so many evil people in this world. But at the same time, there were swordsmen like his master, and cultivators like the sword master of Lihan, who had shown him the road of swordsmanship cultivation. One day, he would cleanse the world of evildoers with sword in hand. His swords, though broken and destroyed, seemed to be endless, and they went from moving slowly to extremely fast. Dihao frowned as he saw more and more swords coming into being constantly, and even extending wildly. Swords were even starting to appear around him. At that moment, Yu Wuchen felt that everything in all the vast world was filled with swords. Dihao had asked, "How many swords do you have?" At that moment, Yu Wuchen's voice rang through the air. "I have infinite swords." As he said this, infinite swords were truly born, enveloping heaven and earth. Up in the sky, the wind whistled through the clouds as sword will descended, shaking the world. On the banks of the Crimson River, everyone looked up with trembling hearts. It seemed like he was going to break through to the Saint Plain. It was not uncommon for this to happen during the Battle of the Crimson River. It had happened many times in history. But no one had thought that Yu Wuchen would be the one to do it. Yu Wuchen, who no one had any great expectations for, was actually going to break through to the next level. He was going to take his first step onto the divine path. This battle had no rules. From the moment when they stepped onto the battlefield, the regional palace would only accept the last one left. Therefore, even if you became a saint during the battle, you could continue to fight. On the path of cultivation, luck was an important factor. Moreover, with so many top figures on the battlefield, how could they prevent them from becoming saints? The regional palace only cared about results. Yi Futian was stunned at first. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. He would never have thought that after he became a saint, among Yuxing, Wuchen, the three brothers, Huangjioga and many others, the first one to break through to the saint level would be Yi Wuchen. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Wuchen was more talented than them. The Great Path had no system of seniority. But no matter what, Yi Wuchen had taken this first step in spite of his limited talent. This was truly a wonder. And the path of cultivation was full of wonders. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Someone becoming a saint had the potential to influence the outcome of the battle and upset the balance. Someone becoming a saint had the potential to influence the outcome of the battle and upset the balance. This was especially true since everyone in previous instances of the Battle of the Crimson River had already been outstanding fighters. Once they became a saint, they could sweep away all opponents. Therefore, in previous battles of the Crimson River, it had not necessarily been a good thing to become a saint during the battle. And sure enough, many gazes fell upon Yi Wuchen at that moment. A cold light flashed in Xingqiu and Xiangnan's eyes, two of the people who were most favored to win. It was not that they bore any ill will towards Yi Wuchen. It was just that him becoming a saint during the battle would affect them. In light of this situation, they would have to deal with him before he completed his transformation into a saint. There was still a period in which he would need to comprehend the divine path, be baptized in the divine catastrophe, and then wholly step onto the divine path. This period was often fatal to those who were becoming saints unless they gave up. If they didn't, they would probably be affected by the divine catastrophe. At that moment, Yi Wuqian's sword will had cut through the assault of the swords of Kasaipa. The powerful sword will smashed into the dragon-patterned cauldron high in the sky, causing it to shake incessantly. The mighty sword will wrapped around Yi Wuqian. Wuji swords appeared around him, covering the battlefield. It seemed that a catastrophe of swordsmanship was descending. The light of catastrophe blended with the red sky, making everything seem extremely oppressive and frightening. Yi Wuqian felt all the eyes on him. He knew that now that he had started the divine catastrophe, others would start paying attention to him. Those who had not cared about him before would now want to make him be the first to flee the field. "This is your chance to step onto the divine path. You should leave the field," said Xiang Nan to Yi Wuqian. The fact that he was becoming a saint did not mean much to him. As a son of Emperor Xiang, he did not have any so-called respect for those who were becoming saints. As far as he was concerned, it did not matter who among them became a saint first. The goal of this battle was to enter the regional palace. Yi Wuqian looked at Xiang Nan, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He then looked towards Yixing. If he fled now, would Yixing be able to make it to the end? As Yi Wuqian hesitated, the divine catastrophe had gathered together and had arrived. Xiang Nan walked towards him. He stepped into the air, reached out, and made a grasping motion. In a flash, a terrifying scene appeared in the air above Yi Wuqian's head. A divine figure could faintly be made out. It looked like a god. The figure stretched out all its fingers and pressed downward, forming a giant golden palm print in the sky. It rushed down to crush Yi Wuqian. The sword will around Yi Wuqian shrieked as it rushed up to resist. It collided with the palm print, an intense golden light burst from it. There seemed to be a light curtain flowing around it, slapping away the sword will. It continued downward towards Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stretched out his single arm and pointed into the sky. His countless swords melded into one, a giant sword that smashed into the onrushing palm print. As the sword and the palm print collided, there was an explosion of brilliant golden light. Xiang Nan looked indifferent. He glanced over the scene with eyes full of dazzling light that shone deeply within them. He put his hands out in front of him and formed a special seal. The divine figure was like a shadow of Renhuang in the shape of Xiang Nan. The seal went out, and suddenly the figure was surrounded by a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its massive claws swept downward, blotting out the sun as they tried to swallow Yi Futian up. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the massive sword was pressed down. "Your swordsmanship is not bad," said Xiang Nan. "Since you've seized the chance to become a saint, you should stop here. You won't ever get a better chance than this." Yi Wuqian had taken the lead at the Battle of the Crimson River, being the first to seize the opportunity to comprehend the Great Path. But he was not the strongest one there. In fact, he was the weakest. Before he could become a saint, he would need to increase his strength. Staying on the battlefield would be foolish. That was, unless he was the best cultivator on the battlefield. But obviously, Xiang Nan did not think he was. Seeing the great pressure that Yi Wuqian was under, Huang Jioge, who had repelled Dong Qin, rose into the air. A dazzling radiance bloomed as he pulled back his bowstring. The Renhuang bow had 9 arrows on it, and they were locked onto Xiang Nan. At the moment that he let the arrows fly, there was an ear-splitting noise that overpowered everything. The powerful arrows were able to shoot through the great path itself. Xiang Nan glanced at Huang Jioge, but at that moment, a figure stood between the two of them. It was Xingqiu, who was the favorite to win the Battle of the Crimson River. Brilliant light bloomed from him, making him dazzling to behold. He stood there casually, like a god of war. He looked unshakable. Xingqiu stepped forward, and a divine golden light curtain swept out from him. The overpowering arrows cut through the air and slammed into the light curtain, making a horrible noise. The air around them trembled fiercely. The arrows pierced through the light curtain bit by bit, seemingly able to destroy the will within it. But Xingqiu made a grabbing motion, causing another loud noise. A giant palm print grabbed up all the arrows and snapped them. Xingqiu did not care about Yi Wuqian, but if he entered the Saint Plane, things would be different. He naturally needed to stop him. Huang Jiuge stepped forward, the power sweeping out from his Renhuang body. He wielded the Renhuang sword. A majestic will swept out from him, striking towards Xingqiu with majestic purpose. But Xingqiu glanced at him indifferently. The descendant of Renhuang, who had just barely comprehended the Tao, wanted to attack him. That was like an ant trying to shake a tree. An extremely tall figure appeared behind him, looking like a god of war and filled with a sense of limitless power. Seeing Huang Jiuge striking towards him with the Renhuang sword, Xingqiu stepped into the air. The air around him trembled fiercely, and beams of brilliant light bloomed from him, seeming to resonate with the great worldly path. It seemed that everything in this area was his to use. The battlefield illusions around Huang Jiuge shattered wildly, and the god of war behind Xingqiu slammed its fist downward. The great path was suddenly integrated into its fist, and it seemed that the limitless power of the great path was behind this attack. It slammed directly into Huang Jiuge's Renhuang sword. A destructive storm swept out as the fist and the Renhuang sword collided. An overpowering force tried to split the fist apart, but terrible beams of light burst upon Huang Jiuge's body. The violent fist sent Huang Jiuge flying backward. Xingqiu still looked indifferent. The lofty and mighty god of war once again struck out with its fist towards Huang Jiuge as he flew away. In a flash, countless fists were stretching out beside it, pressing through the air. Huang Jiuge looked up into the sky. He felt like his opponent's fists were everywhere, and had become one with the heavenly path. The violent attacks fell upon him, and he continued to be sent flying backward until he fell upon the battle platform beside the Crimson River with a thud. The wind howled as even stronger fists fell from the sky, crushing down along with the god of war. Huang Jiuge looked up and saw that the god of war had the great path within it, and his heart trembled slightly. It seemed that he was nowhere near strong enough. Boom! There was a loud noise as Huang Jiuge's body bent until he was nearly lying on the ground. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yu Wuqian's situation was dire as well. Xiang Nan's attacks were powerful, and the catastrophe of the Great Path was gathering together. It seemed like it could descend upon him at any moment. Dihao also chose that moment to launch his attack on Yu Wuqian. The bell and cauldron rang, and his sword Qi cut towards him, cutting through his defenses. The swords of Kasaipa cut directly through Yu Wuqian's body, and blood stained his robes. "Get out of her," said Xiang Nan coldly. Suddenly, he struck out with his giant hand, slamming Yu Wuqian to the ground. Everyone watching from the riverbank trembled within their hearts. The moment of becoming a saint was a sacred time for any cultivator. But here on this battlefield by the Crimson River, it was treated as an abnormality and brutally suppressed. Boom! There was a loud noise as the catastrophe of the Great Path descended, piercing into Yu Wuqian's body. His flesh and spiritual will were bathed in sword will. His body trembled slightly. The attacks had seriously wounded him, and so as far as he was concerned, this was a bad time to face the divine catastrophe. Yu Xing naturally saw what was going on over there. Over on his side of the battlefield, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were launching violent attacks on him. 9 colored light shot down, its power shaking heaven and earth, slamming into him time after time. It was truly shocking to behold. At that moment, Yu Xing swept out his arms, sending Kong Xian and Kong Zhan flying back. But a divine bird was swooping towards his head with its talons. It was Jialo Feng. He stretched out his left arm to block in front of him, and Jialo Feng's talons raked across it, trying to tear it apart. But Yu Xing's other hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the golden rock's talons. Bang! He stepped into the air as the golden rock struggled wildly, trying to break out of Yu Xing's grip. But Yu Xing was as powerful as a demon, and he suddenly threw the rock towards the ground. The golden rock tumbled downward, but he suddenly spat a golden sword from his mouth. Yu Xing covered his eyes with his arm. The wind blew over them as they both fell towards the ground. He raised his arms, and with a loud noise, he slammed Jialo Feng into the ground. And before he could do anything, Yu Xing stepped on his stomach, grabbing his golden wings. He began to pull his feathers out one by one, causing Jialo Feng to scream in pain. Yu Xing ignored his cries. He looked up at Kong Xian and Kong Zhan in the sky. The ground shook wildly as he charged towards where Yu Wuchen was. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Upon the battlefield by the Crimson River, Jialo Feng was bleeding golden blood and crying out in pain. Upon the battlefield by the Crimson River, Jialo Feng was bleeding golden blood and crying out in pain. Kong Xian and Kong Zhan looked furious as Yu Xing stood upon Jialo Feng and plucked out his golden feathers, throwing them to the ground. It was a shocking sight. This guy was a man on the battlefield. No matter what, they could not shake him. Kong Zhan's figure flashed towards Yu Xing, pursuing him. He had a dark look on his face. Kong Xian looked at her brother and moved forward at the same time. "Get off the battlefield," she said to Jialo Feng. Jialo Feng was badly injured. There wouldn't be much point in him staying any longer. There was a flash of hatred in Jialo Feng's proud eyes. As a member of the Jialo noble family, this was a grave humiliation to him. The wild Yu Xing had trampled him to the ground and then rushed to the aid of Yu Wuchen. Up in the sky, Xiang Nan stretched out his hand, and the divine five-clawed dragon struck once again with a roar. Its claws blotted out the sun and covered up half the sky as they sliced towards Yu Xing and Yu Wuchen. He had already told Yu Wuchen that he was not strong enough to seize this opportunity that had been offered by the Great Path, as he would not be able to enter the regional palace. And since Yu Wuchen was hesitating, he would make the decision for him. At this juncture, if he were injured while facing the divine catastrophe, he would probably die. If Yu Wuchen were not willing to give up, this chance he had to become a saint would become a disaster for him. Yu Xing looked up at the charging golden dragon with cold eyes. Dark golden light flowed from him. He thrust his fist into the air, and a huge palm print shot up into the sky, as powerful as the sun, blocking the dragon's claws in midair. Xiang Nan looked indifferent when Yu Xing appeared. He had seen Yu Xing's combat ability. He was very strong. In terms of theoretical power, Xing Chou was the only person on the battlefield who could resist him. He pressed down with his fist yet again, and suddenly, the divine golden five-clawed dragon circled in the air with a roar. There was a loud sound as its claws pressed down on the palm print, shattering it, and then continued downward. However, down below mighty demonic power billowed from Yu Xing, and an endless demonic airflow appeared, rushing towards his body and making him even more terrifying. It was like a demon had possessed him. His body became larger and more powerful, like a demon that covered the world. His dark eyes were full of coldness, and a demonic bat-leaks appeared in his hands. He looked up and stepped forward, making the ground tremble beneath his feet so fiercely that it seemed like it would split open. He rushed into the air with his bat-leaks slicing towards the sky. The golden claws were split down the middle and shattered in an instant. The powerful body continued upwards, bursting through the golden dragon's abdomen, splitting it in two along the way, then continuing towards the Renhuang-like figure. Light flashed on the bat-leaks as he swung it, and the figure immediately dissipated as if it had never existed. Yu Xing turned and looked at Xiang Nan and saw the Renhuang figure reappear behind him, as tall and mighty as a god. At the same time, Huang Jioge and Qin Zhuan had stopped fighting and came to Yu Wuchen's side to protect him from the divine catastrophe. Because of this, Xing Chou and Seven Sins found themselves without opponents, and so they rushed over there as well. At that moment, Yu Xing and the rest of them seemed to have become targets for everyone as Yu Wuchen tried to cross through the divine catastrophe. Whoosh! The divine catastrophe continued to descend upon Yu Wuchen, baptizing his spiritual will and his body. The divine light of the great path flowed over him, but his eyes were still open, looking as sharp as swords as he watched the figures around him. Seeing that Yu Wuchen was still trying to overcome the divine catastrophe, Xiang Nan and the others hesitated no longer. Xiang Nan drew a seal with both hands, and suddenly, a huge face appeared in the sky. I looked like the face of Renhuang. The divine golden five-clawed dragon roared, and there was not just one of them. An incomparable purple and golden lightning appeared in the sky, like the lightning of the highest heavens. Thunderbolts descended, filling the air around Yuxing and the others. This was just as wild as the divine catastrophe and would kill everything around it. Whoosh! Yuxing rushed up into the sky, his demonic figure filling the above Wuchen and the others. He stood there mightily, and there seemed to be a gravitational force that pulled all the destructive power onto him. The incredibly terrifying divine lightning struck, and dazzling thunderbolts flashed across Yuxing's body. His armor seemed about to break, but his body was like a black hole, swallowing up all the violet and golden light and the power of the thunderbolts. Many five-clawed dragons rushed down along with the lightning, roaring furiously, trying to crush Yuxing. Even someone as strong as Yuxing was continuously shaken by their assault, and his body seemed about to shatter. But at that moment, his demonic battle-axe disappeared, and he reached into the air with both hands. His huge body turned into a black hole vortex that swallowed up all the power around him. The onrushing dragons roared as they were pulled into the vast abyss, falling bit by bit into the mighty demonic will. At that moment, Yuxing was like a bottomless black hole, swallowing up the destructive divine lightning and the five-clawed golden dragons. More violent dark magic roared and surged around his body, blocking everyone's field of vision. Even their spiritual wills could not penetrate it. It seemed like he was trying to turn the whole battlefield into a demon world. Xiangnan frowned. All of his attacks had been swallowed up. Had this cultivator of the demonic path cultivated his path of devouring up to this level? Moreover, that mighty demonic power made him feel some pressure. Beside him, Dong Chen seemed extraordinarily calm. There was no expression on his face. When he had come forth from Daily Mountain, he had wanted his name to resonate throughout the Dali dynasty and defeat the cultivators of Dali Academy, thereby becoming the imperial advisor's disciple and the most powerful figure below the saint level. But Seven Swordsman's appearance had made all his preparations count for nothing. To the point that now his state of mind was affected. Now, he had come to the Crimson Dragon Realm and the Battle of the Crimson River, but he could not beat this Wuchen, and he had even become a saint. Yuxing was so powerful that he felt he was no match for him. It seemed that Seven Swordsman was not the only one who was much stronger than him. This made him feel frustrated. Even the ones by Seven Swordsman's side were out of his league? He stepped forward, and swords of Kasaipa rushed towards Yuxing. Yuxing's dark eyes seemed able to throw people into the abyss and kneel before him. He did not block the swords of Kasaipa, as golden lightning snaked through the mighty demonic power like leaves on a tree, then disappeared within it. Dihao's will was connected to his sword, and he had just started to be able to perceive it, but soon he felt that his will was being forcibly scraped away. His connection to his sword was completely lost. A deep roar rang out through the dark airflow. A black, five-clawed demon dragon appeared in the air in front of Yuxing and wrapped around him. Terrifying black lightning bloomed with world-destroying light. The swords of Kasaipa turned black as well and swallowed up the destructive sword will. It seemed that this power did not belong to Yuxing, but rather to Xiangnan and Dihao. But at that moment, it was all demonized and put to Yuxing's use. This is not the path of devouring, this is demonization. As a prince of Erhuang, Xiangnan was naturally a man of broad experience. This kind of overbearing demonic power was extremely difficult to cultivate and comprehend. It was even more fearsome than the path of devouring since it was, in fact, the evolution of the path of devouring. Could it be that Yuxing was the descendant of a demon emperor? Boom! Yuxing strode through the sky, and the very air trembled, resonating with the earth. Boom! 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 He continued forward, and the great path seemed to be pressed down under his feet. A demonic figure that covered the sky appeared, and its dark demonic airflow blotted out the sun. It seemed to be endless, and that it would swallow up the entire battlefield by the Crimson River. Every step of the footwork of Xianyuan seemed to trample on Xiangnan's heart, making it beat wildly. Seeing the demonic figure rushing towards him wildly, his expression finally became serious, as if he was facing a great foe. Crush him! Xiangnan quickly formed a seal as he spoke this spell. The power of the great path descended as many gigantic written characters fell. However, the black dragon roared as it twisted around Yuxing, shattering the falling characters. "Stop!" called Yuxing. The sound of an explosion rang out, and it seemed that the heavens would collapse. The Renhuang figure that covered the sky seemed to become real and stepped towards Yuxing's demonic figure. It was as if Renhuang had manifested in the world, and would suppress everything for him. At that moment, Xiangnan was covered in sweat as if he was under great pressure. Boom! Yuxing finally slowed down as the striking black dragon and the sharp swords were all crushed under the foot of the summoned Renhuang figure. His footsteps continued to slow as the tall figure stamped down on him, trying to crush him. Not only did it contain the power of the great path, but it also had divine majesty. It could not be resisted. Boom! There was a loud sound, and Yuxing felt that he could not move. But he looked up into the sky, his demonic eyes looking as fearless as ever. Even if the sovereign path could put this much pressure on him, would he really let himself be crushed here? He had studied the demonic path. He defied the laws of gods and men. Boom! The dark airflow gathered together, and a massive demonic figure appeared, seeming to overlap with Yuxing's body, making him into a true demon god. He gave a great cry, and heaven and earth seemed about to collapse. The demon's massive palm print lashed out, covering the gigantic Renhuang figure's face and slamming into its head. Xiangnan groaned, and his face turned pale. The demon continued forward, and another loud noise rang out. The summoned Renhuang body shattered. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. His face was ashen. At that moment, a huge hand stretched out. It was the demon's hand. It grabbed him and pulled him up into the air. Xiangnan tried to escape, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not move a bit. Even as a descendant of Renhuang, at this moment, he seemed insignificant. He looked like he was in his death throes. The demonic power surged, and the powerful demon slammed its hand into the ground with a great cry, slamming Xiangnan into the ground just like crushing an ant. On the banks of the Crimson River, countless people were watching the shocking scene taking place on the battlefield with pounding hearts. On the banks of the Crimson River, countless people were watching the shocking scene taking place on the battlefield with pounding hearts. The massive demon ripped open the Renhuang figure with a horrendous noise and slammed the prince of Renhuang, Xiangnan, to the ground. The once glorious Xiangnan now did not even know how many of his bones had been broken. He was sprawled out on the ground without even a trace of his former splendor. He had said that Yi Wuchen was not strong enough to seize this opportunity, and was not worthy of fighting with him. But now, he had fallen so miserably. If the people watching him had not known who he was, they would never have thought that he was a prince of Renhuang. But such was the Battle of the Crimson River, the most crucial battle in the Crimson Dragon realm. Even those of the blood of Renhuang could be crushed here. It did not mean that Xiangnan was not strong. Everyone had witnessed the power that had just burst forth from him. He cast spells like a saint and had even used Renhuang will to suppress his foes. But even so, he had still been crushed by Yuxing. Right now, that massive demon was too strong. Even a celestial being would be crushed before him. Everyone else on the battlefield was shaken. He was too strong. The combat ability that Yuxing had displayed today was even more impressive than that which he had shown at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Previously, everyone had thought that Xingqiu was the cultivator who was most likely to enter the regional palace, and that he would be able to sweep away all his foes upon the battlefield. But now their opinions were wavering. Would he be able to block the assault of the wild Yuxing? Yuxing did not care what anyone thought. He turned his cold gaze towards Dihao. Dihao had been the one who had pierced Yi Wuchen with his sword, wounding him gravely. Later, Dihao's swords of Kasaipa had attacked him, but they had been swallowed up by his demonic power. Seeing that Yuxing was looking at him, Dihao's expression changed. That incomparable demonic figure, and the demonic airflow that raged forth from him gave him a feeling that he could not defeat Yuxing. This made him feel very bitter. There was someone on the same plane as him who could give him such a hopeless feeling. This was a great assault on his state of mind. A blast of terrible demonic energy rose, and Di Hao felt a wild pressure upon him. The massive demonic figure stepped forward and seemed about to step upon Di Hao's chest, trying to crush him. His sword was flared as much as possible, and the dragon-patterned cauldrons before him swallowed up the earthly will as they grew bigger. Brilliant light bloomed upon the battlefield, but it was swallowed up by the dark airflow. The demonic figure raised its fist, and suddenly the dark airflows surged together. A mighty demonic palm print appeared in the sky and slammed downward, crushing everything beneath it. The precious cauldron shrieked forth towards Yuxing, but there was a loud clang as it was blocked, and it and the other dragon-patterned cauldrons were sent flying back. Cracks appeared in them. Di Hao groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Those had been forged from his life spirit. But the demonic palm print continued downward without waiting for a response from him. Dark clouds filled the sky. Yuxing truly ignored the laws of both gods and men. The swords behind Di Hao rushed out with a frantic howl. He moved backward, while blooming in the space behind him as he tried to escape the demonic palm print that covered everything. But the space around him seemed to have been frozen. Even drawing upon spatial rule power, he was still unable to escape the palm print. He watched palm print falling hopelessly. His body was sent flying backward with a loud sound and rolled to the edge of the battlefield, almost falling into the Crimson River. Watching from the banks of the Crimson River, Li Yao looked furious. Futian, who had transformed into the Seven Swordsmen, had once boasted that he was without equal below the saint level. Why was it that his friend Yuxing was so strong as well? Had all the luck of the Great Path fallen within Emperor Xiao's realm? Could it be that today Yuxing would enter the greatest holy land for cultivating within the Crimson Dragon realm, the regional palace? Kong Zhan and Kong Xian rose in the air. They did not launch any more attacks. Before, when the three of them had surrounded Yuxing, they still could not beat him, and now he was even stronger. Kong Xian floated up before Yuxing, and her peacock feathers fanned out with 9-colored light flowing through them. A brilliant light shone from her. The great path revolved, and 9-colored light shot into the sky, trying to pierce through the demonic dark airflow. It grew brighter and brighter. Whoosh! The peacock feathers trembled as even more brilliant peacock wings appeared behind Kong Xian. The divine bird had been unleashed. The whole world seemed colorless under its 9-colored light. At this moment, Kong Xian was extremely beautiful. Yuxing may have displayed incredible combat ability, but as a princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, the blood of the Demon Emperor flowed through her veins. She was not willing to give up like this. She let loose all the power within her. She wanted to see just how strong Yuxing was. Even if she lost, she would have no regrets. In the sky, all that anyone could see besides the dark, demonic airflow was Kong Xian's 9-colored light. It covered the sky, merging with the worldly great path and integrating it into itself. At that moment, there was a long peacock call as a divine peacock appeared in the sky. The 9-colored light blotted out the sun as it raged through the air, shooting towards Yuxing. There was nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. Everything in the area was caught up in the destruction. The dark demonic airflows surged wildly. Yuxing saw the destructive 9-colored light coming towards him and thrust his hands out, piercing through the air. In a flash, countless fist wills stretched out through the sky, each one containing immeasurable power. They collided violently with the 9-colored light and were annihilated. The 9-colored light seemed endless as they came on continuously. Whoosh! Yuxing stepped forward. The fist wills did not cease, and they shot out yet again. The fist wills were integrated into his demonic body, making it even more terrifying and able to sweep anything away. Boom! 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 Yuxing continued forward, and everything suffocated under his aura. Kong Xian's peacock feathers trembled one after another. In a flash, she moved, and the destructive 9-colored light shot forward towards the demonic figure. At that moment, a pillar of 9-colored light appeared, shattering everything. Finally, the two of them collided, and the brilliant pillar of 9-colored light smashed into Yuxing's overpowering dark fist wills. The air seemed like it would burst as everything around them shattered. Endless nine-colored light slammed into Yuxing's body, and at the same time, countless fist wheels pierced through the air and crashed into Kong Xian's feathers. Boom! There was a loud noise as Kong Xian was sent flying backward. But the devastating nine-colored light died and was reborn. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she rushed forward towards Yuxing yet again. The demonic figure covered the world. Yuxing's fist wheels had grown even stronger, and it seemed as if they would shatter the very sky. This time Kong Xian was thrown up into the air, and much of the nine-colored light on her feathers was extinguished. But she still did not give up and rushed towards him a third time. She was welcomed by an even stronger fist. She was thrown high up into the air again. She flapped up into the sky and looked up. Clouds of catastrophe were rolling in. But these were not Yu Wuqian's clouds, but her own. Everyone looked up into the sky and could sense the gathering clouds of catastrophe. Everyone's hearts beat fiercely. A second person in the Battle of the Crimson River had attracted the divine catastrophe and would become a saint. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. This truly was a battle of top figures. No other battle in the Crimson Dragon realm between cultivators below the saint level could match the Battle of the Crimson River. Kong Xian had let loose her incredible combat prowess, and used the Demon Emperor's will to great effect. She still could not shake Yuxing and had been sent flying the times. But each time she had been able to bear it. And now she had attracted the catastrophe of the Great Path. Previously, Xiangnan had been unable to withstand Yuxing's attacks because his flesh was too weak. But Kong Xian was a descendant of the Demon Peacock Emperor. Her power and her flesh were terrifyingly strong. The nine-colored light flowed over her. With such pure power, few could compare with her. Thus, after receiving devastating attacks, she had not been laid low like Xiangnan. She had withstood 3 powerful blows, and would now become a saint. The 3 blows that had been withstood by her peacock body had wounded her severely, but the catastrophe of the Great Path would certainly not shake her. Futian watched the battlefield with a look of surprise. Kong Xian was becoming a saint. This woman was relentless. He couldn't help but glance at Xia Yuan beside him. She seemed to sense it and looked back at him. There was a flash of anger in her eyes. What did this guy mean by looking at her? "Princess, Li Yao and Kong Xian have both become saints," whispered Futian. Xia Yuan stared at him for a moment, then looked back to the battlefield. Even though she had some thoughts about this, she did not care too much. Who became a saint first, and who became a saint later meant nothing. "Master, do you want to take her?" muttered the black-winged condor behind them. Xia Yuan frowned and looked back at the black-winged condor with an icy gaze. Seeing her expression, the black-winged condor weakly lowered its head, then whispered timidly, "As a maid." "Good idea," said Xia Yuan softly, then she looked back to the battlefield. The black-winged condor breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing it was such a quick thinker. Everyone else was watching the battle. Yuxing had defeated 3 great cultivators in succession, and seemed to be almost casual about it. But now, 2 people were attempting to withstand the catastrophe of the Great Path. How would they keep fighting? In reality, other than Kong Xian, who was trying to make it through the divine catastrophe, the only opponent that Yuxing had left was Xing Qiu. At that moment, Yuxing cast his gaze upon Kong Xian up in the air. Seeing those dark eyes, brilliant light bloomed from her, making her look like a goddess. "I am leaving the battlefield," she said. Kong Xian would cross through the divine catastrophe in peace. She had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, Yuxing and Xing Qiu would not leave her be. So, now it seemed that only Xing Qiu was powerful enough to face Yuxing. Previously, everyone had that the reason Yu Wuqian had stayed on the battlefield to face the divine catastrophe was so that after becoming a saint, he could continue to fight. But now it seemed that he had no intention of fighting Yuxing. Sensing the overall situation on the battlefield, the 2 top cultivators of Emperor Li's realm, Dongchen and Seven Sins, both discovered to their shame that they were almost being ignored. It seemed that they were not worthy of notice. How ridiculous! Even those as strong as them seemed invisible on this battlefield. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The will of the Great Path was everywhere on the battlefield by the Crimson River. Burning flames covered everything. The will of the Great Path was everywhere on the battlefield by the Crimson River. Burning flames covered everything. But in addition to the burning will, there was also terrible dark demon light raging wildly. "Get out of here!" came a cold, overbearing voice. Yuxing swept his gaze over Dongchen and Seven Sins, the two cultivators who had come from the Dali dynasty. The two of them had probably only participated in this battle to get to him. But his dark eyes were full of indifference. Dongchen and Seven Sins' gazes froze when they heard Yuxing's words. They looked up at him in shock. The oppressive and unpredictable demonic lord's dark and cold eyes were filled with disdain. The reason that the three cultivators from the Dali dynasty had fought in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and then come here was naturally to attack Yuxing. However, Liao had wanted them to stop or even defeat Yuxing and his friends. But in reality, Yuxing had never even taken them as a serious threat. If that was the case, what could they do? Rush Yuxing and fight him to the death? Could they do it? The misfortune that had befallen Dihao and Xiangnan made them realize that it would be a matter of but a single punch. Should they fight for honor? Would it be honorable to charge him, only to be smashed to the ground? When he thought of this, Dongchen realized how ridiculous it was. He turned and swooped through the air, landing on the banks of the Crimson River. When he went home, he would ask the Imperial advisor to instruct him. Sword will whistled around Seven Sins as it wrapped around his body. His whole body shone brightly. His eyes were like swords as well, stabbing towards Yuxing. Yuxing's domineering eyes were so cold it seemed that within them, Seven Sins did not even exist. Within them, he saw that Yuxing looked down on everything. He had a feeling that was someone who respected neither heaven, nor earth, nor the gods. Was this what happened when you studied the demonic arts? A person's cultivation would determine their character, their temperament, and even their natural disposition. He finally extinguished his sword will and sighed. In the end, he did not dare to attack him. He flashed towards Dihao and picked him up, carrying him away from the battlefield by the Crimson River. His retreating figure looked lonely and desolate. In the whole world, there were people more talented than himself. Back on the battlefield, Jialo Feng's feathers had been torn out. Kong Xian had abandoned the fight so she could withstand the divine catastrophe, and Kong Zhan had no more heart for fighting since Kong Xian had already tried. Xiang Nan had been severely wounded. Yu Wuchen was also crossing through the catastrophe of the Great Path, and Huang Jioga and Qin Zhuang were protecting him. The clouds of catastrophe rolled over the sky, emitting a deep resonance that occasionally rumbled down. The situation on the battlefield was obvious. The fight between Yuxing and Xingqiu would be the climax, and would decide who would be able to enter the regional palace. Yuxing and Xingqiu stood facing each other, staring across the distance at each other. A terrible storm of qi burst forth from both of them. By the Crimson River, a group of cultivators from the regional palace rose into the air to watch the battle. "Xingkai, your strength is unparalleled. Even in the regional palace, no one has ever shaken you with a frontal assault. But this demon cultivator seems to be the same. He has unmatched combat ability. How does your brother compare to him?" someone asked Xingkai. Everyone in the regional palace of the same generation as Xingkai had learned of his strength the hard way. He was a god of war. In a head-on confrontation, he was nearly unbeatable. "We'll see after the fight," said Xingkai calmly as he stood there. There was not even a trace of worry in his eyes. The person behind him smiled and said, "Does that mean that even you have no faith in Xingqiu?" "I won't speculate on things that are not certain," answered Xingkai. As cultivators of the regional palace, personally witnessing this competition had been enough to let them understand how powerful Yuxing truly was. Who would dare to say that Xingqiu was assured of victory? Not even Xingkai would. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises rang out. The two of them had not yet started fighting, but already loud sounds were emanating from Xingqiu. Brilliant halos of shining light surrounded him, and they seemed to resonate with the world. At that moment, it seemed that he was representing the heavens themselves. Xingqiu stretched out his arms, and the body of a mighty god of war appeared behind him. Next, his body grew larger as well. The great path roared as the halos pierced through the air. His own body melded with that of the god of war. It was as if he had become the god of war. The halos on his body resonated with heaven and earth, making a pattern of brilliant golden halos appear around him. It covered both the sky and him as it resonated with his body. Everything was silent as everyone watched this final confrontation. Xingqiu had melded himself with his life spirit right at the start. He felt how threatening Yuxing was and did not dare to go easy on him at all. Right now, it seemed that a god of war and a demon were fighting by the Crimson River. Bang! There was a loud sound as the god of war stepped forward. In the next instant, an equally overpowering sound rang out as Yuxing rushed forward. The two of them were charging towards each other. This made the battlefield by the Crimson River tremble, until it seemed like it would break. In a flash, the two ancient godlike figures came together. Xingqiu raised his arm and struck out with a fist, and a burst of the intent of battle swept out. His fist resonated with heaven and earth. A wild storm whipped up and swept out towards Yuxing. It seemed like all the power in the world was contained within that fist. Thousands of fist auroras stretched out through the brilliant golden pattern that was formed from halos. The mighty intent of battle destroyed the very air as it rushed towards Yuxing. Demonic power rolled out. Yuxing raised his arms without hesitation and thrust out a fist as well. Haunting fist will shatter the air. Countless fist auroras shrieked as the golden fist collided with the black one, causing the battlefield to tremble so hard it seemed like it would shatter. At the same time, the two of their fists crashed together. A hurricane swept out over the battlefield. Dong! A sound rang out through heaven and earth. A droning sound emitted from the golden halo pattern around Xingqiu. It seemed to have taken the blow from Yuxing's fist will. Yuxing's arms were trembling slightly. It was the first time someone had had the power to shake him. Without any hesitation, the two of them struck each other again. As their fists collided again, everyone felt that their ears would split from the loud noise. Then they struck each other a third time, then a fourth. The earth trembled with every collision, and everyone's hearts were trembling along with it. Endless fist was shot towards Xingqiu and seemed to drill a hole right into his body. His halos shot up into the sky, forming a brilliant halo pattern up there, then falling back towards the earth. They both seemed crazy. There was no skill involved in this, they just punched each other time after time. The haunting fist will grew stronger and stronger. Yuxing knew that Xingqiu could not completely withstand his might. A blinding Renhuang brilliance came from him, and he seemed to be riddled with holes. He could collapse at any time. But he still did not stop. Brilliant light shot out from him, stretching across the sky. The golden halo pattern in the sky grew larger and larger. Smash! There was a loud noise as another fist thrust out. Xingqiu was sent flying up into the air. He lowered his arms, and he stood proudly up in the sky. He seemed to have become transparent as endless light shot out from him, piercing through the pattern of halos and continuing up into the sky. Boom! There was the sound of muffled thunder as a storm raged at the end of the emitted light. The light of catastrophe flashed. Xingqiu looked up. It had finally come. He had been waiting for this all along, the chance to break through to the next level. Who in the world could stop him? Not even Yuxing could. It is finished, said Xingkai from the sky above the Crimson River. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes, but his expression was full of satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Xing Chao's display. He was just like him, unwavering in his determination and with an unshakable mind for the path. Their only mission was to move forward. That was the only one they would undertake. No one could get in their way. Not even Yuxing. Xingqiu would come to the regional palace to cultivate with him. This is the third one. Everyone watching from the banks of the Crimson River felt their hearts tremble. This was the third cultivator who had attracted the catastrophe of the Great Path during this battle of the Crimson River. It indeed was a battle between top figures. When Xingqiu became a saint, who could touch him? Even if Yi Wuqian became a saint, it wouldn't matter. Countless people looked up into the sky. The mighty figure stood there like a god of war, preparing to welcome the catastrophe of the Great Path. Xingqiu was about to become a saint. No one could stop him. Upon the battlefield, Yuxing looked up at Xingqiu as well. Would this be the second person who became a saint at his hands? First, it had been Kong Xian. Now it was Xingqiu. Saint! Yuxing looked up, his black eyes full of coldness. He closed his eyes, and the dark demonic light shot wildly into the sky. He let go of his thoughts, and let his mind move along with his will up into the sky. He tried to use all the power in the area. But he soon encountered an obstacle. He could not integrate himself into the Great Path in this place. It was as if he was lost in darkness. An all-encompassing demonic shadow suppressed the whole area, making it so that he could not control its power as he pleased. Even though the power in this place billowed up into the heavens, he still could not use it completely. He was strong enough, but his state of mind was not in the right place to become a saint. Feeling the Great Path catastrophes that others were experiencing as well as the demonic shadow suppressing the world around him, Yuxing swept out with his demonic airflow. It endlessly rolled out, shrieking and screaming. He couldn't become a saint? He clenched his fists and looked up into the sky. An overpowering look filled his eyes. Smash! There was a loud noise that shook the sky. Many people felt as if their eardrums would split. Demonic power swept out. There seemed to be a massive demonic figure waking up, that neither heaven nor earth could stop. However, that invisible force seemed to be heavenly rule power, and it could not be broken. The demonic shadow still suppressed the area and blocked him from stepping upon the divine path. Boom! What is he trying to do? Many people trembled as they watched Yuxing. He rose into the sky and pierced through the clouds as demonic power rolled off him, shrieking. It seemed as if he wanted to fight heaven itself. His arms were trembling as even more powerful demonic energy rolled off him. A massive wild demonic wave swept out through the sky with another roar, making the air itself tremble violently. Was he crazy? Everyone was watching Yuxing. Of course, he was not crazy, but his eyes had gone frighteningly dark with demonic light. They were like demon eyes, and they wanted to pierce through heaven itself. He wanted to become a saint. If the Tao sought to stop him, if heaven sought to stop him, he would break through them. A cultivator of the demonic path would resist the heavens themselves. He opened his arms and gave another roar that shook the highest heavens. An even taller and mightier demonic figure rose from thin air around him, growing larger and larger. It was as if a demon god had awoken. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the invisible magical energy holding him back shattered. At this moment, the demon ruled the heavens. Yuxing's will extended throughout the world. The Great Path could not stop it. Up in the sky, the clouds roared. The catastrophe was coming. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. It was crazy. It was crazy. Everyone's hearts were pounding. It had not been surprising that the divine catastrophe had appeared in previous battles of the Crimson River, since it was a battle of the greatest figures below the saint level, and all of them were geniuses. Someone had proved their worthiness to become a saint in nearly every battle. However, for great cultivators, breaking through to the saint plane in succession was simply astonishing. It was too crazy. Especially Yuxing. As soon as he had seen Xingqiu facing the divine catastrophe, he had forced his way into the sky, forcibly breaking down all the barriers that the Great Path threw in his way and smashing through the bottleneck into the saint plane. That showed just how tough he was. When he wanted to become a saint, even the Great Path could not stop him. So, he had broken through as well. Thunder roared up in the sky as the Great Path descended. The sky above the Crimson River was still burning red, and when it was met with the terrible catastrophe of the Great Path, it truly seemed like the end of days. This struck everyone deeply. None of them were fighting, they were all facing the catastrophe of the Great Path. The reason they wanted to enter the regional palace was to get stronger. Now that they had a chance to break through to the next level, they would naturally do that first. Qin Zhuang and Huang Zhouge looked up at Yu Xing in the sky. There was an emotional look in Qin Zhuang's eyes. When Yi Futian and the others had come to Tombkeeper village, they were all just nobles and sages. Now, he was personally witnessing them stepping onto the divine path one after another. Today, Yi Wuqian and Yu Xing had successively broken through to the next level in different ways on the battlefield. This had a great impact on him. Yi Wuqian's swordsmanship was clear, and he had a bright future ahead of him. Yu Xing was so overpowering that even the Great Path could not stop him. His state of mind had not been in the right place, but at the moment that he had decided to defy heaven and forcibly break through to the next level, it had been enough. He had cultivated for many years, and now he had reached this level but had still been unable to break through. Perhaps what he lacked was that passionate blood, that swordsmanship that could threaten the very heavens, or talent sharp enough to pierce the clouds. Right now, Yi Wuqian had withstood the catastrophe of the Great Path's descent many times. He stood up as straight as a sword, displaying his talent as his body was refined. However, Xing Qiu and Yu Xing's catastrophes were fiercer, even seeming to be double catastrophes. Their bodies were becoming sacred, they were becoming saintly bodies. Beside the Crimson River, the great shaman stood behind Xia Qingyuan. His eyes were bright under his hood. He has had the Tao within him since birth, he whispered. Xia Qingyuan looked back at him. Princess, said the great shaman, this man's family background is probably not as simple as it seems. Some people were born with great talent, and they were destined to become enlightened. Yu Xing was obviously this kind of person. Xia Qingyuan was not too concerned. She knew that Yi Futian's background was not simple. Since Yu Xing had grown up with him and also displayed incredible power, the fact that he would have an extraordinary family background was quite natural. My father knows this. Do not tell anyone else, said Xia Qingyuan to the great shaman. It may have been possible for some supernatural people to see this, but it was not necessary to deliberately spread this information and attract attention. Yes, Your Highness, said the great shaman. Boom! The Crimson River surged as the sound of the catastrophe of the Great Path rolled over from the battlefield, shaking everyone's spirits. What was more terrifying was that besides the injured Yi Wuqian, who was struggling a little bit, the other 4 people who were fighting through the divine catastrophe did not seem to be hindered too much. Yu Xing and Xing Qiu were actively welcoming the catastrophe of the Great Path and letting it wash over them. They steadfastly stood their ground. They were truly some of the most powerful cultivators. Even if someone became a saint before they did, once they became saints, they would all be the same. The catastrophe of the Great Path did not cease. Yi Wuqian had been the first to face it. He sat cross-legged on the battle platform with sword will washing over him. At that moment, in his perception, everything was swords. The Tao created heaven, earth, and nature. Dazzling sword will flowed over him. An arm slowly extended from his left shoulder. Sword will flowed over it until it formed a real hand. He opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed as sharp as swords. He looked down at his arm with neither sorrow nor joy. He did not seem to be surprised at all. Qinyu would have loved to see this. When he thought of his wife, Lu Qinyu, a warm smile came over his face. He turned his gaze towards the banks of the Crimson River and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was also looking at him, a bright smile on his handsome face. 20 years ago, Yi Wuqian had cut off his arm for them. Now, seeing that as he became a saint, his arm grew back, how could Yi Futian not be happy? Yi Wuqian's road had been even harder than his or Yu Xing's. Now he was finally transforming and taking his first step onto the divine path. Saints cast off their former selves and transcended the ordinary. His talent may have been commonplace before, but after today, he would be reborn. This was the first hurdle that stopped most people from genuinely becoming saints. So many people were stopped on the great path by this hurdle. It was fortunate that the three of them who had come from the 100 kingdoms had traveled so far. Next, Kong Xian made it through the divine catastrophe. The 9-colored light flashed, as brilliant as anyone had ever seen. Her skin had been flawless before, and now it looked even more divine. She was like an actual goddess, beautiful in the extreme. As the daughter of the demon Peacock Emperor, Kong Xian was a demon who had become a saint. Divine and demonic temperaments mixed together within her. She was stunningly beautiful. She opened her eyes and looked at Xing Qiu and Yu Xing. The battle was already finished for her, but not for them. But right now, they were facing the catastrophe of the Great Path, so they did not fight. However, after they did this, the battle would continue. Their catastrophes seem a bit stronger, said many people with a gasp. This was especially true for Yu Xing. Demonic majesty rolled out from him. There were black flames in the sky, and a terrible black vortex from which came a terrifying demonic catastrophe, violent in the extreme. Every time it struck him, people felt their scalps go numb from the pressure. It seemed like this demonic catastrophe would destroy his soul. But Yu Xing stood firm and unyielding like a demonic god. A while later, the divine catastrophe in the sky above the two of them dissipated. All that was left was the redness in the sky that was cast by the crimson river that covered the battlefield. At that moment, Xing Qiu opened his eyes. The earthly great path resonated. Countless halos of the light of the great path flashed in the sky, and the figure of a towering god of war stood proudly. It grew taller and taller, and a burst of war will swept out over the battlefield. It was like a god of war had awoken. As a saint, Xing Qiu was like a god of war. His intent to fight suppressed everything around him. Yu Wuchen stood on the other side of the battlefield and felt the surging intent to fight. But he did not move, continuing to stand there calmly. He had become a saint first, so he could have attacked Xing Qiu. But he did not do so. He knew that once Yu Xing became a saint, he would be even stronger. He would transform far more than Xing Qiu had. Yu Xing would naturally be able to deal with Xing Qiu, so he did not need to get involved. This was a fight between the two of them, the fight between the two greatest figures at the Battle of the Crimson River. After this fight, Yu Xing would enter the regional palace while everyone watched. No one doubted it. No matter if he was a sage or a saint, he was still the strongest man. At that moment, Yu Xing felt the power within himself. A terrible illusion appeared in his mind. The techniques that he had cultivated evolved along with him. Demonic power rolled off him, covering the sky. In the instant that he opened his eyes, the demonic will that covered the battlefield seemed to quiver. He looked at Xing Qiu with truly demonic eyes. That single glance made Xing Qiu feel like he was in the midst of thousands of demons. Behind Yu Xing, the figure of a towering demon god appeared. It rose into the clouds. The demonic energy that was surging through the sky gathered together. Heaven and earth seemed to be wrapped up in roiling demonic energy, and demonic figures appeared all around. What Xing Qiu was seeing was not an illusion. It was real. As he stood upon the battlefield at that moment, he was surrounded by thousands of demons. Each of those demonic figures was as powerful as the god of war he had summoned. And each of them had been summoned by Yu Xing and followed his commands. Yu Xing stood in the air with the figure of a demonic king behind him. He seemed to be the lord of 1,000 demons. All the demonic will in the world was under his command. Xing Qiu frowned and felt a powerful burst of pressure. He may have been a true god of war, but amidst all these demons, he still felt the pressure. He stepped into the air, and suddenly the pattern of halos around him flashed with brilliant light. He reached out and clapped his hands together, and in a flash, palm prints shot out from the pattern of halos, shooting towards Yu Xing. Yu Xing reached out and slammed his fist downward, with demonic voices seeming to scream from it, making everyone's hearts tremble. The demonic figure behind him also smashed its fist downward. All the demonic figures around them did the same thing. At that moment, the heavens went dim as dark demonic palm prints shot out. Each one was massive beyond compare. They slammed towards Xing Qiu. The shocking sounds of collisions rang out, each one making everyone's hearts pound. Next, Xing Chao's palm prints were completely swallowed up as everyone watched, and the figure of the god of war was suppressed. Finally, a terrible giant fist smashed Xing Chou out of the sky, and he slammed into the ground by the Crimson River. His palm prints were thoroughly shattered. He lay there amidst a huge five-fingered palm print on the ground. He had been smashed from the sky all the way to the ground. He may have been a saint who was transformed into a god of war, but in a flash, he had been suppressed by this tyrant. Even as a god of war, he had fallen. Only one person was left standing in the sky above the battlefield at the Crimson River. "It is finished," everyone said to themselves. They looked at Yu Xing up in the sky above the Crimson River and felt like they were in a dream. This battle of the Crimson River had seemed like a fantasy. It had been far too shocking. Now Yu Xing, who had thrown a demon dragon at the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, had suppressed all his opponents, and had made it to the end in an unstoppable fashion. Yu Wuqian and Huang Jiuge naturally would not fight him. So there was no one else to fight. Yu Xing of Qianyes City was the strongest cultivator to come to the Crimson Dragon realm. He would enter the regional palace. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. A series of sounds rang out on the banks of the Crimson River. Everyone was gasping in shock. A series of sounds rang out on the banks of the Crimson River. Everyone was gasping in shock. Even though he was now going to enter the regional palace, Yu Xing still had his proper place. The disciples of the regional palace were all top figures and had swept away all their opponents just like Yu Xing had in order to get in. But today's battle of the Crimson River had been even more impressive than many of the previous ones. Many people sighed with emotion. Their journey to witness this battle had not been in vain. Yu Xing had defeated Xing Chou of the ancient imperial city, and so he could not enter the regional palace. Moreover, after this defeat, it would be even harder to get another chance. Other than exceptional characters, those sages who had not come here would not be able to participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon or the Battle of the Crimson River. But if they showed great talent and strength in the Crimson Dragon realm, they would still receive an invitation to enter the regional palace when they became saints. But this was impossible for Xing Chou, as he had been utterly defeated here. Most people only had a single chance to enter the regional palace, and thus most people chose the best time to try and do so, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It was not only Xing Chou. Before him, Xiang Nan of Xiang City and the Prince of Emperor Xiang's realm had been highly favored to win. But when he had fallen before Yu Xing's pressure, he had lost the right to enter the regional palace. And entering the regional palace was not the only opportunity that he had lost. For great cultivators had become saints in this battle, but this did not include Xiang Nan. Yu Xing's huge palm print had crushed him before he had the chance to do so. This would probably become something that haunted him for years to come. After all, Xiang Nan was a prince of Renhuang and was incredibly proud, which could be seen from what he had said to Yu Wuqian. He had said that Yu Wuqian was not worthy of this opportunity that had been afforded by the Great Path, and that he had no right to strive for the chance to become a saint. He thought that he was the one who was worthy of these things. But Yu Xing had taught him how to behave. This would leave a deep impression on him for a long time. No one knew if Xiang Nan would be able to let this go. If he couldn't, it would affect his state of mind and delay his ascension to the divine path. Kong Xian, on the other hand, was an exceptional woman. The princess of the demon peacock emperors real knew that she could not shake Yu Xing, but had still used all of her power to resist his attacks 3 times. In the end, she had broken through her own limits and become a saint. She may have been defeated, but that would not affect her too much. But the Golden Rock, who had also come from the demon peacock emperor's realm, did not have such good luck. The memory of this battle would trouble him for a long time to come. All the fighting on the battle platform stopped. The demonic power coming from Yu Xing dissipated. He appeared high up in the air, but his aura was different than before. He had ascended to sainthood through demonic power, making him a demon saint. High up in the sky, the crimson-robed head of the Crimson Dragon army looked down and asked, "Will anyone continue to fight?" There were still several people standing: Kong Zhan, Huang Zhouge, Yi Wuchen, and the others. "Let's go," said Kong Xian to Kong Zhan. Their figures flashed as they left the battlefield by the Crimson River. Yi Wuchen and the others smiled at Yuxing, then prepared to leave, leaving the platform for Yuxing. "Wuchen, won't you stay?" Yuxing asked suddenly. He had no great desire to enter the regional palace. His demonic method was a perfected combat system, and so even the best holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon realm was not that useful to him. But Yi Wuchen had ascended to sainthood with great difficulty. If he could cultivate in a place like that, it would have great benefits for him. Thus, he was giving this opportunity to Yi Wuchen. Many people were shocked by what Yuxing had said and looked at him strangely. What did this guy mean? He had the chance to enter the regional palace, the best holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon realm. Many people came from all over to strive for this chance, and he was going to give it to his friend? Yi Wuchen looked at Yuxing and smiled. He naturally knew what Yuxing was thinking. But this was a stage set for Yuxing. Even if he did go to the regional palace, he would feel uneasy about it, and it would lose some of its meaning. The winner of the Battle of the Crimson River may enter the regional palace to cultivate. "You cannot just let someone else have the victory," came a voice from outside the battlefield. A group of people was walking over to them. The one who had spoken was Xing Kai. He glanced at Xing Qiu with a calm expression. He did not look too distressed. He had naturally hoped that Xing Qiu could come to the regional palace to cultivate with him. Xing Qiu had performed quite well and had even become a saint upon the battlefield. But he had had a bit of bad luck when Yuxing had smashed through the barriers keeping him from sainthood and crushed him. If he had been in any of the previous battles of the Crimson River, Xing Qiu would probably have had no problems. It was just bad luck. But a battle like this was not a bad thing for him. After all, the enemies they would face in the future might be just as strong as that. The great path was sure to be full of thorns. Yuxing looked up at Xing Kai, then at the cultivator from the Crimson Dragon army. He had also asked if Yuxing knew if what he was doing was wrong. Futian had asked him to enter the regional palace to get closer to the Crimson Dragon Emperor. In the future, they would have to use the Crimson Dragon's Emperor's power to cross through the realm. Emperor Xiao's realm was one of the realms within the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm. If they wanted to go to other realms, it would be essential to have good fitting within the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm. But when he saw Yi Wuchen, he had wanted to give him this chance. That way, he could walk along the great path along with him. "This guy," said Yi Futian with a smile. Neither Yuxing nor Wuchen liked to talk much, but their friendship was clear in their hearts. "Let's go." Yi Futian and others flashed over towards the battlefield. At that moment, Xing Kai was continuing to speak. "You may have been unmatched at this battle of the Crimson River, but those who are in the regional palace have all done the same thing as you. Since you will be entering the most powerful holy land for cultivating in the Crimson Dragon Emperor's realm, you should have proper respect for it." His swordsmanship was good, but it was far from good enough to let him enter the regional palace. Yuxing frowned and gave Xing Kai a cold look. But Xing Kai did not care and continued to look at him indifferently. There was a flash of golden light in his eyes. "He's right. You should be the one to go," said Yi Wuchen. He was not angered by Xing Kai's pronouncement that he was not worthy to enter the regional palace. Perhaps Xing Kai had spoken a bit too straightforwardly, but he had indeed not been good enough in today's battle of the Crimson River. Swordsmen should strive to move forward continuously, but they should also know themselves. Kong Xian and the others who had been crushed by Yuxing like Xiang Nan were all stronger than him, so if Yuxing swept away all his opponents and then granted this opportunity to him, he would feel that he could not accept it. Yuxing nodded and said no more. "Congratulations," said the man from the Crimson Dragon army up in the sky. He handed a badge to Yuxing and said, "With this, you may enter the regional palace and cultivate there. Once you are there, we will further reward you. Would you like to go now?" Yuxing accepted the badge and said, "There are some other things I must take care of right now. Once I have finished them, I will come to the palace." The cultivator that had come from Emperor Li's realm at Li Yao's orders had come to attack Yi Futian. He would naturally not be able to relax until this matter was resolved. The cultivator nodded. Very well. You may come any time you like. He then looked at Xing Kai, who bowed slightly. The man smiled, and they all left. This battle of the Crimson River had officially come to an end. Yu Xing would enter the regional palace. They would have to wait a year for the next one, at which point one more person would be able to enter. Yi Futian and those with him descended upon the battle platform. He looked at Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, and the others with a bright smile on his face. Yu Xing and Yi Wuchen looked back at him. Yu Xing grinned. There was no longer an overbearing look in his eyes. He looked simple and natural. A look of surprise came over Xia Qingyuan's face when she saw this. This guy had just dominated the battlefield with his demonic power. Yi Futian also sometimes had this quality about him. Sometimes he was cold and cruel, like at Jiutian Temple, the sacred war of the 9 states, and at the battle where he had killed Shaoxing, where he was glorious and powerful. But occasionally she would see that he had a simple and sincere side to him. Especially when he was together with his friends, then it seemed like even after having experienced so much hardship, they were all still young. Yu Wuchen smiled brightly as well, a smile that it seemed that only they understood. They had once been young together, and now they were all saints. On the other side of the battlefield, Xing Kai walked up to his brother, Xing Chou. Xing Chou looked at his elder brother. He stood up straight but bowed his head slightly. He seemed a bit ashamed. Not bad, said Xing Kai with a smile. Xing Chou looked up at Xing Kai, then said with a smile, a loss is still a loss. When cultivating on the great path, who can avoid losses? Asked Xing Kai. You've never lost, said Xing Chou. Someday I will, said Xing Kai. Moreover, there may be many historical heroes who are undefeated, but once you lose once, you can never join their ranks. So your defeat here does not mean much. If you can enter the regional palace in the future and beat him there, it will be even more glorious. Xing Chou looked at Yu Xing. Hearing what Xing Kai was saying, Yi Futian and Yu Xing looked over at them. You shouldn't cling to that hope, because you'll probably never get a chance to fulfill it in this life, said Yi Futian with a soft laugh. There was nothing wrong with what Xing Kai had said, but if he wanted to prove himself by defeating Yu Xing, then he was sorry, but he had no chance. Xing Kai turned his gaze upon Yi Futian. A look of shock came over the faces of everyone who was by the Crimson River and heard their words. Yi Futian had a close relationship with Yu Xing. Moreover, the lord of Qianye City was not Yu Xing, but Yi Futian. Even though Princess Xia Qingyuan was there, the position of city lord was still given to him. So was this man just as dominating as Yu Xing? Previously, Xing Chou and Yu Xing had faced each other. Now Xing Kai and Yi Futian might. This made people's blood rush faster. Would there be a battle between them? The thing was, Xing Kai was said to be unparalleled by those on the same plane as him. Perhaps he would be defeated one day in the future, but it would probably not be in the Crimson Dragon realm. The great path is long. There are no absolutes, said Xing Kai. Some things are absolute, answered Yi Futian. Xing Kai stared at Yi Futian, then said, I am Xing Kai of the ancient imperial city. I am Yi Futian of Qianye City. Yi Futian responded. After they said this, they turned away from each other, as if nothing had happened. But no one knew what they were thinking. Everyone left the battlefield by the Crimson River, including Yi Futian and the others. After they left, Li Yao returned home with Di Hao and the others. They all had grim looks on their faces. The news of this battle of the Crimson River would quickly spread to all corners of the Crimson Dragon realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yu Xing's fame rapidly spread across the Crimson Dragon City and to neighboring cities. Yu Xing's fame rapidly spread across the Crimson Dragon City and to neighboring cities. He defeated all the talent in the Battle of the Crimson River, including Xing Nan of the ancient imperial city, Xiang Nan of Xiang City, and Kong Xian and Kong Zhan of Peacock City. What impressive combat it was! It was a pity that so many people had not been able to watch how he fought with their own eyes. All those top figures were defeated all by Yu Xing himself. The whole of Qianyes City was in shock, too. In the past, Futian had gained fame by annihilating Bliss Palace with his people. Soon after, he became the Lord of Thousand Leaves City, and made his name known to everyone. No one had expected Yu Xing to be so powerful. What a gallant hero from Emperor Xia's realm! Both of them were so strong. Princess Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm shouldn't be considered weak, even though she hadn't yet started fighting. In the Lord's residence of Thousand Leaves City, Xinjun heard the news, too. He had gradually recovered after many days of healing. Xinjun had mixed feelings as he listened to the messenger's report in the courtyard. He would be ridiculous to think about taking advantage of Futian and Yu Xing when he was nothing in their eyes. He'd asked Yu Xing to join the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and Yu Xing had won it. Now, Yu Xing was also peerless in the Battle of Crimson River and had entered the regional palace. It was Xinjun's dream to cultivate in the regional palace one day. He had been dreaming of entering the regional palace and seeing what kind of talents were inside. And now Yu Xing had made it there. Xinjun's father, Xintianzhan, arrived. He hadn't left the Lord's residence after he was defeated by the great shaman. "You know about it?" Xintianzhan asked him. "Yes," answered Xinjun, nodding. "The minimum achievement of one who comes out of the regional palace is being an unblemished saint. Many unblemished level saints have already come from there. Some stayed in the Crimson Dragon City and some left, some even became Erhuang," said Xintianzhan. "And I heard that Yu Xing was even stronger than many previous champions at the Battle of the Crimson River. In the future, he will probably become a saint of Nirvana." Xinjun didn't say a word. He understood it, so he could only sigh in response. Among the people who came from Emperor Xia's realm, Futian was the Lord of Thousand Leaves City. "How do you think his relationship is with Yu Xing?" asked Xintianzhan. "They are very good friends. Futian and Xia Qingyuan are the leaders of the group. Yu Xing should be his friend. He does whatever he tells him to do. Their relationship is unusual," replied Xinjun. "You're not unlucky. I told you to go to Fusang Valley for cultivation. You met so many people with Nirvana Saint potential on your way back," said Xintianzhan. Xinjun lowered his head. He understood what his father meant. With such luck, what was he thinking? What was he doing? It was not easy for you to enter the Saint Plane. I told you, be broad-minded, be ambitious. However, now your only ambition is within this city. Xintianzhan sighed. Nobody knew a son better than his father. Xinjun had talent, but he was too narrow-minded and limited in his ambition. His ambition was limited within the city. If it wasn't, he would not have used others in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon just to acquire some treasures. His achievement was destined to be limited by his narrow ambition, even though he had entered the Saint Plane. Xinjun lowered his head in embarrassment. "Don't hold any grudges. Take advantage of the time for introspection," Xintianzhan said. "Yes, father," replied Xinjun. His father nodded and departed. What was the use of holding a grudge against him? He couldn't fight against Emperor Xia's realm anyway. That day, in Peacock City, Li Yao came to visit. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian met Li Yao in the Lord's residence. "Princess Kong Shui, congratulations on entering the Saint Plane. I've prepared some gifts for you. I hope you like them." Li Yao asked his people to bring the gifts forward. "Thank you, but we don't deserve them," said Kong Xian, taking a look at Li Yao. No one from her side came to accept the gifts. "What brings you here today?" asked Kong Xian. Li Yao had come to visit her before the Battle of the Crimson River to discuss capturing Yu Xing and the others. But the result was the same as it had been at the Battle of Empty Realm. Emperor Xia's realm was still the winner. The good thing was they hadn't lost too much, and Princess Kong Xian had entered the Saint Plane as a result of the battle. "To be honest, Princess, I've come to the Crimson Dragon realm with my people only for Futian. He and Yu Xing are extremely talented people, and if we don't wipe them out, They will become the scourge of the Dali and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm in the future. That's why I came to request cooperation with you again. What do you think, Your Highness? Said Li Yao. It's the grudge between you, Dali, and Yi Futian. I will not get involved this time. Kong Xian refused. Both Yi Futian and Yu Xing gradually showed their talent. Besides, there seemed to be some chemistry between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Maybe Emperor Xia regarded him as his son-in-law. She was afraid that Emperor Xia's realm would have a strong reaction if Yi Futian was captured. She would not take it upon herself to instigate a war with them. She didn't have the ability to control a war between the realms. In addition, Li Yao at least had his reasons for dealing with Yi Futian. What excuse could Demon Peacock Emperor's realm have? Why not sit quietly and watch them fight? Kong Xian Princess, have you forgotten how Yi Futian treated you at the Battle of Empty Realm? If he becomes too strong, he might become a threat to the Demon Emperor's realm. Li Yao reminded her. He was referring to Yi Futian's ability to control demonic beasts. Kong Shui frowned. She didn't seem happy. It was at the Battle of Empty Realm where you could use all means to fight. Besides, Yi Futian has apologized. If he does it once again, of course, we will not let him go. But it's you, Li Yao, who broke the rules and tried to kill Yi Futian in the Battle of Empty Realm. And you failed. I heard that Yi Futian used a fake identity as the seventh sword to cultivate in Dali. You have a grudge against him, but that is none of my business. Li Yao suddenly became sullen. He took a look at Kong Xian and said with a smile, After several battles, you have lost your courage to even go against Yi Futian, Princess Kong Xian. I should go now. Then he turned around and left. Kong Xian took a look at him. She understood that Li Yao was referring to her two defeats, once by Yi Futian and once by Yu Xing. She was indeed impressed by these battles, even though she hated to admit it. Li Yao looked sulky after he left. He didn't expect for Kong Xian's hatred for Yi Futian to have lessened. Had she completely yielded to it? It seemed he couldn't count on cooperating with the demonic Peacock Emperor's realm. Kong Shui had left him no room for negotiation. Go to Xiang City, Li Yao said in a low voice. He went straight to Xiang City, followed by his people. Li Yao entered the Lord's residence at Xiang City to visit Xiang Nan. However, he was blocked by someone in front of the gate. The person said, Xiang Nan Highness is cultivating in seclusion. I can pass along the message if your Highness has any matters to discuss. Li Yao laughed secretly. Cultivating was an excuse. He guessed that Xiang Nan was actually recovering from his injuries. Yu Xing had shown no mercy at all when he'd used the palm strike on Xiang Nan in the Battle of Crimson River. I am afraid you will not able to carry a message. It regards a highly confidential issue about an imperial-level treasure, said Li Yao. The man got a strange look in his eye. Imperial level? What did Li Yao mean? I will report to His Highness, said the man, hesitating. He left to make the report. When he came back, he told Li Yao, His Royal Highness wants to see you. Please come in. Thank you so much, Li Yao said as he followed him inside. This time, he wanted to visit Demon Imperial City, Xiang City, an ancient imperial city. As long as one of them accepted his request, Li Yao would not need to worry about defeat. These three cities all had intimidating powers. The first two had been established by Ren Huang. The lord of the ancient imperial city was the ninth servant. He claimed to be the first lord of all cities. However, Kong Xian had declined his request. Li Yao hoped he could succeed in the negotiation with Xiang City. Li Yao soon met Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was dressed in magnificent clothes, looked very well and handsome. It seemed as if he was not injured at all. He sat there, smiling at Li Yao. Have a seat. Li Yao sat. Xiang Nan said, Let's cut to the chase. Li Yao, why did you find me today? Li Yao glanced at the people nearby. Xiang Nan immediately understood, and waved his hand. All the people left. He had no need to worry about what Li Yao would do to him. I've heard a lot about Emperor Xiang's realm being a very powerful realm among all the Crimson Dragon realms. The reason I came today is to seek cooperation with you. Li Yao said bluntly. What kind of cooperation? Asked Xiang Nan. We Dali people have a grudge against Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. The lord of the Thousand Leaves city Yi Futian once snuck into Dali Empire to study cultivation methods. He even learned a Renhuang-level cultivation method in Dali. I've come all the way from Dali with my troops just to deal with him. Li Yao continued. However, Yi Futian has powerful people protecting him. I'm not sure if we alone can capture him, so I am seeking allies. If Emperor Xiang's realm can form an alliance with us, I can let Emperor Xiang's realm keep him for a while after we capture him together. Li Yao was indicating that Emperor Xiang's realm could question Yi Futian about the Renhuang-level cultivation method, which was undoubtedly a tempting option. How can I verify that what you say is true? Asked Xiang Nan. The Dali Imperial Advisor is deeply trusted by my father and venerated by numerous Dali cultivators. His cultivation method, deep thorough comprehension, is absolutely above the Renhuang level. If you inquire about it with him, you will hear that it was secretly learned by Yi Futian. Li Yao continued. Aren't you interested in the demonic martial arts used by Yu Xing during the Battle of the Crimson River? There was a coldness in Xiang Nan's eyes when he heard Yu Xing's name. Of course, he couldn't forget how Yu Xing had smacked him to the ground with one blow during the Battle of the Crimson River. He had never experienced that kind of embarrassment before in his life. The demonic martial art was indeed very powerful. But Emperor Xiang's realm has never had a grudge with Emperor Xia's realm, said Xiang Nan. It is not about the grudge between Emperor Xiang's realm and Emperor Xia's realm. Don't you want to get control of another city? I don't mean to involve Xia Qingyuan in this, continued Li Yao. Yi Futian and Yu Xing are just cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm in the lower worlds. Princess Xia Qingyuan relies on them only because of their talents. There was a gleam of a smile in Xiang Nan's eyes after he heard what Li Yao said. It was tempting for him indeed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Xiang Nan looked at Li Yao and said with a smile, This thing we discussed is not only about getting one more city of the Crimson Dragon realms. It involves Renhuang's realms. I need time to rethink it. Xiang Nan looked at Li Yao and said with a smile, This thing we discussed is not only about getting one more city of the Crimson Dragon realms. It involves Renhuang's realms. I need time to rethink it. Li Yao looked into Xiang Nan's eyes but couldn't tell what was on his mind, so he nodded and said, All right. I will be waiting for your reply, Xiang Nan. Li Yao stood up and left. Xiang Nan saw him out in person. After Li Yao left, Xiang Nan had a sneer across his face. Li Yao was trying to drag others from Renhuang's realms into this. He was a calculating person indeed. If things went as Li Yao planned and the conflict intensified, a more serious war could break out. The war might even be between realms. If Emperor Xia's realm had to fight against two of Renhuang's realms, that would be the end of Emperor Xia's realm. And Li Yao's compensation for Xiang Nan was nothing but the imperial-level cultivation method stolen by Yi Futian, or Yu Xing's demonic martial art. Li Yao was generous at the expense of others. I need someone here, said Xiang Nan. A subordinate came and bowed, saluting him. Your Highness. I will write a letter. You take it to Thousand Leaves City and give it to Yi Futian. Don't attract anyone's attention, said Xiang Nan. Aye. That servant nodded. Xiang Nan wrote a letter and handed it to him. The servant took the letter and soon departed for Thousand Leaves City. Meanwhile, Li Yao was heading for the ancient imperial city. The ancient imperial city was different from other cities. There was only one power that dominated the whole area. The lord of the ancient imperial city was the ninth servant. It was said that the ninth servant had entered the Renhuang Plain and recruited many talented people. The ancient imperial city had a special status among all the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm. The lord residence of the ancient imperial city was enclosed by lofty walls. The residence was like an antique castle, at the center of which stood a giant bronze gate. There were very few guards guarding at the gate, but every one of them had a very intimidating life force. However, there was an old man sitting over by the castle. He was clothed in rags but looked clean. There was no sign of life force coming from his body. Li Yao and the others didn't dare to look down at him. He saluted. Sir, Li Yao of Dali is here to salute you. The old man took a look at Li Yao. His cloudy eyes looked dull. He spent a while narrowing his eyes to see Li Yao's face clearly. He asked, What brings you here? I am Li Yao, and I am here to request to see the Lord, said Li Yao, bending slightly to show courtesy. Even though he was the prince of the Dali Empire, this was the Crimson Dragon realm, not Emperor Li's realm. Here, he didn't have a distinguished identity. Not to mention that the people who stood at the top of St. Plain didn't really care about the prince's identity. Besides, the person he wanted to visit was the ninth servant, who claimed to be the strongest being in all of the Crimson Dragon cities. If no Renhuangs from other realms stepped into the Crimson Dragon realm, the ninth servant was probably the most powerful figure in this broad land. He didn't need to care about anyone, whether the person was a son of a Renhuang or anyone else. The Lord is cultivating in seclusion. He will not see anyone. If you have any matters to discuss with him, please tell me and I will send the message to him, said the old man slowly. He didn't show much respect to this prince of Dali. Li Yao looked calm. He was not irritated at all. However, if he was not able to meet the Lord, the time he'd spent to make this visit had been in vain. May I pay a visit to Xingqiu Highness then? Asked Li Yao. The second young master has been strengthening his cultivation since he entered the Saint Plain. I apologize, but he isn't welcoming any guests either, said the old man, nodding. The soldier standing next to Li Yao frowned and stared at the old man with his intimidating, piercing eyes. How dare he decline the request of Li Yao, the Dali prince, to visit Xingqiu? This old guy didn't know how to show respect to a person as noble as a prince. Sir, I came here for an extremely important issue which relates to an imperial-level treasure. I sincerely hope you will allow me to visit, continued Li Yao. You can just say it here. I will let the Lord and the second young master know, replied the old man. Li Yao looked sullen and kept staring at him, but the old man was still expressionless. It was like he didn't notice them. Fine. We should leave, Li Yao said, departing with his people. He had visited 3 cities so far, the Peacock City, Xiang City, and the ancient Imperial City. The trip hadn't gone well. Not one of these cities had promised to cooperate with him in the wars. Kong Xian of the Peacock City had immediately rejected his request. He hadn't been able to see anyone in the ancient Imperial City. Xiang Nan of the Xiang City had his own concerns. Such an outcome was far from his goal. Of course, he'd come to visit them just to try his luck. He would be happy if anyone formed an alliance with him, but if not, he would rely on the strength of Emperor Li's realm alone. In the Lord's residence of Thousand Leaves City, Futian received the message that someone from Xiang City was requesting to see him. It made Futian suspicious. What had the person from Xiang City come here for? Earlier on, Xiang Nan of Xiang City had hurt Wu Qun in the Battle of the Crimson River. He was then injured by Yu Xing. Since the Battle of Crimson River had ended, the matter should have been forgotten. He didn't want to start a war between 2 Renhuang realms over the non-fatal Battle of Crimson River. But during such a sensitive period, he still had to meet the envoy of Xiang City. Lord Yi. The person saluted Futian in a very polite manner. Welcome. Sir, tell me what brings you here, said Futian. My lord wrote a letter and told me to present it to you, replied the messenger. He passed the letter to Futian. Futian took it and opened it with confusion. There was just one line in the letter. Futian calmly put the letter aside after he read it. He said to the messenger, What else did Xiang Nan Highness ask you to bring to me? Nothing. My lord only told me to send the letter, he said. He waited after handing over the letter, showing no intention of leaving. He seemed to be waiting for Futian's reply. Futian nodded and took out a storage ring and gave it to him, saying, I greatly appreciate that Xiang Nan Highness was kind enough to notify me. Here is my humble gift to express my thankfulness to him. Please pass it on to Xiang Nan. I will pass your kind words and the gift along to my lord, he replied. Now I shall return. All right, Futian said, nodding. I apologize that I will not be seeing you off. Safe journey. Thank you very much, Lord Yi. The messenger withdrew. After he left, Xia Qingyuan asked Futian, what did Xiangnan want? Futian gave her the letter and said, read this. He narrowed his eyes. His expression was cold, and his stare was like the sharp blade. The smile in his eyes totally disappeared. There was also a coldness in Xia Qingyuan's eyes after she read the letter. She released the force of sword, tearing the letter to pieces in her hand. The letter said that Li Yao had just visited Xiangnan and intentionally mentioned that Li Yao was planning to give the deed of thorough comprehension, Yu Xing's demonic martial art method, and the Thousand Leaves City, to him. Xiangnan had sent the messenger to inform them. The letter reminded them of the things that had happened. But there was no friendship between Futian and Xiangnan. If he wanted to reject Li Yao, he could directly do that. Did he have to inform them? Furthermore, the letter didn't indicate that Xiangnan had declined Li Yao's request. Rather, it just stated the fact. The important point was that he'd bluntly listed all the conditions, including the deed of thorough comprehension, Yu Xing's demonic martial art, and Thousand Leaves City. In the end, his messenger had waited for Futian's response. What did Xiangnan want? Since Li Yao had offered these generous rewards to convince Xiangnan to cooperate in an attack on Thousand Leaves City, shouldn't Futian also offer some rewards to him? Xiangnan wanted to see what generous compensation Thousand Leaves City could offer. He was trying to fish in troubled waters. If Thousand Leaves City's attitude was sincere enough, Xiangnan would not cooperate with Li Yao. If so, Xiangnan could benefit from it, and wouldn't need to join the war. What did you give him? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Half of the rewards I earned from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were in the storage ring. The rewards were substantial, said Futian. But I don't think that can satisfy his appetite. Then why did you do it? Xia Qingyuan asked, staring at him. Li Yao let Xiangnan choose. Xiangnan sent the messenger, which means that Xiangnan was not willing to make the choice. That's why he asked us to help him. I showed my attitude with that gift, and now it is his business to make the decision, said Futian. Besides, given the current situation, do you think we can afford to make Xiangnan our enemy? What stood behind Xiangnan was Emperor Xiang's realm. Things would get tricky if Emperor Xiang's realm got involved in this. Xia Qingyuan didn't say a word. The situation was getting more and more complex. Princess, a voice called out. The great shaman appeared. Great shaman, greeted Xia Qingyuan. The first prince is here, said the great shaman. Xia Qingyuan paused for a second, looking surprised. She smiled and said, Great, let's go. They headed outside together. Outside the Lord's residence, a huge group of people had arrived. They seemed to belong to the army. Everyone had a very strong life force. Almost all of them were of the Saint Plane. The lead person had a handsome but imposing appearance and a dignified demeanor. His smile was comfortable like a warm spring breeze. He was the manifestation of both the iron will of a warrior and the noble spirit of a prince. The first prince of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Rong, the unblemished saint of the Third Saint Plane, had been raised in the army. He rarely stayed in the palace. Now, the first prince had become the deputy general of Tian, second only to the sacred general of Tian of the Nirvana Plain. He had a great reputation in the army as a genuine, iron-willed prince. However, at this moment Xia Rong had hidden his military temperament, and put on a mild smile when he saw Xia Qingyuan coming. He called to her. Qingyuan. I didn't know you were coming today, brother. Xia Qingyuan said excitedly. Although Xia Rong had been in the army for years, every time he came back to the imperial palace, he came to see her. He'd watched her grow up and had pampered her a lot. For her, he was her brother and also a father. Their relationship was very positive. Nowadays, Emperor Li's realm is preparing to cause a disturbance. The Dali imperial advisor came here with his people. I am worried about your safety, so I asked permission from father to come here, said Xia Rong. Thank you, brother, said Xia Qingyuan. Xiaorong looked at Yi Futian, who was standing near Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian stepped forward and took a bow, making a salute. Yi Futian is here to meet you, sir. No need for unnecessary courtesies, Xiaorong said with a smile. I was expecting to meet you but didn't have a chance in the army. Now I know you look like an outstanding person. No wonder Qingyuan. Brother! Xia Qingyuan cut in, glaring at him. Xiaorong saw it and laughed, waved his hands and said, Sorry for my loose lips. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.